Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, happy early morning here for CPI. In about 10 minutes, we are going to get the data. A lot is riding on it. You had a little bit here in the morning. We're going to go over the news about, like 15, 30 minutes after the data, but you had Home Depot. You had good earnings there. You had reports of the first drawdown in cash and people going overweight on equities. You had more orders in Boeing and updates in China or the China-U.S. thing. So we got a lot of stuff we're looking for even tomorrow. However, this next 10 minutes now, this is going to set up a lot, Chatadonia. So I hope you're all ready for it. We'll get to the good mornings in a little bit, but good morning. You know what I'm saying? If you brighten early here, baby, I hope your morning is great. It's good to see you. We got to wait till all the other Chads get in here, but that's morning crew right there. Look at y'all. Y'all ready to go, baby. Bright and early. That's what I'm talking about. So, Chad, I hope you are ready for all of it. Again, we're going to have a little bit of news here, and in the next couple of minutes, we are going to start hearing from the analysts. So, like I told you guys already in the past, just if you want to get the data, you could go to bls.gov or you could go to tradingeconomics.com, and it will show up here on the calendar. You'll see the expectations. This will update in real time. You look at your wire here. Also on the screen, you will get all the numbers ahead of you, but keep in mind today, 3.3 for headline and then 4.0 for core. That is the number that we are looking at, and there's going to be a bunch of little factors in between. Again, the month over month shouldn't be too crazy, but depending on how everything comes in, I'm sure everybody is going to be looking for a lot. Like I said, I don't think this is going to be an easy report, meaning that I think we're going to get one good, one bad, and then leave the market in a weird state. But if it is all good, that will be easy then. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see, but the report today is set to show slower progress towards the Federal Reserve's 2% inflation target, keeping the central bank biased towards more tightening. Some themes to watch for in the report this morning: easing an energy component as oil prices fell in October, shelter inflation likely ticking down some more, reflecting the easing in rents. Medical services will add some upward pressure due to a change in how the BLS computes it, and goods will keep on decelerating. So the first thing to look for on month over month, the headline figure will be benign thanks to the steady retreat in gasoline prices from September. Stripping out energy, though, the core figure is expected to illustrate just how sticky inflation is proving to be. Health insurance costs are forecasted to be a one factor, thanks in part to a rejig in how statisticians calculate everything. So again, some people are saying watch the month over month. That's the first one I'm reading. I do not agree with that. Again, I think just the year over year core and headline and see the difference. Bloomberg model now points to upside risk for October's reading. The Bloomberg Economic Now forecast sees headline inflation slowing to only 3.5 year over year, with a pickup in core to 4.2, both above consensus. That is an update. Here's what economists are expecting. The October consumer report expected to show up U.S. CPI up by 0.1 on the prior month, easing from 0.4 in September. Core CPI, which includes or excludes energy and food, up by 0.3 on a monthly basis, matching September's report. CPI 3.3 for the prior year, slowing to 3.7, and core CPI up on an annual basis of 4.1, matching the prior month's gain. Bloomberg is expecting that headline will rise 0.1 and core by 0.3, and they pretty much expect now a higher reading of 0.1 on both categories. So we will see. Happy CPI day. So some people are already talking about month over month. Again, the change there for health insurance. And if you are not familiar, we put this on the watch list. You got about 5 minutes till the data, but there is going to be a new change in the whole contract or the whole CPI of how health insurance is reported. It's gone down pretty much for the last 8 months or 12 months in a row, a little bit longer. So this time around, people are worried, but they are bringing that into the month over month, which I think is kind of unique. So just looking at the range of forecast now, it's pretty narrow this month. The highest estimate sees a 0.4 monthly core increase and the lowest a 0.2, just 0.2 of a percentage point different. By contrast, September's CPI range was 0.4 of a percentage point. That could amplify the market impact of a reading of 0.5 or 0.1 today. So again, all expectations so far are narrow. So if we actually do get a beat or miss, the market may be able to move a little bit more. So inflation is poised to start reheating soon as it becomes structurally embedded. This makes a sustainable rally in bonds unlikely, especially when U.S. recession risk is receding. Read more, bonds unlikely to get much respite as inflation digs in heels. When are these projections? You're going to get them here in 5 minutes. 4 minutes, you're going to get the CPI numbers. So inflation, we're going to hear about that. And then again, the projections are just the economists. There's about 68 qualified economists between now and the next data set. They all come up with their opinions, some the day before. And then Bloomberg and certain news agencies and even like Trading Economics, they come up with their own estimates as well. So keep that in mind. We got 4 minutes. So inflation remains a key source of uncertainty for bond markets. How might treasuries respond to an upward surprise in line with the Bloomberg Now model? The macro finance shock tool suggests U.S. 2-year yields would rise by 9 basis points by the end of 2024 as Fed rate expectations shift higher. Good morning. Good morning. So again, this one, I don't know if you guys feel it. It's like this one is such an important CPI, and there's a lot riding on it, but it seems like it's pretty clear-cut, smaller range. It's not like, again, we've had a lot more hyped-up CPI events if you think about it, but this one holds the power to have a lot of punch. You know what I'm saying? It has a lot of punch in today, so we're going to find out. So after last week's reminder from Fed Chair Powell that the central bank won't hesitate to raise rates again if needed, any upside surprise today in today's number will surely embolden those who say that the Fed is not done yet raising rates. So while Fed watchers will still think a move in December is unlikely, that will become a harder case to make if it's clear that disinflation is stalling, if not stalled. So Anna Wong from Bloomberg Economics says the data will likely reinforce the Fed's tightening bias, even as policymakers have held rates up steady at the past 2 meetings. Officials most likely will leave open the possibility of future rate hikes as long as core CPI is running at the current monthly pace. Bloomberg now forecasts a much softer labor market in the next 6 months than the Fed does, but the Fed will probably react to such information only belatedly, dropping its tightening bias once a recession is already underway. If our forecast is right, that means well into 2024. All right, Chad, 2 minutes. Market had a little bit of cushion coming into it. Same thing with the bonds here. The futures, 44.30. I don't know where that means for the SPX. I think we're below the 4,400, are we? You're at 44.11. So this one will be interesting. So as Emily notes, expectations in big market swings are low, with options pricing in an implied move of less than 1%, while some market mechanics like dealer positioning and so-called long gamma suppresses volatility. Recent history suggests muted activity. The chart also shows SPX one-day moves on major release days. With the exception of March, stocks have not moved much in either direction when inflation data has been released. So sad news. CPI has not moved the markets a lot this year. And again, you were pricing in about 0.8% of a move today to 1%, which is the same as last meeting. Fossil finance, Jay. Fossil finance. And dollar down on the CPI lie today. Well, I think the dollar was down a little bit here, was it? Yeah, so dollar's down a little bit right now, if that could hold up. There might be special teams. Again, right now, just the options expectations are low. The range is tight, assuming nothing goes, if again, 0.1 month over month, 0.5 month over month. That's what some people are saying will be more of a surprise and have a bigger market move. But for the most part, I mean, this is, if it does come in line, I mean, we are going to have special teams. Yeah. So 30 seconds, Chad. You could go to tradingeconomics.com. Again, just be on the lookout. The Wire is going to have everything as well, too. But what you are looking for is that headline number. Again, it's 3.3 or 4? Or 4.1. Yeah, 3.3, 4.1. All right, 20 seconds, Chad Adonia. 20 seconds. Good luck, my friends. Good luck. All right. Wait for it. Maybe we get a front run in bonds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. And we're off. What do we get in here? Oh, my goodness. Hold on. Where is it? I'm seeing 0.2 month over month on core. So core already came down a little bit. Wait, what is that? I got to get through to all of them. Core by 3.2. Yeah, I see 3.3 on headlines, surprisingly, and then core came down to 4. Interesting. Oh, no. My shit's not updating. Yeah, 3.2 versus 3.3. Month over month was 0 versus 0.1. So I think you actually got a slight bullish tilt. It's not the most bullish one in the world, but, like, again, you just heard everything I was reading you. Everybody thought this was going to come in negative. So core's at 4.0 flat, but the month over month reading was good. That's the weird part. So I guess some people wanted 4.1, but you do got a little bit of beat on both. I think overall good. You're getting your bullishness now. The bonds, oh, wow, bonds are already up. All right, and there's even the SPY futures. Let's see. I'll wait till the bonds come down. I might grab another one. So I'm still in that ZB. We're holding that. That one's doing good for now, but people weren't even expecting the bonds to move. You got a bullish read for now. Again, now add that to the market moves. You still have follow-up data tomorrow. I don't know if it's going to rocket us up too crazy. You're already up 1% right now. This is what the market was pricing in for the whole entire day today. So you have already made the market move here in a minute and a half, not even. So, again, keep that in mind right now. But this is already an outlier. So a lot of people did think this was going to come in lower, or that it was going to be hotter. So everything came in good. Headline dropped a little bit more. You didn't go below 3%, but you saw progress in inflation. Headline even came down here. So the market was not at all expecting a softer number. This is good news for the Fed and likely take December hike off of the table. So that's it, bro. I just read you 20 minutes of everybody, even Bloomberg, updating their forecast saying it's going to come in hot, and now you just had a low print. I don't think it was as low as could be, but given how bearish people were feeling a little bit ahead of that, I do think it kind of gave you a little bit of a shock. So, again, upside surprise here. We are looking good for now. Good morning. We got to get to 4,600. Bro, even the first 3 minutes, I'm waiting for the first pullback candle here to see, but for the most part, you are still riding up on all of these. Actually, yeah, you're already up 1.3. Again, that was the priced-in move was 0.8. So that is the issue. We'll see if we get the first red candle. Bonds are up. Again, markets liking it. The shelter index was the largest factor in the monthly increase for all items less food and energy, among other factors that rose in October. Index for motor vehicle insurance included on 1.9% after rising 1.3% the preceding month. The index for recreation, personal care, and apparel also increased in October. Big reaction, 14 basis points on the bonds. Again, shelter rose but offsetted a decline in energy, which helped offset a decline in energy in October. First glance, core inflation looks to be headed in the right direction still. Nobody was expecting this, and now good news for the Fed. So if you want, I could read the BLS website. I'm just waiting here to see if this is going to hold up or not. And then swap traders are already lowering rate cut expectations for 2024 now. So you might get a bullish shift there on the Fed futures. 79. All right, I did an MES. I'm still holding the bond play, but the idea is I'm going to start here, use this as 1 point just in case it plays out like this candle, and then on the pullback, I'm going to want to play a little bit more. But again, still holding that bond play, and that should be doing good for you. So we'll see. Where is it? BLS.gov. So, again, we'll go over the breakdown of it, and we'll see what they have here. Economic releases, inflation and prices, and CPI. So, November 14th. Again, this is where it's at. Most of the headlines now and analysts, and you're going to hear people talk about the little factors. It is all in here. So consumer price for all urban consumers was unchanged in October on a seasonally adjusted basis after increasing 0.4 in September. The U.S. labor statistics reported over the last 12 months, the items increased by 3.2 percentage points before seasonal adjustment. The index of shelter continued to rise in October, offsetting a decline in gasoline index and resulting in the seasonally adjusted index being unchanged month over month. The index of energy fell 2.5% over the month of as a 5% decline in gasoline more than offset the increase in other energy components. Food index was off by 0.3 in October after rising 0.2 in September. Index for food at home increased by 0.3, while the index for food away from home rose by 0.4. In the index for all items less food and energy rose by 0.2 in October after rising 0.3 in September. Index, which increased in October, included rents, owner's equivalent, motor vehicle insurance, medical care, recreation, and personal care. The index of lodging away from home, used cars and trucks, communication, airlines were among those that decreased month over month. All items on the index rose by 3.2 for the last 12 months ending October, a smaller increase than the 3.7 increase for the 12 months ending September. The all items less food and energy rose by 4%. It's the smallest 12-month change since the period ended in September 2021. The energy index decreased by 4.5 for the last 12 months of October, and food dropped by 3.3 over the last year. Fed swaps priced in first 25 basis point cut for June versus July prior. So again, I don't know where it is. So food index rose, energy. I want to see about healthcare. Medical care rose by 0.3 after rising 0.2 in September. Where is health insurance? Changes in health insurance. Following recommendations from the National Academics of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, the BLS improved the methodology used to calculate retained earnings on CPI health insurance. Under the pre-October method, retained earnings were updated annually without any smoothing of data. Under the new method, BLS will update the retained earnings every 6 months using half-year data and will calculate a 2-year moving average. I'm going to tell us what happened. Are you serious? On motor vehicle, tenants, and household insurance. Health insurance, yeah, I think it finally went up. Relative important, October to September. Down 34 from last year, so it went up 1.1. It honestly didn't go up that much, so, and they're still going to update that, but the health insurance, because remember I was telling you, the health insurance could have been the worst part. That came in 1.1. Some people had it at like 0.8 to like 1.8. But for the most part, that didn't have too crazy of one. And believe it or not, the real estate was the problem child here, is what it looks like. So we're still holding up. There is the bonds as well again. But for now, core came in slightly lower. So did headline. It seems to be a good news. A lot of people were a little bit hesitant leading into this, but now you have a bigger market and bond reaction than previously priced in. So everything was pricing in 0.8. We were up 1.1, 1.6 on TLT. So the rate market is signaling the tightening cycle has effectively ended, with the OIS pricing now a mere 12% hike, chance of hike by January. Meanwhile, they priced in rate cuts by about 92 basis points of December 24. Of course, the irony here again is that the more financial markets rally on the hope that the Fed is done, the more markets will be undermining the Fed's efforts to slow the economy and get inflation down. Here's Lindsay Rosner, head of multi-sector at Goldman Sachs, says, quote, the number of expected to be higher due in part of residual seasonality and new source data that was incorporated in the health insurance. However, the important indicator of inflation in focus was OER. Big reversion from upside miss on shelter last month to a meaningful deceleration in shelter. This should solidify the Fed hold on December. So they're saying shelter went down? Why did I read that it went up? I guess it came down overall, but it's still slightly higher than last month. Good news is heading into the holidays, airfares fell 0.9 month over month. 2-year, 10-year falls at least 15 basis points on the day. Energy fell by 2.5. Gasoline index down by 5. The 4% year-over-year increase on core was the smallest since September of 2021. So that was from the BLS. So note the big drop in shelter cost inflation was versus an unexpected pop in September. So there it is. So there you go. So housing came down compared to last month, but it was still high. So last month was a big pop, and it came in lower, but it was still generally, higher. And then again, used cars and trucks dropped by 0.8% month over month. I wouldn't say bull market, but definitely for today, I mean, you've already moved what the options were pricing in. That's the only problem. So I went with one MES here at the top. I was already holding a bond play, but the worry that I have is that you've already moved a very big amount so far, but today was good. All of that news is good for now, but the real question is, is this did we make the move and then we wait a little bit? But for the most part, at this level, everything going on, I would expect some bullishness here today. So we'll see how it plays out. Market will probably dump at open. I mean, it'll make that move. Again, watch every 15 minutes here. So it hasn't even been 15 minutes. So watch. Oh, that's me. So watch at like 5:45. I'm sure you'll see something. And then right there at 6 a.m., once we start getting into the rest of the news, I'm sure you will see some stuff. We need a solid close above 44. You might get it. Again, this is, this isn't that bad. Again, this you heard everything. I was just reading it to you here in the morning. You heard how people felt about this. Even Bloomberg updated their model to a hotter forecast. Like, honestly, in a weird way, this is kind of too good to be true, if that makes any sense. Like, especially coming into the year end, but like how everybody was, the BLS change, you had the potential for a lot of like surprises, but and especially with how Powell was talking. You got a couple of Fed speakers today, and we'll see, but in a weird way, that report was a little bit too good to be true. In this, again, core, that was your lowest core month-over-month reading now since September 2021. You now have even core not showing that stickier. Yeah, it's kind of better than Goldilocks. As in a weird way, it's suspiciously, again, you like inline, easy report, a difficult report, but like I told you, a difficult report that didn't even happen here, especially with how everybody was looking at it. So, I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take it, but definitely a little sus that it was that good there. It wasn't the best in the terms of like it wasn't a blowout. It's not like a headline came below 3. It's not like core dropped. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, that really just was kind of a, dodge the bullet once again. So Shelter still contributed to upside pressure last month, although Rich notes the pace has decelerated. While economists are expecting for a continued slowdown in this category, there is risk that it starts heating up again. Remember, rents have roughly a 1-year lag on the CPI, which means that recent acceleration in rents across the country won't be reflected in data until much later. Car insurance costs continue to rise. They were up 1.9 in October after a 1.3% gain in September. They have risen a whopping 19.2% over the year. And then the core CPI has now averaged 0.3 gains over the past 3 months, which is down from last year's average of 0.5. Really, we need to see sustained 0.2 gains in order to get inflation where the Fed wants it. But again, we are seeing progress. Ira Jersey, chief rate strategist, says the better than expected CPI will not only cause a market rally, but we suspect a bull steepening may not persist today as additional data comes in. The market will probably price out additional hikes this cycle, but we don't think any pricing for cuts in 24 will continue, suggesting there's a limit to the bull steepening for now. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. And then end up pointing out used car truck prices fell by 0.8 after a 2.5% drop in September. Some economists had expected them to rise due to the now ended auto workers strike. Are those futures for real? What do you mean? The bar for further rate hikes is getting higher and higher at this point, says Jay Bryson, chief economist of Wells Fargo. All right, so give it 2 more minutes. Let's see here. Like I said, just every 15 minutes, first couple candles, they were killer. You did the run here, and now we're chilling. I made my first MES right here. I went with a small MES, and then still holding the bond play. But for the most part, let's see where this is at. You were only pricing in 0.8 on the day, and now bonds are up by 1.6, and the market is already up 1.2 on the SPY. So core came in lower, lowest since September 2021 in terms of pace. Headline also dropped. You're not below 3, but for the most part, you didn't have any problems today. Maybe a better way to say it, but again, the data did come in good for now. So give it a little bit of time. So it looks like a mixed picture for food inflation, which is perhaps some of the grumpies among households, while fruit and vegetable prices were unchanged and the dairy-related products decreased by 0.4. The index for cereals and baked products rose by 4.2 over the 12 months ending in October. The remaining major grocery food groups posted increases ranging from 0.4 meat, poultry, fish, and eggs to 3.6 in other food names. Japanese authorities will be glad to see this number as it means a little relief from selling pressure on the yen. Lately, dollar strength has helped send the yen towards the weakest level with the greenback since 1990. Now it gets a 0.5 bump with the slide in the dollar back on this softer level of inflation. And as somebody who recently renewed car insurance, I could attest to the observation made earlier about prices. Okay. SPY still holding, and now we either get next leg up or next leg down. If we do stay pinned here, then we're going to stay pinned till the top of the hour there and then go from there. But again, it's been 15 minutes so far. Let the market and algos digest it. So I don't think if anybody's been surprised, it's because the fact that it came in better. But I haven't seen any real crazy spins on anything so far. Again, real estate was good and bad. Lower than last month, but still elevating. And there's a lot of other factors there. Again, gasoline did come down. The health insurance only affected you by 1.1. It wasn't that crazy. And that's about it for now. Oil did. I think oil came down. We'll see. So Fed interest rate cuts now seen starting in May. So I don't know what Ira Jersey's saying, but so again, Ira Jersey earlier, Bloomberg, they were talking about no more rate cuts being priced in. To start today, we were pricing in first rate cut of July of 2024. Right now, you're starting to get it to where it might move up to May. So you've already went from July to June, and now June to May is starting to get progress here on the Fed futures. So yeah, Fed interest rates now seen starting in May based on trading in Fed funds. So right now, the market's already getting really aggressive on that side. May is delusion. I guess that's 5 months after the market. Well, again, I mean, a lot of people, we'll see about the jobs report next. That's the next thing. The next thing you're going to get is a jobs report that most people expect is going to have a, what's it called? They expect the jobs report is going to come down and start weakening finally. So all of that would be good. But for the most part, I mean, this did just, I didn't expect us to have this solid of a report here today. Again, I thought there would be a little bit more friction, but now the only other data set would be non-farms. We do have data tomorrow, though, so we'll see if anything wants to contribute or not. Can it move higher? It could. That's why I made one small play on it. I'm still holding the bonds because I have cushion on there, but I'm up on the MES now. So even if you top ticked earlier here, 10 minutes later now, you're starting to go back up. So the problem I have with it going higher is that the market wasn't pricing in anything big. Remember, big CPI days used to pull a 1.7, 2.5% reaction in the last 12 months. The CPI days have not produced a big reaction. We haven't gotten a surprise. So today I wouldn't call it too big of a surprise because the number wasn't too low, but at the same time, it did catch people off guard. So the only issue is that you are moving now almost about double what was priced in. That will make it a little bit harder to go up, but then again, we'll see how everybody feels. A lot of people are saying it's not going to do this and that, but so far, I mean, first 15 minutes, a lot of things is running off of this momentum. A TLT candle. I think the first one, yeah, CPI already came out just literally about 15 or 13 minutes ago. Headline and core both came lower than expecting. Overall, good news. I guess, yeah, where was it? I guess headline came in at 3.2 versus 3.3, and then core came in at 4 instead of 4.1. Everything just by 0.1 was good. Timmy tweet, the big debate at the next Fed meeting is shaping us to be over whether and how to modify the post-meeting statements to reflect the obvious. The central bank is on hold. Why is Timmy pumping so hard? Am I being weirded out? Timmy is maybe they're using Timmy to make sure that we don't over-tighten or that we don't get into a recession. But I don't do. Timmy is Timmy just came out with a very bullish tweet pretty much saying, again, the Fed is done. But again, 2 minutes ago, he said October payroll would strongly suggest the Fed was the last rate hike in July. The big debate now is shaping to be whether how to modify the post-meeting statement to reflect the obvious that they're on hold. So again, another bullish-ass tweet from Mr. Timmerhouse. But difference is we have already ran without him. So let's see. But again, a lot of people are still throwing fuel on that fire there. I'm looking at you, Nick. So just in time for the picking season, Apple prices tumbled the most since 1987. They slid 7.8% in October. So if you guys are worried about inflation, you have a lot of deflation in Apple prices if you are interested in that. On a monthly basis, energy costs and core goods provided some disinflationary pressure for the first time. May and service inflation eased for the prior month. The terminal users can see. Kathy Jones, Charles Schwab, chief fixed income strategist, says Fed on hold for some time. Things are not going their way, and they probably don't want to change policy until they're more confident in the inflation outlook. I think the Fed sticks with their on hold policy until they get a series of low month-and-month readings over a period of 3 to 6 months, and the labor market shows a little bit more weakness. Good deflation, excluding food and energy, continues, though barely, with prices following 0.1 after a 0.4 decline in September. Oscar Munoz, chief strategist at TD, says core goods still in disinflation. That was a surprise for us. We're looking for strength there. New vehicle and apparel were surprised to the downsides for us as well. The OER decline was as expected, though rents continue to move sideways. Some concern there. Lodging away from home was a driver of inflation in September. It mean reverted today. All told, good report for the Fed. They will continue to maintain the odds of another hike on the table, but the market won't buy it. Higher for longer will be the message Fed officials will try to convey. And it can't be long before Goldilocks reaction notes arrive in my inbox. So, Macro Man, the unambiguously dovish set of consumer price headlines with both headline and core undershooting the published consensus. The core reading is even further below the wise guy whisper of shelter rose just 0.3, well below the prior 0.6, and broad service inflation was down by 0.3. The surge in financial assets is unsurprising as a result, though core inflation of 4.4 year over year is still not consistent with the Fed's easing of monetary stance. Then Nick Timmy pumping, bro. Everybody thought inflation was going to go up in a weird way. We thought the number was going to have positive seasonal factors that was going to bring it down. But literally this morning, Bloomberg updated their estimate to come in hawkish. To say that it was going to come in higher, and then everybody, I don't know, if you were here, you should watch the recap. If you were here reading everything we went over in the morning, bro, everybody was like, oh yeah, inflation is going to come in a little bit hot, and then sure enough, everybody, you just got the knees taken out there on inflation. It's not a big amount though. That's the weird part. It's only by 0.1, but considering, a lot of people were kind of skeptical of that, especially after the flip-flop in the last couple of days, it's I think that's what's giving you such a outsized reaction for now. Again, we're almost double market pricing, market expectations. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to get ready. I'm going to queue up some things for the news now. I think that's pretty much it. Market's up. Bond still holding. Overall, bullish on the day for now. We'll see how the day plays out, but no negativity in your bonds or the data for the morning, man. Welcome to CPI. It's coming down. It's coming down. I'll BRB.
We're seeing a price wage slinky. They're both gradually coming down the stairs slowly. I think this is just going to continue all the way to 2%.
And there's a question mark around, yes, this is definitely good for bonds, and you're seeing that rally in a massive wage day. Is this necessarily good for stocks over the longer term if it is accompanied with a cooling in the economy?
Yeah, I think it is. Now there are things that could go wrong, and there's certainly parts of the stock market that are overpriced. But I think what's happening is we're returning to where we were 10 years ago. We're returning to an economy with 2% inflation, very slow growth. That low inflation can allow for lower long-term interest rates, which supports all asset prices, bonds and stocks alike. And of course, stocks are the ultimate long-duration asset. So they will benefit from this lower rate environment. So, soft landings never last forever. They'll eventually be bump in the road and we'll fall into recession. But for right now, this does really show that inflation is steadily coming down, and we've got to recognize that's going on, regardless of Fed officials who occasionally say that we're not there yet or too early to declare victory. Look, I'm willing to say we're going to win this thing. It looks very, very likely that we're going to win this, get inflation down to 2% by the end of next year.
Small stocks, Russell up 4%, NASDAQ up 1.8%, though NASDAQ 100, I should say. Dow lags up 1.1%. Standard & Poor's 500 up 50, up 55, up 60, and now up 63 points, 1.5%. Dr. Kelly, I want to sum this up to the angst that Lisa Bramowitz has on our nation's debt. If we get inflation down, if we have a successful Fed, does that give you confidence that we can have a long-term R-G relationship, R minus G equation, that will mean our debt and deficit is of less fear?
A little bit. I mean, what you're basically saying is we can service this debt at cheaper prices, no matter how large it is. Yes, we can to an extent, but I think the amount of debt we've piled up in recent years is going to mean permanently higher long-term interest rates than we experienced 10 years ago. So that problem is going to be around for a while. And unfortunately, I see no evidence that there's any consensus in Washington about doing anything about it. So I'm still worried about populism on the left or the right just pushing these deficits higher and higher in the years ahead.
Dr. Kelly, thank you so much. David Kelly, JP Morgan. Lisa, I'm going to say this. I could be wrong. Everybody will come out with analysis better than me. I've never seen this. It's just that simple.
We are seeing the kind of rally in bonds, especially coming off some of the discussion from Bank of America, that indicates a shift in mood, that Fed basically is off the table in terms of another rate hike, that rate cuts are being brought forward in market expectations, and people right now, as we just heard from David Kelly, are saying we are going to win this thing. There is a feeling maybe this is not an inflation that can lead to 6, 7, 8% Treasury yields. That discussion, for now, is off the table, Tom.
4.48%. Let's wonder. Lisa, help me here with a data check as we close out this hour. I'm
bro, this is crazy. They getting mad bullets, bro.
7% distant from 5.04. Truly a cup of Tango.
So that's I don't yield to look at. I'm also looking at a 10-year yield down to 4.
We'll see, bro. If bonds rally too much today, and some of these bond people who are saying no, bro, if they start putting 5-6% off of the table now. So depending on what those Fed futures do, if those Fed futures start coming in like heavy, just like you already saw June go to July, or July go to June, and now June go to May. People weren't expecting that, but I'm pulling up the 10-year now. Just don't forget about that little 4.4. But did you hear what she just said? Like I'm telling you, again, we're at 4.47 now. So if we go below 4.4, but dude, if they're gonna start wiping that 6 off the table. So again, if you get huge outsized moves on bonds today, Fed futures, 10-year, 30-year, and it goes even crazier than what we have now, like I'm talking 3%. And we hold, let's say we go under 4.2 hypothetically, you might have everybody take off the rate hikes for even down the line until you hear from Powell. Do you get what I'm saying? So until you hear from Powell, but that's a crazy. Again, that first dude talking, and then for them saying that, and it's just the fact that bonds are going higher. Again, some of the brightest minds in bonds are saying we shouldn't go up right now, and you're already doing I think the bonds are more of an outlier on the day right now than the market reacting like this. So very, very interesting. But Chattadonia. Come on, man. It's not even 6 o'clock. How you living, baby? We got a whole day. Don't worry. We going to be here. I hope you're living good. But Chattadonia, good morning. How are you? We didn't get our good mornings in here. Who do I got in the chat? I know it's going to be crazy. You guys are all here. What's up, Open Face? Mavis, Laker, Jay. Oh, good morning. What's up, Raver? Dinos, baby. Calabero, Lucky Soldier, Gunner, J-Max, baby. Keithar, good morning. What's up, Joshua Dominguez? You feel me? Good morning. Unapologetic, baby. Good morning, Tiffany. Michael, yeah. Hobby Life, Matthew. Ian, good morning, baby. How you living? What's up, Sakoti? What's up, Youngblood? What's up, Desi? Oh, wow. Oh, good morning, baby. Carissa High's in the house. The Bond Vigilante. Oh, my goodness. Gus for the long term. Jerry Woods, Xavier, Jamar, Gregory Ruiz, baby. Oh, start the day, baby. D Hunter. Oh, my goodness. Horn. Let's go, baby. Good morning. That's how we starting. Oh, what's up, Cam? What's up, CG Trays? What's up, everybody? How you living? Good morning. I said we haven't even started the morning. We got news. You better wake up right now. What's up, Mr. Bose? Mr. Garlinger, Ram the Bull, Supreme, baby. Oh, Gorilla Mask, Joey. Legit Demon? What? No, what do you say? It's Joey, baby. It's Joey. Mr. FX, baby. Nate Positive Vibes, baby. Good morning. What's up, Marcelo? What's up, Derek Feaster, the man, the myth, the legend, baby. Good morning, Ari. Winning loser, KJ Green, Tyson, and Richard Judge, baby. I missed a bunch of them, man. I'm telling you. Usually it's only a couple of hundred people in the morning. Y'all ready to go. Y'all got woken up. Y'all got woken up with a splash of cold CPI. You know what I'm saying? What about that Twitch? El Coyote, Feed me Seymour. El Coyote posted news there about Fed barking too. Blowing dough. Toy Soldier Beatty. 8012. Mr. KJ Lemur. Destroyer. Real Mookie Bits. Lizzie. Ibex, baby. PDA, the Cookie Monster. Blizzy. B.O. Preforms. Showing love too. My goodness. What's up, Random? How you living, Random Filmmaker? Your Beef Straw. Braxton. Hunter Biden. MVK. 8012. Charlie. He was waking up early, baby. And then we got no Robo Hand Tag on Blowing Dough. I'll take it, man. Feed me Seymour. Universe, his favorite. Good morning. And if I missed you, I'm sorry, man. It's still a beautiful morning, bro. That's it. Everybody is woken up, bro, and everybody is going crazy. I'm telling you, man. Just even the bonds and everything, some of the talk that you have here right now, this is already wild. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're ready for more. But now, let us get into the news. Good morning, man. Good morning. So, stocks up, yields down as CPI fuels Fed peak bets. Stock futures rose and bond yields fell after a key inflation reading reinforced the view that interest rates have peaked and the Federal Reserve will have room to ease policy next year. Oh, bro, they going off in the Twitch, man. That's it. I'm sorry. Get another one, too. Happy birthday. Shout out D Hunter. Shout out to Charlie as well. I'm sorry. I'm happy on Friday. It's not even Friday. I'm just excited for CPI. S&P contracts added 1.2%, signaling the benchmark gauge will extend its November rally. Treasury 2-year yields, which are more sensitive to imminent Fed moves, plunged 18 basis points to around 4.86%. The dollar retreated by 0.7. The so-called core consumer price index, which excludes food and energy, increased by 0.2% in September. Bureau of Labor Statistics data showed on Tuesday. Economists are favoring the core gauge as a better indicator of underlying inflation than the overall CPI. That measure also stalled or restrained by cheaper gasoline. To Richard Flynn at Charles Schwab, the CPI figures make the prospect of a soft landing even more likely, with the Fed inching closer to their 2% inflation target. The drop in inflation suggests that recent monetary policy has been doing its job. Flynn noted the good news reinforces that the likelihood of central banks holding off further, which is the direction they seem to be leaning in any case. The number was expected to be higher due in part to residual seasonality and new source data that was incorporated with health insurance, says Lindsay Rosner of Goldman, who also noted that the number should solidify bets that the Fed will be on hold in December. Investors turned the most bullish on bonds since the global financial crisis on big conviction that rates will move lower in 24, according to the latest Bank of America fund manager survey. The poll showed that investors were dumping cash to hold the biggest overweight position in bonds since 2009. Bank of America Michael Hartnett said the big change was not the macro outlook, but expectations that inflation and yields will move lower in 24. NVIDIA shares are poised to extend the gain for the 10th consecutive session, longest streak of advances since a record-setting dash in December 2016, as the world's most valuable chip maker updates their artificial intelligence. Snapchat climbed after information reported Amazon has agreed to let users shop for products directly from ads on the Snapchat app. Home Depot narrowed its guidance for a decline in the year's profit, and revenue improved on home improvement demand wanes. And then Boeing extended a successful order haul on the second day of the Dubai Air Show, winning a deal from Ethiopian Airlines for more narrow and wide-body aircraft, while rival Airbus continued to chase an increasingly elusive deal with Emirates. So sticky inflation, U.S. inflation data on Tuesday is likely to show a slowdown. This was before it came in lower. Dude, I'm telling you, everything was wild. They say, but the stickiness in core. Rating risk, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen hit back at ratings agency Moody's for shifting a negative outlook on the U.S. credit rating. She expressed confidence in the country's economy and in safe haven qualities of treasuries. The comments come after Moody's threatened to remove the top credit rating for the U.S. owing to a wider budget deficit and political polarization. Her remarks also coincide with Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson planned vote on Tuesday for a temporary funding proposal to avert a government shutdown, for which he'll need support from a large number of Democrats. Biden and U.S. President Joe Biden and Chinese Premier Xi Jinping are set to meet on Wednesday in San Fran, and traders are watching for any signs of thawing relations between the two nations, which could help boost sentiment and beaten down Chinese assets. Steps have been taken that the direction recently on Jets and soybeans, plus an agreement on China cracking down on the manufacture and export of synthetic opioid fentanyl. The meeting will coincide with the slew of data on China's economy, likely to show that activity faltered in October, and the country mules $137 billion of new funding to boost their housing market. Right for it. Okay. S&P futures are up by 1.2% Tuesday morning trading at session highs after a softer than expected October CPI report. Comes as U.S. equities finished narrowly mixed in an uneventful Monday session that saw energy outperform with big tech tended to lag. Treasuries notably firmer across the curve with the 10-year below 4.5. Dollar down sharply on the major crosses. Gold is up by 0.5. Bitcoin futures down by 0.1 after a 1.5% pullback on the prior session. WTI is up by 0.4 after gaining more than 1.5% on Monday. Headline October CPI was flat month over month, slightly better than consensus of 0.1, up by 3.2 year over year. Core CPI light went up only by 0.2 versus forecast of 0.3. 4% annual rise, lowest since September of 2021. Hotels, used vehicles, airline rates among the areas of decline. Despite the softer reading, some debate about how much influence the print will have on the Fed's near-term policy calculus, given the extent of tightening already in place, the lagged effect of the rate hike cycle, and broader but uneven disinflation traction. Powell has also warned of head fakes in the data. Today's report comes on the heels of a big bond rally in recent weeks and the market's longstanding struggles with pricing in a higher for longer monetary policy. It also comes ahead of retail sales on Wednesday and a flurry of retail earnings over the next couple of weeks as the consumer resilience theme attracts more scrutiny. Multiple Fed speakers today, including Williams, Jefferson, Barr, and Goolsbee. House is looking to pass two-step stopgap government funding bill today via fast-track process, which will require support from Democrats who have signaled that they will help. Pretty quiet from a headline perspective. Bank of America's latest global fund manager survey revealed a big drop in cash holdings to a 2-year low, along with the first overweight in equity since April of 2022. Some discussion about the debate on the street about the extent of Fed rate cuts in 24. Also, some sell-side strategist support for 2024 earnings recovery. Elsewhere, EIA sold oil market set to return to surplus in 24, even if Saudi Arabia extends production cuts. HD beat on sales and EPS noted that, similar to Q2, saw continued customer entanglement with smaller projects and pressure on certain big-ticket discretionary categories. Also narrowed full-year guidance. Takeaways flagged fairly depressed sentiment into the print. ONON beat but raised full-year guidance. But guided below Q4, noting that some wholesale business pulled forward into Q3 from Q4. TME beat with growth in both subs and ARPU. VIP's Q3 GMV revenue, EPS, total orders better, though Q4 revenue and guidance light. FSR down big but altered, but after it lowered full-year delivery guidance. Let's see. So, again, October headline CPI came in cooler than consensus. Lowest print since July 2022. Annualized CPI was also a little bit lower. Core CPI below 0.2. The annualized core 4% is the softest since 2021. Everyone keeps saying that. Lowest print since September 21. The month saw declines in areas including new and used vehicles, airfare, and overall services. However, food away from home was up. Motor vehicle insurance accelerating to 1.9 month over month and 19% year over year. Shelter is down by 0.3, though still up 6.7% year over year, accounting for 70% of the total annualized core increase. Heading into the print, risks seen to be upside, given upside risk to areas include medical insurance. And again, that one was proven wrong as well. Odds of government shutdown are seen falling as House Speaker Johnson pushes clean funding bill. House Speaker Johnson this weekend proposed to push forward for a clean stopgap fill with a vote as soon as Tuesday before the current funding runs out on November 17th. It is going to run. Johnson plan would extend funding from some departments until January 19th and others until February 2nd, and exclude some demands by House conservatives. And then investors turn to first equity over rate since April 2022, with 2024 playbook of soft landing, lower rates, and weaker dollar. U.S. inflation expected to have fallen to 3.3 in October, which would be the first drop in annual rate in 3 months. Yellen pushes back against Moody's U.S. outlook downgrade, saying U.S. economy is strong. China activity data to forecast slow economy and lost momentum in October. Eurozone Q3 GDP shrinks, underlying expectations of technical recession in Q4. German ZEW economic sentiment continues to recover. Australian consumer drops following RBA rate hike. Business cost pressures ease. UK labor market still showing signs of resilience, though claimant account continues to rise. Narrow majority sees Bank of Japan lifting NERP as the next move. Bank of Japan looks to corporate profits, household incomes to boost wages and prices. Low Eurozone growth may force ECB policy sooner than desired. Bank of England to cut interest rates as soon as May. Economists predict China's new bank loans in October have fallen less than expected. Policy easing is expected. Beijing orders local governments to cut PPP exposure as debt risk rises. China stocking up on chip-making equipment imports. China Vanke bond volatility underlies investor fickle sentiment towards China property debt. NVIDIA unveiled newest chip on Monday for training AI models, the H200. Hyundai joins automakers and hikes wages for U.S. workers in Georgia and Alabama. Auto industry expanding efforts to cut rare earth EV use. EV markets in Europe expected to slow in coming years as more consumers await affordable EVs. Tesla Cybertruck contract includes clause restricting resale for 1 year after purchase. Bain Capital exploring the sale of IPO of Varsity Brands. Oh, wait, there's still more? Jeez. House looking to pass two-step stopgap government funding bill via fast-track process. Interest on U.S. debt rises 87% year-over-year to $88.9 billion in October. Biden and Xi Jinping discuss strengthening communication and managing competition. Deal on fentanyl and then military tension to be a priority of Biden-Xi summit. IDF says Hamas has lost control of Gaza. UN says Israel IDF operations in Gaza are grinding to a halt. Iran-backed network triggers fears that Israel-Hamas war could spread within region. EU warns extending steel trade with U.S. to avoid Trump-era tariffs, and IEA says oil markets less tight than expected as supply climbs. Wow. All righty. No new high since the market ain't open. We went a little high, but then after that, not much. The bonds, though, again, 2% on TLT. I hope you know how wild this all is, man. This thing is insane. Still very early. Very early. The volcanoes, not much volcanoes today. I think the earthquakes kept going, though, man. It was very, very wild. Very, very wild. So I got these. These are fairly updated. I think it accounts for like half of this move here. But for your pre-market movers, you got Tech up by 5.9, confirmed sale of steelmaking coal business for EV of $9 billion. Snapchat up 5.5, deal with Amazon. MUFG up 4.4, earnings up to 400 billion yen on market buyback. SPLK up 2.9, expiration of Hart-Scott-Rodino waiting period for proposed transaction with Cisco. MOS up by 1.9, Barclays upgrade. KHC up by 1.9, Bernstein upgrade. XP up 1.8 off of earnings. Home Depot up 1.1 off of earnings. CF up 0.5% off Barclays earnings. CLBT up 13.4 off of earnings. Katos 5.1 off of nothing. ICL up 4.0 off of Barclays upgrade. AMRC up 3.5 off of insider buy. SGRY up 3.2. TD Cohen. BZ up 2.1 off of earnings. THRX up 45%, exploring strategic alternatives and workforce reduction. Bird is up 14.9 off of nothing. BFX 14.3 off of nothing. ASXC up 14.2 off of a flex agreement. OCEA up 12.6, preclinical oncology data for VRON 0300 presented at SITC. 10.9 on BENF off of earnings. DHAC up 10.6, extends business combination deadline up to November 8th. EVLV up 10.3 off of nothing. PROC, PROK up 10 off of trial data. ACIC up 9.2 off of earnings. FONR 9.1 off of earnings. PCT 6.9 off of nothing. PSFE up 6.2 off of earnings. Note up 6.1 off of earnings. DWAC up 4.5 off of nothing. Huya up 3.8 off of earnings. PDSP 3.5 off of earnings. EBIX earnings. ISPR earnings. BLDE and EV stocks all trading higher. SC is trading 12.7% lower off of earnings. AER down 2.7, 26 million share offering for holder GE. VOD down 2.5 off of earnings. FSR 20.0 off of earnings. CSIQ down 14 off of earnings. CAMT off of earnings 7.2. Venom down 4.7 off a 9 million share offering. NYCB down 2.0. Wedbush Securities downgrades. DV down 1.6. 12.5 million shares secondary offering priced for 30.45. Skin down 47.9, CO departure and earnings. BTAI down 37 off of earnings. HRO down 23 off of earnings. GDHG down 15. Follow through from Hindenburg Research short position yesterday. And R-Way down 7.7, 3.75 million share offering. Wow. Not bad. Not so bad. So, Chattadonia, that being said, what do you have for me, baby? What do you have? Tell me what you got, baby. What do you have for me? What's your first play? We have so much time. You have no idea. I'm going to take a bathroom break after the plays, too, bro. Unless you want to do it right now, bro. Unless you want to do it right now, baby. We could get through the play. So what do you got for me, Po? There's the Chad. UEC play, long-term, SPXL, SPY put, Bears are salty, morning, Tesla, Roku calls, Mad Love, UEC, CCJ, shorting ZB more, Tesla call, ARC, JD calls, GAMB, Lulu, definitely looking at HD, SPY 450 calls, 0 day, SPY puts, NVIDIA puts, long, TQQ, still in SVIX, Tesla, NVIDIA puts, Tesla, PayPal long, MPW long-term, SPY puts, crowd, Tesla 216, Tesla calls, IWM calls, SoFi, SoxL, DNA, Tesla, TNA, Palantir long, XOM, Snapping, Tesla, regional banks 10, Apple 187 calls at 7, MPW, hello, SPY puts, Google calls, puts on Striker, COVID, Uber calls, Datadog, 10-year future, Carvana long, DXY calls, GAMB, long-term, Hella SPY puts, TLT calls, Printin long, Labu, JBLU, HBI, Tesla 300, Roblox, good morning, baby. CCJ, UEC, NVIDIA, Meta, Tesla, Microsoft calls, ANET, Carvana, adding more Mara, Bank of America, am I long or short on the SPF, calls on AI, Josh, shout out to my fellow uranium heads, Pfizer shares everything, Tesla, AU, AI, Croc shares, TSM, calls on the trading fraternity, Mara, Black please, large upside, small cap, Snapchat, 10%, Tesla calls, selling MPW coverage, Unity calls, selling calls at open, 1117, 435s, Jets calls, ARC, Baidu, JBL, AMD, SPY calls, Baidu again, and the final plays. Datadog calls, everything, calls on the peach, Meta calls. Wow. Wow, Chad. So take that. I got a couple plays. Oh, Adani, bro. Adani, bro. Again? You've been showing mad love lately. It all started with a prayer, baby. Let's go. Horn. That's what I'm talking about. God bless y'all. Y'all showing mad love. Get ready. We got 7 more hours of this, man. We got 7 more hours. So I'm going to go pee. I'm going to actually get a water. I don't really need to go pee that much. I need to down me another water, bro. I'm getting excited here, so give me a second. But I love you. God bless you. Good morning. And I will be right back. All right. See you in a little bit.
Democratic support, keeping in mind, John, that the last continuing resolution that passed under Speaker Kevin McCarthy was clean. It required Democratic votes, and it ultimately cost him his speakership. So Mike Johnson's future will be a little bit of a question here, as is, of course, the question open. What will happen when it reaches the Democratic Senate and ultimately President Biden's desk? Yesterday, he didn't suggest either way whether he's made a decision on signing it if it does make it to his desk or vetoing this measure.
It's like a sequel to the movie we watched only a month ago. Candy Lines, thank you. Dan in Washington, appreciate the update. Richmond Fed President Tom Barkin right now. The government shutdown impacts are historically modest. Robert Tipp, can we ignore this mess down in Washington?
You can't ignore it. I mean, it's disturbing. We have difficulties in just governing. And the ratings agencies are calling attention to this. The deficits are shockingly large for a peacetime expansion, peacetime for our country. That's something that on the margin is weighing on Treasury yields and is going to continue to weigh on Treasury yields. I think for the market, in terms of major disruption, the shutdowns are much less of a problem. Default risk, when you get to the debt ceiling, that's the big one. So I think in terms of the markets, it's less of an issue here. But in terms of the general trend of mild upward pressure on government yields versus everything else, that's the situation we're going to be living with for the foreseeable future.
Well, the trend right now is lower yields on my screen, lighting up big time. The 2-year down by about 19 basis points, the 10-year down by a similar amount. We're pricing in more rate cuts for 2024. That's the conversation as things stand. Erin Brown, the conversation in DC has been the same one for the last 10 years. Governance issues. Should those governance issues lead to higher yields? Does it make it more expensive for this government to finance the deficit, given the dysfunction in Washington?
Yeah, I think like the prior speaker just said, I think that the increased dysfunction that we've seen over the last decade or so does lead to more risk premium being priced into 10-year Treasury yields. And really, the dysfunction makes it more difficult for smooth government financing to occur, for the government to fund its deficits, to really, focus on its priorities. So I think that does, import some modest amount of, higher yields on treasuries, but it's very hard to be able to disentangle how much is coming from, increased risk of government dysfunction. But I do think it matters.
This Treasury market just looks like a mess, Robert Tipp. Last week we had a sloppy bond auction on the 30-year and yields were surging by more than 20 basis points at the long end. This morning, encouraging news. Let's be clear about that. We want to see more of this. Less of last week, more of this. Further signs of disinflation. And Robert Tipp, we've got another move of 20 basis points, this time at the front end. Robert Tipp, what are you making of just the day-to-day price action in Treasuries?
Yeah, and I want to take you back through the issuance aspect again. If you think back prior to the August refunding announcement and the Fed's shift to a higher for longer stance, we were kind of down wrapped around 4% on the Treasury. And now we're up in more of like a 4.30 to 5% range. So I think the downgrades and the supply are really weighing on the back of the market more visibly than before. In terms of the day-to-day movements, that has been a feature. I think investors are really disoriented here. I think they're...
The investors are really disoriented here. Disoriented. Disturbing. A lot of words. But Chattadonia, 10 minutes till the bell here now. I hope you're enjoying the morning. Some people may be very perplexed. Again, inflation, the story, if you haven't noticed, inflation has gone up for the last 3 months, albeit very small. But this was now your first report that finally came down. A lot of people are feeling good about it, especially not only did it show inflation coming down, it came in lower than expectations. And now, again, there is now 50 basis points of rate cuts priced into July. So that again, that's pretty much getting you almost, that means by July you'll have 2 rate cuts, which is saying even up to May. I'd keep an eye on that, but that is a big movement underneath the surface here on the day. So Chattadonia, we got about 5 minutes till the pledge. We've gone through the news. We've gone through the plays. You're here right now. Is there any questions? If we could go over anything, this is the time. I could bring out Josh AI if you want. Hey, I heard you guys just got some surprising data. If you have any questions, just say, hey, Josh AI, and I'll be able to answer any questions. I'm pre-programmed to answer over 500,000 questions, anything even related to the most active data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So let me know. You're waking up, man. It's cool. I had a little bit of protein. I had a little bit of water, bro. I'm feeling good. I had a little bit of vitamins, I see. You got to get in on it, man. You got to get in on it, man. You got to wake up a little bit. You got to wake up, man. Can you explain the strategy of buying shares and getting options? Well, let's say you buy a stock at $100 and then the stock goes up pre-earnings, or let's say it goes down, it doesn't really matter, but you buy a put at $95, it will make sure that you can't lose more than $5. So pretty much by buying an option with your shares, or buying shares alongside of your options, it's using them as designed and pretty much buying insurance. So if you're worried about an earnings play, what's going to happen? So I brought that up with Target yesterday. So it's like if I wanted to play Target, but I'm worried that it'll drop too much, I could buy the shares and then buy a put too, and then make sure that I have a defined loss to the low side. Can I ban you for a month? You're perpetually losing badly. I mean, I could ban you if you'd like, but at the same time, I do not control your trading account. That's kind of the issue. Worst case, get the long term. Some people said paper trade. I mean, sit out 1 day. That's if you really want to try to find out, like if you have trouble, just sit out 1 day. Just try one day. Take it as a vacay. It's not even sitting out, We resting you for the fourth quarter, baby. We resting you for the fourth quarter. Does the providing data change what you believe about the yield curve? No, not at all. If anything, the last 3 months has solidified my belief in the yield curve, no doubt. And if anything, I hope it shows you the validity of what I've told you guys to watch out for. Because again, like I've told, as long as it doesn't uninvert, we don't have a problem. Again, we had problems when it was uninverting, but it never went back up there naturally. So again, with today's data, all it does is invert the curve once again. The long end shoots down, higher for longer stays up. The curve is going to invert again. The market will like it. And like I'm saying here, until Powell cuts rates to uninvert it, I don't think we're, again, if anything, it just seems like, we're chugging along very nicely. But the yield curve is a solid-ass indicator, man. Is that? Oh, I keep thinking that's a fly or something, but it's like a piece of my clothes. Every time I clap, there's like a little like this. I'm wearing these weird sweatpants. I'm waiting to buy bonds. I was in a play leading into this from yesterday on the ZB, but I would say today makes the case for wanting to buy bonds a little better because I think everyone's going to start front-running it now. The bonds shouldn't be doing this. I'm telling you. The bond people today, they all said no, no, no. They even said even if we had a surprise print, they were saying that this wasn't supposed to, the bonds weren't supposed to move. But now you have mother effers, and then look at the Fed futures. It's already pricing in rate cuts now for 3 months in advance of what happened prior. So the idea of trying to front run it is coming back right now. So would I say it's the time? I don't know. I'm already in on it, which sucks. But at the same time, I don't believe this is the buy and hold and Powell is going to cut next. But at the same time, you might get a little activity here in bonds if this keeps persisting. So we are going to find out. But Chattadonia, are you ready? What's more important than the CPI? What's more important than the market? Every day, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, there is something more important that we must do, and that is pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country for real. Thank you for your love and sacrifice, but honestly, man, we wouldn't be here without y'all. Everybody got their opinion on it, but I know damn well, man, we would not be afforded with these opportunities. We are standing on the ground that has been lifted up through the sacrifice of the people before us. So veterans, I hope you know you appreciate it. Those serving now, same goes for you, man. Even the families, we love and appreciate y'all, and just thank you, thank you, thank you, and big shout out to anybody else out there. Give it back to their local communities, the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, the police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody helping out, giving back, making things run, baby. God bless you and keep it up. I hope you know you appreciate it. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send in the jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or not. Oh, Chattadonia. Chattadonia. Oh, my goodness. Happy Tuesday. CPI. Market's even up. I'm even up on that like late top tick MES. That's crazy. So, again, I think opening candles are going to be very, very exciting here. So, let's see what happens, Chattadonia. It's game time. So we got a minute 44, bro. We early on everything today. That's what happens. We streamed early. We were up before the data now. We've gotten through, again, the news. It wasn't too much. You got a couple of updates on Boeing and then Home Depot and other names like Snapchat. KRE's up 4. Damn. Well, the bonds, bro. That's the biggest concern I have right here. I know Wall Street's a bunch of crackheads, but dude, if they start taking off 5 and 6% rates off the table and really start believing that, it's going to be fascinating. So this is kind of, if the bond market really does shift, there will be a huge shift underneath the surface today. So I don't know if one day is going to prove it. I would say by the end of this week, but we do got to watch out for that. CPI was good. It wasn't, that's the weird part. It wasn't the best to make it where we're like doing this, but at the same time, you do have the bond markets and futures of the rates. The way they're moving right now, it's quite phenomenal. Again, it's a major outlier here on the bonds. The market is already up about double what was priced in ahead of this event. So to give you an idea, nothing was supposed to happen today. We were supposed to move less than 1%, and then that data came in, and now we are doing double, triple that on the bonds, and it's leaving you in quite the scenario. So, Chad, get ready for it. We got less than less than 30 seconds. I was answering the question. Core CPI came in at what? 4.0 flat, the lowest since September 2021, and the lowest month over month since then as well, too. So, again, one of a very low core reading, but it did not go below 4, but it's at 4, so that's good, but we'll wait till next month to test that stickiness. Round 1. Fight. All righty. All right, HD again, they had earnings. Watch Snapchat too and any of the other ones, but I think everything's going to do good. Watch for anything interest rate sensitive, especially if it starts getting like really, really active here. So again, bonds are up a ton right now. That's going to be the main story. Again, the MES is already up too, so literally even late top ticks are all in the green right now. Oh my gosh. No way. Bro, you have gone through 1, 2, 3, 4 levels. Next level is 44A. Oh, this is disgusting. Oh my goodness. So you're back up to now like mid-September levels. August 16th, you did have some downside here, but holy shit. 44.74 and then 44.83. Those are going to be your next levels here, and then 44.93. It does get a little choppy up there, so we're going to have to see. Oh, what's up, business? I'm on business. Hey, hold on. Let me get this out there. I'm on business. Please hold, please hold, please hold. I'm going to hit you with a horn, though. I love you, man. God bless you. Shout out to the chat, baby. Shout out to the chat. I'm getting out this stream alert. I want to get everybody the levels now because that's what sucks because all of our levels now, you haven't been here in a couple months, so as far as like new levels to the upside, you do have a couple here. So 44.73, 44.83, then 44.94. Look at the VIX. He's probably murdered 13.9. I'm still shocked by these levels, man. Again, even the way TLT's up 2.5. So I got $50 on one MES. That's actually crazy. So one MES is already moving quite a decent amount here. We got a couple of other things moving here too. Those ARC contracts went back up, so that was nice. SQ running. Where's Disney? That reminds me. They're above 90, but they're not going too crazy. Honestly, Disney's barely moving on a day. SPY's going another high. Snapchat is above $12. So, again, Amazon partnership here today. But Snap is they're fools. Literally. I think El Coyote, didn't you say that earlier? So, right? Bro, they could have just avoided talking about the war and announced that partnership. They would have been up at fucking $15 by now. My goodness. I don't know if Michael Burry closed the shorts, actually. That is quite the question. I'd watch regionals and real estate as well here, too. Again, the bond KRE is up by 4.6%. XLF up by 1.5. Again, banks could be a little bit better, but they are all still working good. DraftKings even coming up here right now. Offline today, of course. Don't worry, baby. Don't worry. We love you, and thank you for all of the days you're online. Amen. You used to say Snap was crap. I know I've always liked Snap, but like I'll tell you when they're dog shit. I have not been afraid of that, but they again, that last earnings was weird, but look at them, dude. Snapchat's almost at $13 now, or $12.20. They're up 8.6 here. Disney's starting to, again, I was telling you, Disney was not moving on a day like today. Now Disney is woken up. That one was trading a little bit behind. Watch out for the yen too. That made some moves. You got a little bit of your first chicle here. So again, 44.77, slightly above the first level, but we do have a new range that we are going to be dealing with here today. AEO. Oh, travel. I forgot it. Then where's Uber? Uber's at 53. They're kind of chilling out because they ran, but watch A-Net's on the high. I think Morgan Stanley and Goldman. Again, bonds, bro. Bonds. Watch anything related to that with like banks. I see Pfizer going up, but watch travel again. UAL coin on the low and Tesla on the low. Interesting. I didn't think I would see names on the low. Yeah, MPW is just getting hyped off of the rates. But remember, once the rates stop, so does MPW, unfortunately. Yeah, ARC is killing it. That was our, if you're worried about TLT or not, if you do have those ARC plays, that is our pseudo rate cut. The only problem, ARC only covers you till January, but you got about 200% on those for now. But again, watch out for any of the real estate stuff and see if that holds. Amazon's on the high, 52-week high. Baba's going up now too. Watch UAL. UAL and travel. They're already coming down, even Southwest, Delta. That's one I would be watching out for. ONCL. And then 10 years still holding up. Ford is cheap. What percentage of LT do you think you should take profits? Up 40% on equity and debating taking it. I don't take profits unless I want to buy something. So that's it. Just do not, in my personal opinion, it is not a good idea to sell just because you think the price is high or low. I know that may sound counterintuitive, but like I always say, find something to buy. Otherwise, if you're up a lot, I would start looking to sell covered calls. Find a way to create income off of that. And, over enough time, you do that. Like I'm saying, like Uber, I've sold covered calls on that several times over the last couple of years where just like, time after time, you're going to collect money on it. But for me, unless I had a plan to buy, turn it to another investment, I'm usually not selling something out just because it went up. Mav Beauty Brands enters asset purchase with Nexus Capital. Yeah, Amazon's going crazy. I don't know what Mav Beauty is. SPLK on the high again. Boeing got another order, but they're not going too crazy. Vips is on the high. Watch out for the China names. They're not even moving like that. They could go a lot crazier. Time after time. Sound up another 4. Uber covered call for January. How do you roll out of that? Just go to January 25 or January 26, depending on the price. Go see the price of the contract that you have now, and then just go find another contract further out the money that has the same price you would close out of your current contract. You do that, you're good to go. That's what I've done multiple times on Uber. I've had Uber covered calls in the money, and then I roll over, then it goes back down, and then I'll close them for a profit, and then a year later we'll do the same thing. Bear market over. Definitely slows it down. We still got a couple of things on the way, but here's the problem is that you still this is all going to be affecting rate cuts now. What you should be looking at is the Fed futures. So whatever happened today, I don't think it was supposed to happen, but you do have people now suspiciously lowering rate cuts for the future, or rate hikes, and that right there is the answer. I'm looking right now. Well, let me know. If you have, tell me the play after. If you can't find anything, I'll find one for you. And we could go over some of those. Pfizer's still lagging behind. Even Disney a little bit. And then market's still holding up, so that little red did not do much. Bonds, everything, bro. This is actually insane. Again, yen is breaking out, but futures and bonds are higher than the morning. So again, a late MES is still up. The bond play, again, you still got it climbing. Go look at the 10-year. Like I was telling you guys the other day, the sweet spot is 4.4. That's a number Wall Street has been throwing out there, and like we're close to that now. Yeah, you're at 4.44 now. So literally 0.4 away, and that will be the like crazy money move here. Or maybe we hit 4.4 and chill, but otherwise the next resistance should be 4.25. Remember what I was telling you, that range between 4.5 and 4.25. Well, guess what? You're in there right now, hence part of the rally. Again, Snap shares rise 9 after Amazon to sell shopping ads on the company's platform. 44.77 now. You're about to hit a new high of the day. So you hit the first one earlier. There it is. Next level, 44.82, 44.83. I don't know about Target. I think Target might be too late now. That's it. CPI kind of got rid of that play. Target's already up 4%. So sadly, the best play would have been earlier. Otherwise, now you're doing the same Target play with 4%. It's up to you. You can still play it today. Again, they're going to report tomorrow morning. Maybe there's still pre-earnings, but I don't think I will now that they're up 4%. I think the rally is for the upcoming government shutdown. I don't think the government shutdown should affect this negatively like that. It really hasn't. You know, even the downgrade and running out of money was a little more serious, but at the same time, I don't think so. I think for now, I would pay attention to the Fed futures. That's the ground shifting. Just like remember when the dot plot came out and I told you guys, wait a minute, this looks weird and it could insinuate a large shift for the Fed futures. It's the same thing here now, but unfortunately, and I say unfortunately because you just saw how the market played out. It's not to the bearish side, it's to the bullish side. It's literally all of a sudden now you have everybody pricing in rate cuts for May. When again earlier this morning we were at rate cuts for July. So you almost shaved a quarter of Fed policy expectations in about an hour here to start off. So that's what I think is going to be the answer. But then again, we do have data tomorrow and other things, but that's what I would be looking out for moving forward. So I think that will be your answer. Walmart 52-week high. Target's even coming up. How are commodities up and inflation supposedly going down? Commodities are not up and they're not down. Commodities are just weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like if you pull out this is a 2-year chart on oil. Like, this is a 4-year chart, but like I'm taking you back in time. Like, oil is the same price after 12 months. You go back to January 2022, oil is at the exact same price. You know, and then you go look at everything else. Inflate commodity, the price of all of your food commodities are lower. Do companies have to charge more and higher shipping? Yeah. But like the actual commodities are all low. And then even if you do want to bring it back, I mean, it's like for the last 2 years, 3 years, prices are still holding similar price points. And then again, oil is a big factor with all of that when it's all said and done. A note on the low. Oh, your first bond sell. All righty. Kalanovich, JP Morgan. He said comments on it. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, 3 Fed speakers today. You already heard from Michael Barr. He didn't say much. I think even Patrick Harker, too, in the morning we might have already got. So, look, this is getting interesting. TLT down, stocks up. First time this is happening now to start off the morning. So, watch out for that. Because like I was telling you, the bonds, that is where all of the action really was. That's the thing that is blowing my mind here today. So, you're getting a little bit of a separation there. So TLT going into its low on the intraday chart, and then SPY is going to another high. So 44.78, again, about maybe 4 to 6 more points till the next level. SMCI is running. Tesla, NVIDIA. Again, Tesla's trying to come back. They sold off a little earlier. Isn't the rate going lower without crashing a recession since everyone will go borrow and buy products? Well, it could unwind the progress towards inflation. That's what people are worried about. But for now, it's like I told you guys yesterday. What just happened? Inflation went a little bit lower, and policy is going to stay the same. So that means, again, once again, policy was restrictive. And then the good thing people are reacting on, even if the number wasn't a big increase or decrease, it's the fact that it reversed the last 3 months of inflation bouncing back up. And inflation has now came down. But it's just buying you some time until pretty much the next jobs report and then the next Powell. So, but for now, it did have the ability to move rate hike odds. And I do think that is the tectonic plate underneath the surface that caused this. But yeah, current policy is sufficiently. That's what you saw today. At the very least, though, inflation came back. The policy rate is high. And now even by 0.1, you got 0.1% more restrictive today with inflation finding a way to stay lower. Tesla's coming up again. SPY there. Bonds doing that little weird. Again, maybe SPY comes down a little bit. Bonds bounce. But that was the first little weird breakup there on the morning. Powell's going to be in, you'll hear him on, speeches before, but otherwise, the one you want on your calendar is around December 14th. What happened to buy the rumor, sell the fact? But this wasn't the rumor. That's it. If you were here this morning, I read you everything on Wall Street. The word on the street this morning was that inflation was going to come in hot. Like I told you, the health insurance, everything else, the way people, even Bloomberg this morning updated their forecast to come in hotter. So everybody forecasted a hotter. The rumor was wrong, essentially. Yeah, exactly. So whatever the rumor was, buy the rumor, sell the fact. You know what I'm saying? It's like the rumor was just not that. Wasn't it? Everybody thought it was gonna be hot, but it wasn't. And now everyone's like, wait a minute, does that mean bonds are never gonna touch 6% now for this cycle? And quickly, I'm shocked. You know what I'm saying? This is why, I'm glad, I'm in a stable relationship right now, because it's heartbreaking to see how fast people move on. You know what I'm saying? Bro, I would again, we were here. Imagine how much time we spent here and we were talking about the next levels. Instantly, people are like, oh, yeah, maybe we're not going to even see 6% anymore. I'm like, damn, really? We went through all of that at 5%, and just like that, one little report, one data head fake, they just nah, and they moved on already. I'm like, damn. 6 or 7, they're saying anything higher. That, again, a lot of people, by being surprised positively today in the bond market, they're like, oh yeah, we're never going higher now, which is I don't know if I want to believe it. I see it because I see what they're doing on the Fed futures, and it could make sense moving forward, but at the same time, it's like, yo, bro, they're very well, I don't know if that really is the case, unless a full-blown real soft landing does emerge. But at this point, it's very wicked to see that back and forth. But, hey, we'll find out. Bullish. Yeah, tomorrow PPI is bad. Well, I don't know. I don't know how much PPI should move us now. I think retail sales will be a big caveat for tomorrow. Retail sales and the consumer, that's going to say a lot to inflation, CPI, jobs, all that good stuff. And then there's also the seasonality, which makes it interesting. Higher for longer is still in play. That's why the rate cuts are still for 2024. Think about it. Right now, even when I'm like, wow, the rate cut odds are moving, they're still about 8 months away. So higher for longer is still true. That's why with inflation coming down, what you're getting today, people believe that. Powell will keep rates. Pretty much Powell has a window now from the next, 8 months or so. That's what the Fed futures are saying, for him to lower rates or hold them up until 8 months from now, and then he could chill it out. All right, SPY still going up. We have a potential government shutdown. There's a vote today. So 44.83 now, level number 2. Next one, 44.94. And then I think 97, but before you know it should be 4,500. And then this is the closest you've been to pump it up in so long. You have no idea. You have no idea. Seems like the entry to stagflation. It's either entry to stagflation or if a couple more inflation reports and bad jobs data, and if the economy doesn't crater, you're going to start hearing soft landing more than you've heard anything, unfortunately. It did start with the Timmy tweet a couple weeks ago, but that's part of it too. Timmy was pumping it this morning, bro. Timmy was pumping the report. I don't know why this guy, he definitely has to be on the bonds or something, but it's like literally it did really start from that market bullying on Powell, and it has not relented at all. 2 years down 19 basis points on the day. That would be the biggest one-day drop since it fell on March 22nd. That's a result of SVB. So that's, again, 15 basis points is insane. I think it did that on the long end, too. If bonds go any higher from here, you're going to start setting records. Would you say we're fighting the Fed? Not necessarily, but we kind of are, but not really. It's because most people are assuming Powell's done. He just doesn't want to say it. But at the same time, at the face value, you are fighting the Fed. If you look at the data, you look around, it doesn't look like you're fighting the Fed when all of the factors are going in your favor. However, by default nature of Powell and the terminal being higher and the market now pricing in more rate cuts than the terminal would say, by default, you are fighting the Fed. But what's his name? Nick Timiraos today was even saying, well, how can the Fed now find a way to update their past statements to reflect the reality because of the data? So it's kind of a catch-22, depending on how you want to look at it. Why the market listened to him? Because he's considered the Fed whisperer. A lot of people like him, and at other times he's given like heads up on the Fed, or they assume that the Fed uses him to leak stuff. So he has a nice history of being ahead of Powell and he has a good relationship with the Fed, but it is very they fed him the bad news one time. Again, like the track record that he has with it, he's usually ahead of the curve with the Fed, or lately the Fed just will tell him stuff, it seems like. But in the last 6 to 9 months, he hasn't really had too big of an effect. But in the last 2 weeks here, ever since Powell, he has been pumping every interpretation of what Powell has been saying. All right, bonds coming back down. So SPY's holding up. Bonds are outpacing. Even though NASDAQ's at 2%, bonds are still at 2.2, SPY 1.6, Russell at 3.8 or 3.6. My goodness. You think this big is too big for the day? Yes and no. Relative to what was pricing in, we are now doing double. So this is a 2 standard deviation move, but considering the nature and if the markets want to keep pricing in less rate hikes, you could still go higher. But I'm inclined to be content with this move already, considering this has already been a surprise, and now, you've ripped through levels and you're knocking at the door of 4,500. We were punting up until today. Yeah, that's why this gives you the confirmation, and you're good to go. There's still some data there, but like I'm saying, if this has enough juice to move the Fed futures, then you're going to get a little bit of wind off of that and ride with that. But then again, you have doubled up the expectation for today. This is already, by the morning, it hasn't even been an hour. It's been 30 minutes. This is already a 2 standard deviation move for the CPI, especially in the last 12 months. CPI has not moved like this. Yeah, HD came right back up. Well, yeah, the figures are messed up. I mean, Chad, I showed this on the watch list. You guys got to realize it. Unfortunately, this is the problem with everything. Do you guys realize what I'm showing you here? Remember, they made a change to the health insurance CPI today. This was part of the BLS labor statistics. Why did they change it? Because if you look from 2022, based on your CPI, so that means for the last year, every CPI was incorporating health insurance dropping on average about 4% a month. So for you guys are like, wait a minute, my life isn't really like this. This data doesn't show. You're correct. Why? Because there's a lot of weird ways that they get this data. And the problem with health insurance, that's why they changed it today, because for the last couple of years, they were just looking at the cost that it cost the insurer to provide the service. So instead of actually getting a real cost of what Americans were paying and factoring that into the CPI calculation, for the last over a year, they've been saying health insurance has been coming down because the CPI has been looking at the metrics from the insurers rather than the patients. Ta-da! So this chart alone should highlight why all of the data we get, I mean, just keep in mind, we're reacting for the sake of reacting for the markets. But if you really do think at this point it's like telling you what's happening on a real-time basis, that's just not really correct. All right, bonds lower, TLT lower, and then SPY still holds. So this is where it's getting interesting from here. I mean, this is your first little gap between equities and bonds. So either SPY is going to catch up, or maybe bonds come down to a more normal level and we chill. Yeah, TLT on the low. That's one of the very few. Again, Macy's. Where are those travel names? Yeah, Watch of Travel, again, Uber, airlines, anything related to like aircraft too. Again, that could be pretty good. I pay $600 a month for your health insurance. So up until today, the CPI didn't care. They were looking at your insurer and how much it cost them. So for the last year, they were telling you on the CPI that your health insurance went down 4% in a month, every month for a year. It's not out of the realm of possibility to see all-time highs by year end with the right data. You get weak job data, another low CPI, and then Powell, still saying, hey, we have a bias towards this, but then the data makes it where you don't even believe a word coming out of his mouth. Then maybe I do think it's on the table, but at the same time, we only got a little bit of time left. There's only like a month and a half now of the year remaining. Is this the third time another FOMO run, then another delusion? Kind of. I mean, this year was filled with crisis. That's the crazy. It's not like for a year that was we heard the words soft landing and no landing. You had crisis after crisis left and right. So from SVB to inflation coming back up, a United States downgrade of credit, the political issues, and then now this. It's like what? So you have had a lot of that. But then again, this is, in a weird way, that is what's feeding into the bullish thesis now. Like I told you, you got people now saying if no recession in 23, why would we have a recession in 24? If we just skirted all of that type of nonsense this year, everyone's like, well, shit, now That means we're stronger. Yes, you are climbing the wall of worry indeed. Disney broke. I was really curious why Disney is so slow. This is good, though. 91, that's what we want here. You want it higher than 93. 93 and above on Disney, we could get like a little baby breakout. And then realistically, we need to get to 95. You clear 95, we're going to get Disney back up to triple digits. Yeah, 93, 95. Those are the two levels on Disney next. Meta's on the high. Meta 52-week high. And the SPY. And Snap still holding. Where is it? Yeah, banks are insane. Yeah, Bill. I mean, Bill is still great if you don't. I mean, don't FOMO on any. I wouldn't buy anything still if it's not cheap. Your time to buy was in October. You know what I'm saying? Like we did buy. So at this point, I only have one deposit remaining. But even then, just keep in mind where things are at relative to prices. But this logic that we're talking about, it's still what's it called? The logic that we're talking about. I mean, it still does account. Oh, I didn't mean to get you on there. Sorry, I accidentally banned someone. I unbanned you. My bad. Lost my train of thought. But in general, the same logic of rates staying high until next year. You'll be good, but right now, just short-term, end of the year, the market, everything. I mean, you're just getting this upside. Walgreens, they never really recover. I think Walgreens and a couple of names that are still down, those are the ones that I like. You see what I'm saying? But, like, if it's, like, even Disney, I like Disney, but why would you buy it here at the 90s? That was our original price, but it's like you had the last 3 months now to get in on this. Because if you buy in the 90s now, and then you also had downside, like when we got it, you know, we're buying in 90s when it's first hitting there. So that's my only issue with stuff. But other than that, you know, we were just trying. SPY's still going. Bonds at the low now of the day. That top tick MES up 120. That's insane for a small one. Can we have pump it up? When you get 4,600, sir, you know, you're almost there. 10 points away now. You're above the look at how many levels you rocketed through today. 44.95 now. This will be the last level. And then if we get above there, it's 4,500. And then you go 20 points at a time to 4,600, man. When will this move be considered too much? Soon, but as I think I think after this, you might be an overbought now. Technically, I don't like the overbought, oversold shit, you know what I'm saying? But like I was telling you, this is a weird middle, but I think you are approaching overbought now after this. But then again, you will have a couple of data sets following up here. That will be the other opportunities to move, but then that's about it. Yeah, the move is today we were only pricing in 0.8, and we have moved up right now 1.8 and then 2.2 on the NASDAQ. Santa Rise. Somebody came out with a 5,400 price target this morning. I was like, damn, son. Oh, shit. ELF came back up. Damn, ELF is up 7. All right. High Taker is just gassing. I'm seeing everything from real estate to MO, bonds are going up. So from here to here, equities kept going. The bonds sold it off. But now bonds are getting a bid, and then equities keep going. You're right at the level now, about 1.5 points away. And then if we get above here, I mean, we might be testing 4,500 by the time we have hit even 1 hour on the day. Up 2.2 on the NASDAQ for now. Pop it up. Len up 6.5. Real estate 4.5. Consumer discretionaries 4.2. Yeah. I'm in my MES. Yeah, I'm up 130 on it, and then I'm still in the bond play, and I'm up like just under $2,000 on the bonds right now. But other than that, just all the old plays that we've had, certain things came back up. Some are still negative. A lot are still negative, but I'm riding those through. I have not done anything except the MES for the morning. I wanted to make another MES. I started with one. My plan was I was like, all right, let me top tick this shit with one, and then if it sells off to the entry candle, I was going to go in with a couple, and then it just never went down. So I'm still in that one contract from the morning, but that did not go crazy. That one future. Data dog break. Bro, look at the market you're going. Keep an eye on any travel, too. I want to see if those end up going crazy. Again, is Uber still climbing? Uber just held. But check Lyft and anything else. And again, Boeing, don't forget about them. SPR, the long term. Long term loves today. Long term's feeling it. JPM, watch financials now. That's round 2. Even PayPal's up. PayPal. Microsoft 52. Who's lagging? There's not a lot of laggers right now. Honestly, I'll get a breakdown for you. As of now, S&P 500, 24 names red, 477 in the green. So, like, General Dynamics is barely red right now. Let me see. Allstate, these could all go. I'm going to read you all of these that are barely red because these are the ones that are lagging. So General Dynamics, Allstate, Schlumberger, AON, United Health, Halliburton, Eli Lilly, RTX, and then Willis Towers. Those are all within like 0.3, 0.4 red on the S&P. So those could be some of your laggers. And then Dow Jones, 2 names red, 28 in the green. United Health and Travelers are the worst. And then NASDAQ 100, 2 names are red. 99 are green. So I don't know why I'm giving me 101. But literally, Pinduoduo and Pepsi are the only ones that are red on the NASDAQ. Everything is green today. Literally, the amount of names that are red is disgusting. Because it's just, this is like everything going green right now. This is a broader rally when it's all said and done. VIX rally, maybe because we moved too much. But then again, it's still clobbered. Just like yesterday, it had a gap up and then got clobbered. Today you got clobbered, and now it's making a move. But you also saw a little weird divergences on SPY and bonds. You know, today's not over, but at the very least, there's a lot of competing factors. Where is even the dollar? Dollar's down 1%. Oh, get out of here. The dollar's even lower now. So last time we had the dollar drop, you know, we had a rally, but that's it, bro. That's going to help out the yen a shit ton. The yen is barely up. Yen's up by 0.5. All right, getting a little red. Laughs innuator. All right, I sold the MES. I took 120 on that. I'll make my first. It's still so early, though. I don't know. It's only been 37 minutes. So we'll see. But I wanted to get another one, man. That's literally, futures are right above 4,500 right now. So, again, just like we're rating to test 4,500, you bouncing right at the level here or going below. But futures have already gone above it, and we will see. It's been very early. That's what's crazy. The day is just starting, my brethren. All right, a little bit more of a cheat clay. That might be your first red. Like we said, just watch dollar and bonds here. There's a couple of weird push and pull factors. But for the most part, I think we just got to work out what we're actually, we got to work out beating expectations by that much, or at least the market pricing in. And then Snap, Disney, DraftKings is down. Remember, like Eli Lilly is down too, but like DraftKings, Eli Lilly, some of these names, they were going green no matter what leading into this. So I feel like if you were really red prior or really green prior, you're not really running up the same way. Tesla, 2 red candles. Then Celsius again on the low, VMware. So like I told you, most names are green. I mean, now you're seeing stuff on the low ticker. I don't think they're all red, but you are getting some movement there. Maybe that would be unfortunate if it shifted. I got out of the MES, took 120. Pretty big for a small one. The XRP news and the OpenSea hack? No, I did not. What happened? Good news is good news will be the trend moving forward. No, because we have the jobs data. And the jobs data, we're looking for bad data. But for now, I mean, hey, if it comes in wrong than what everyone's expecting, I mean, I would expect the opposite move. That's kind of the story of today. People were asking how come I thought it was buy the rumor, sell the news. And today, just the rumor was wrong. Everybody thought inflation, even this morning, everybody raised guidance for it. Everyone thought it was going to come up, and it didn't. So that's why I think the inflation coming down, it was really regarded as good news because we all thought something else was going to happen, or at least a lot of the market did. So like I'm saying, though, the jobs report is followed up, and that one is a set of data that unfortunately we want it to be bad. We don't want it to be good. Most big cryptocurrencies rise. The Solana rallies. This is nuts. The bonds are coming down. Nvidia flushing. Interesting. Nvidia might go red, and then Disney's holding up. That one's beautiful. New badge season. Whoa. 48 months. Oh, my goodness. Do we have it? Oh, my goodness. Hard. Oh, my goodness. I don't even have it ready. Wow. All right, well, remind me either by Friday. I'll have a vote up for you. Maybe Friday we do a vote. We got to get a new member badge needs to get voted in. That's crazy. 48 months. That's a new category. Wow. Thank you, Mr. Malone. God bless you. Look at the chat. Years, baby. Years. Oh, my gosh, man. That's why. So if y'all new, man, like the video, make sure you're subscribed. But we are live every single day, man. And you see those members, bro. You see that 48 months, man. We do things different here, man. That's all I got to say, bro, because I love those guys. Are you kidding me? How y'all, man, y'all my best friends. Y'all held it down for that long? Stop it. That's like college right there. You could have graduated. Oh, my goodness. That's crazy, man. Now you got me all nervous. I need another badge, bro. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, that's pre-COVID. They don't know about that life. Oh, man. That's crazy. F-350. Wow. F-350, Lexus, Uncle. I don't know, maybe a Bible. Some of y'all get a Bible. You regret being at 32. Nah, man. Don't ever regret it. Like I said, bro, it's honestly, it's very mind-blowing that we even had it. There was a time where we operated this channel. We didn't even have members. They didn't even allow us to. We operated for a long time without any monetization or anything of that nature. So I just like, hey, man, if y'all here, bro, and really just like a part of the community, that goes a very long way. Don't ever trip about how many months lack thereof. But it is very humbling, man. You know, there is people who have supporters. So thank you all, man. I love you. God bless you. Pfizer to cut around 500 jobs at Kent site. Pfizer pop. There you go. They need a little bit more, bro. I still can't. Pfizer with the 2 handle is crazy. Oh, Powell. You could do a Powell badge. Made Pepsi wake up? Oh, did we? Oh, no. All right, yeah, that was one of those. So, again, that was one of those red to greens. You guys were asking about those laggers. I think a couple of them already moved. Damn. Yeah, some of them already did. So, like, 4 or 5 of those names already went green now from red just in the last couple of minutes. I'd watch Eli Lilly. That one's the interesting one because they're barely red. But remember, they just led the whole day. T-Shaw Larkin every day. Yeah, man, 39 months. Let's go. Not sure the other day. Who's Josh? I'm Josh, and then you're Chad. Everybody in here is named Chad. So you're Chad, and I'm Josh. Nice to meet you. Why your name is Chad? Because I say the word chat, but people think it sounds like Chad, so I just started calling it Chad. So there you go. Diploma. Oh, I like that idea. Diploma or like Powell. I'm kind of feeling those. We were thinking Uncle or the Lexus, but I kind of do like Diploma. We have the Jets too. I do like Diploma though or Powell. Chicken nugget. Alrighty. Still kind of holding up here, man. I covered the MES earlier. Got a nice little gain. Only holding the bond play for now. But still, dude, it hasn't even been an hour. That's the crazy part. 15 minutes, and we will be at the first hour. And look at how many levels you've rocketed through. You got your first resistance right below the top end, leading you into 4,500. FBIN. What is this? Fortune Brands? Oh, they had news in the morning. They're up 7.5. I think we read something on that. How many points did the MES come out to? I have no idea. 4480 to 4504. So 24 points. 25 points. What kind of jet do you have? I don't have a jet. I don't like flying. Honest, it's kind of weird, bro, but yeah, like I don't like planes. I wanted a helicopter at one point, but then, you know, R.I.P. Kobe. I gave up on that dream, and then, you know, I like 4 wheels. Keep it OG. We send in the jets, though. What kind of pet? I don't have a pet. Celsius down 8, I know. And then Elf came up. A lot of names are up like 7-8% right now. That's the crazy part. Or even down in the reverse. And then bonds are coming towards the low as the market's just holding up here. It's PXB. Bank of America. Again, financials, I don't know if they're tweaking out with the rates. It seems to be they're in their own little world here for now. I would argue maybe some more than others. Again, VNQ is up even 5 almost, 488. Well, just watch out for that bond move. This is the only thing that is not clear cut today. Again, and it's all good news, though. There's just, I think the answer is that there's a lot of cushion between the two. But like I'm just saying here, watch out if bonds want to give up and how the SPY holds. But for the most part, look at the high ticker. Everything is running once again. They're doing it again. This is it, 44.91. We either rip through this and go crazy, or it takes another breather, and then we have to wait for the 4,500, or gentle, and then 4,500 just slowly 1 point at a time into a high. Yeah, 45.0, so you're higher than where I sold. I sold out 45.04 or 03. You're now 3 points higher there on the futures. You are going up. Bop, 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 bop. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram. You're approaching a high. I love you. Your morning should be good. If not, you're going to have another response. Eli Lilly moving now. So, again, that was the other one I told you. All those laggers now. Bro, they're moving. Right when we turn off from them, they start moving. So I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. BRB, we're about to hit a new high.
Between the U.S. and China geopolitically, but also this idea that they are on opposite ends of a lot of conflicts throughout the world, including the war between Israel and Hamas, between Russia and Ukraine. And when we think about all of these things collectively, do you think that this market has an appropriate understanding and pricing of the geopolitical risks that are out there?
That's a good question. I think as a general matter, no, that the world is underestimating the potential disruption that can come from these geopolitical risks. On the other hand, I do think what the market is also reflecting is the fact that of all the places that one can put one's money in the world, the United States is probably the safest and has some of the best growth prospects of any market. So yes, it can be disruptive, but on a relative basis, the U.S. is a great place to put your money.
Well, and you certainly are seeing U.S. stocks flying today on the back of the CPI data that we began that conversation with. Thank you so much, Ralph, for taking a quick trip around the world with us today. We really appreciate your time. Ralph Schlosstein, Evercore Chairman Emeritus. Thank you. Now, still ahead, there aren't too many iPhone 15s in Santa's sack this year. That's the word from Foxconn as they see a worrying demand picture this holiday season. We'll have those details in the startup next. This is Bloomberg.
The world needs ways to reduce carbon emissions.
Brought to you by Tesla. Reduce carbon emissions. Lagging stocks going up. It's go time. Hey, it's go time. This looks hella sketchy. Well, I think if the bonds give up a ton, but you have so far, bro, this was a very good news. The only thing I'm curious now is if we go below 4.4, but if you remember all of the bond analysis, and I kept telling you that 4-5 window, we're below it for now. So that's why I'm watching the bonds. That's why I think it's interesting, because if the bonds go down a little bit, they might come back up there when we don't want to see that happen, because then it'll make things more sketchy. But if the bonds can find a way to hold up, it'll be good. But like I was telling you in the morning, it's kind of shocking how much the bonds have already moved this morning, considering what people were expecting. What's Timmy handles? Is Nick Timmerhouse. I think he's verified. He should be verified. It's Nick Timmerhouse. It's Timmerhouse with it's like TSI or something like that. There's a Greek, there's a silent something there. He's not verified? Oh, really? Oh, then he just hates Elon? Oh, yeah, he's not verified. Just Nick, Timiraos. Why is it not 500? That's just how it is for now, man. That's just how it is. 4491. Okay. Let's see. Future's still holding. Still the same price, 4506.07. You're doing this little dance here at the top. We haven't had a real pullback. This was your only one. I sold out of my MES there, but we will see. All right, low ticker MSTR. What's going on with crypto here? That's as far as anything I've seen on the low ticker today. I feel like it was crypto or coin or MSTR. Yeah, I think crypto is getting some actions. Even Nvidia, They haven't been as hot. Still up 1.3. There's Boeing. Snap even came down. Snap gave up some gains. Airbnb is holding up. What about healthcare? Abivad. E-Trade dropped at 45.08. That's what I have on TD Ameritrade. So 44.93 SPX, 45.08 is the ES high. 8.05. You made 17K. What should you do? Stop flexing before Santa takes it. Otherwise, put it in the long term. Amen. New high, 45.09. New high on the futures and the SPY. So there it is, baby. There it is. 44.93. When do we get to extreme? I think you're about there. I mean, above 45 or like 45.50, I do think the market gets a little wild. You already have people calling for 4,500. Again, somebody said 5,000 this morning, which is, I'm not in the chat on Bloomberg, which I'm like, what the fuck? What's wrong with you? But 44.93, we are at the level here, so right below it, literally by 1 point. You can't really see it. And then bonds still doing that dance. It's an insane overreaction. I think it's, dude, it's just like the bond auction. You guys remember what happened at the bond auction? And remember everybody was just giving it so much attention, and then it came in like slightly better, and then we rallied. That's how today felt with the CPI. It's just everybody, there was attention. It wasn't pricing in a lot, but then everybody in the last 24 hours, but especially the last couple of hours leading into the CPI, everybody was like, oh, yeah, we're done. They're like, we're going to come up in inflation. People were not feeling good, and then all of a sudden you just got hit with a surpriser that had the ability to lower rate hikes on the Fed futures, which is amazing considering you haven't seen too many things that have done that. Do you do anything different in real estate between high interest and low rate? Just looking for better cash flowing deals, and then, doing more cash instead of loans. But for the most part, same thing, just higher costs. So you have to factor that in. So I buy a lot less than I would have, or I'm passing up on a lot more properties because the numbers just don't make sense. Yeah, Tesla not allowing Cybertruck flips. Yeah, smart. I told you, if you get your hands on one, those things are going to go crazy. Bro, I keep seeing the videos, and I even comment on them. The car is so ugly, but I can't wait to get one. I'm so excited. But the car just does not look appealing still. I saw another one. I saw the matte black one. I saw Elon at Formula One. I saw all these videos, and I was like, oh, bro, this is the worst looking car, but I'm so excited to get one. I'm still very excited about it. Michael Burry betting against the market and what's going on now. I just wouldn't be too focused on it. Again, I think Michael Burry is going to walk away victorious again, but in the meantime, I wouldn't get too caught up in his trades. Like we've been talking about it for the last couple of years, but you hear Michael, and then he'll delete his Twitter, and then you hear about the puts and this and that, but he'll even apologize, whatever has happened. But I just wouldn't get too caught up in what Michael Burry is doing. You know what I'm saying? I think right now, if you haven't recognized through the last couple of years, we're living in a very difficult market. And the point is, if anybody's right, they're right for a little bit, and then wrong for a little bit, then right for a little bit. But there's so many different competing strategies, and I don't think nobody really knows what's going on. So I respect Burry a lot, but I wouldn't get bogged down in following his trades and trying to assume this or that. Oh, yes, ES breaking out. So it's up 5 points now from the last high. I wanted to make another flip there, but I said I'll wait till a pullback. But we may not get a pullback here, at least for a couple more hours. Again, maybe Euro close around there. It's only 7. It's less than 1 hour. Bury both ways all the time. Yeah, I think, and like I said, he's going to do good. Like, it's not just, I've seen him call things so early and then get clapped by the weird effery, and then everybody follows the hype. But it's just like I'm saying, I don't think you're going to trade like Michael Burry, and then above all else, take it as info, but not as the set-all, be-all. But, like, I've seen more people just miss so many things focusing on one person rather than just, kind of taking in the whole story as what it is and then setting a plan. Yeah, Uber's going up 53.54, SPY new high, then bonds a little lower. That's it, bro. The bonds, if they could hold up here, I don't know the last time we broke back. I can't remember the last time the bonds broke back above. Maybe September, but they didn't. Usually you don't get above your last peak. That's why I'm like, this is crazy. So you see what I'm saying? Any of these little drops, once you have the only time was SVB, and then you eventually came down. But now on any of these, you never got above the prior peak on the way down. That's why I'm like, look at here. You're definitely, that's why people want this to be the top on the bonds. Note had earnings. Seems like pullback. It'd be nice. I'm down to play it. I want a bigger pullback, I want to play another play. Otherwise, still holding the bonds. And then I'm kind of waiting for travel. We should have went for some of those laggers, but it's still early. That's the crazy part. We still have so much time. Boeing's on the low now. They're selling off a little bit. XLF, banks are still doing great. Again, JP Morgan almost back to 150. And new high. That no pullback, bro. So again, you're in. It's one of those candles. Now we're above the level. Next level is 4,500, Chad. That's it. It's 4,500, and if we break that, you could even run up again like another 15 points immediately. But this is already its own little level. Believe it or not, 44.97 is kind of more important than 5,000 in its own little weird way. But you're still ramping up here for the most part. 4508. Well, 4506 was the latest high, and we just rocketed up off of that on the futures. But again, we'll see where this takes us. Couple names dropping there. Even banks getting a little bit of red, but overall, everything is up. I haven't checked the equal weight yet. Oh, wow. Equal weight's up 2.6? Get out of here. Oh, my gosh. So they still got a long way to go, but equal weight bounced more than anything today. So that's just a word to the broadness. That means, again, like I think your tech stocks, they're not even performing as hot as everything else that isn't tech-related. Yikes. So 44, we're still holding this up, man. Even the bonds are still there. GLD. Oh, I haven't even looked at GLD. But GLD should get some support. Again, lower inflation can support the idea that, again, Powell's done. Dollar's at the low here, too. And, again, futures are at a high. SPX is at a high. RTX is one of the laggers of the day. And Boeing, I've done the top right. They've been selling off here. The video. Does market reverse if Fed makes any hawkish comments? No. Why? Because at least in the next 24 hours until there's data, nobody is going to believe anybody. Why would you listen to, if Powell comes out, remember, Powell opened up hawkish a couple of days ago. If Powell comes on today, and he's not, but if any of these other Fed speakers, if they say, oh, this, that, inflation, why would you believe them? Unfortunately, I'm not encouraging you to not believe them, but I'm just saying a lot. Like, look at the bonds right now, the Fed futures. A lot of people in the market, after getting inflation now a favorable move, they're not going to say, oh yeah, I'm not, like, we don't want to do this anymore. So they're not going to believe Powell, unfortunately, or any Fed speaker until there is data or an event that makes you kind of bring back into question. Because, again, we were paranoid. That's why the markets were down. Everybody believed Powell, and then we see little data, and we see some moves, and then everybody started trying to bully him. But now it's just getting to the point where you have evidence, at least for the people buying up the market right now, where they're not going to really believe Powell's idea of that. Yeah, once tech goes, man, that's it. It's in squeeze mode for now. It's so early, though. But that's what's crazy. 4,500 on the SPX. Chattadonia, you are 100 points away from pump it up now. You are again, I sold out on that first one. I thought I was going to make another pullback if it went lower, but that's it. I gave up a little bit extra money on that one. I want the other one. No pump it up yet, bro. No pump it up yet. But you'll get a little bit. You'll get a little bit. Hey, Josh AI, is it time to get into crypto? Honestly, unless you like cucumbers, I don't know about that. Otherwise, I'm still collecting cash, but crypto is one of the best performing assets of 2023, if you're not familiar. But it does have a premium relative to its earlier trading price compared to last year at around $16,000. So it's not a recommendation. It's totally up to you. But again, if you like cucumbers, now might be your time. Look at December UUP puts. I think the chain is messed up. The dollar just usually don't move. But let's see. December 15th. Nah, they're cheap, but it takes a lot to bring it down. I see what you're saying. They're really, really cheap. But again, you would need how much of a drop? You would need a 50-cent drop again in the next, 31 days? So this drop today you would need another drop like today to get in the money. But then that would be break even. And then to make your 5 cents back, it would have to go a little bit lower. So just a little tricky. That's the only problem with it. So literally we hit 4,500 and then we're chilling out right now. On gold and silver making a run, it's justified. So I just don't like gold and silver after the little fear run in Israel, just because, literally bonds and yen and everything related to gold got destroyed and they didn't. However, today supports any good news for inflation, supports gold going up. Why? Because that inflation report today, it got the Fed futures and people moving in the direction thinking that Powell is done. Again, people are even talking about, this will be the top of the bond cycle. We never go higher than 5-6 now, and there's 6%, and then that's it. So all of that is good for gold and silver. All of that should be good for commodities, but especially gold with lower rates and the thought of no more higher rates. Everybody is going to love that. PXMD. That's the, what's it called one? S&P briefly hits 4,500. That was the autism one. I swear I just saw, Pax Medica pause due to volatility. Oh, no way. Damn. All right, fun fact about this company. Their market cap is tiny. I called one of the people there to try to see if I could buy them. Damn it. Yeah, the market, it wasn't $3 million. Bro, the other day, the market cap on the whole entire company was $1.6 million. You could buy a house in California cheaper than the whole company, but you wouldn't have got much. And then they could have diluted you. And then the RSP still isn't voted on, but that's crazy. I didn't think that thing was going to move. I thought this play's dead, though. I ended up not pursuing because, again, the liquidity and all the other shit with it. You were going to buy the company? I was interested in it. I wanted to buy their PRV, and then again, it was cheap. So literally this morning, or at a lower price, their literal market cap is 1.6 million. Now it's up to 3, which is still small, but like I was saying, if the PRV is worth 3 million and I could get the company at 1.6, I was thinking a little arbitrage and then write off their losses for taxes. But then I would have made like negative like $30 million on the year because I think they lose that much. But interesting. We'll see how that plays out. Would I dump the shares on you? Well, I didn't end up going and doing that, but if I did, like I said, my exit plan would be to sell the PRV. So not necessarily to sell the shares as much as it would be buy the shares to get ownership of the company so that I can own the biotech document, and then I would sell that biotech privately for X amount of money. And the video coming up, SPY still trying to fight, and the bonds too. Bro, you're at 45.15. The futures aren't stopping. So the futures have gone up to the next level now. So 45.15, 45.13 here. Futures are already there. That's the next price there for the SPX. On the lag Tesla, yeah, they were moving. What is that? Is that 3M, bro? High ticker's gassing again. Lululemon on the high. Yeah, 3M went up. Micron. This is crazy, man. PXMD is on the high ticker, unhalted. Oh, this thing's up 112. Adani again? Back to back, baby. Oh, my goodness. Horna. Oh, my goodness. Are you kidding? Hey, man, thank you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. All right, man. Pax, dude, what the hell is up with it? Remember, it went crazy. Dude, this thing was weird. I wanted to get it that first day, and then I'm glad I didn't. It just started dying, and then now this thing's up. So this is going to be a shit show. Remember, their last thing they had was like autism drug. They had data from that. Last time we saw 2% on the SPY was, September? Remember, that was the biggest day in months. So anything higher, I don't think we've seen 2.5%, maybe 3% at all this year, or 2.5% occurred probably around early SVB days. Powell does not speak today. There's a couple of Fed speakers, and you've already had them today, but for the most part, no Powell. And I would even argue the impact might be limited from any Fed speaker, just given how impactful the data has been. Watch if that 30-year goes, though. Watch the TLT bottom left. That might go a little lower. I want to just, man. We'll keep that one up. Fed minutes November 21st and 22nd. I think we're going to get a job report before that, or maybe that'll be the last Friday, but that will be key. Russell up 4. My goodness. This is the short level. Top tick on PXMD. Nah, I don't. My top ticks don't do good on a liquid shit. You don't like if it's hella liquid and a big name. My top ticks, you could maneuver them. But if it's a liquid and we top tick, you're gonna get murdered. That's the only downside. Oh, D Hunter, what's up with this? D Hunter, Adani, back to back, baby. Oh, we going with 20? Oh, look at the cat, so in love, starting off some streaks, baby. Oh, thank you, my friend. Let's go. You were here early, too, dog. You know what I'm saying? You were here bright and early. And you still here, baby. So good day, man. God bless you, and thank you. Amen. IWM up 4.4. That's insane. IWM is actually going insane. Like, this is actually unbelievable when you really look at it. Bless you, man. Yeah, shout out everybody gifting, man. Everybody showing love. All the badges. 48 months. I can't believe that. Amen. Amen. Nvidia. BA. Watch TLT still at the low. AMD. AMD's running. Interesting. Nvidia down. Intel is up. Damn, Intel's almost at 40. Whoa. Again, UAL, not too many crazy airlines. SPY's still holding up, man. You're getting these little drops at the high level, but it's not going down. You're below 4,500. Futures are still right at the high of 4,515. My goodness. And then ELF, we're up on ELF now, finally. That piece of shit took forever. What do you think about Dell? They've been doing good recently, but I don't know about them for the long term. I don't like those computer providers. I like Microsoft more. SPY going higher, 4,500. We hit it earlier, so we were briefly there, but now you're going a little. Bro, it's not stopping. That sucks. Why'd I close out the MES? I don't want to top tick another one, but unfortunately, I got to be very patient for the rest of the day now if you want to pull back. Pump it up requirements are 4,600. PayPal almost freed from shackles. A lot of things came up instantly. So, again, we're up on Disney now and a couple of nice moves here today. But, I think it does. Last time we had a big rally like this, it was good for the long term, good for a lot of plays. But we need to hold it up. That's the only problem. TLT going through the low. Why try to fade the move? I'm not trying to fade it. I'm trying to buy it. So I'm waiting for a pullback. That's why I had the MES. I was like, let me sell out for it just in case we had a little bit of a pullback with the bonds too. And then I wanted to buy a big ES instead of holding a small one. So I scaled in and it just kept running in all day. But my plan here, I want to pull back to buy a ES. So I think eventually you're going to get a pullback. All the bears are going to say, I told you so. And then I'm going to buy that shit with the ES. But unfortunately, you are not getting that opportunity. It's either you top tick again, or you be patient, or you do no play. Let's see, 45.15. High ticker is still gassing. Again, 45.01. There's still a little bit of upside. And then after these, after these two levels, that's it. I stopped charting after these levels because, again, it just started moving 20, 30 points at a time. Amazon triple. Okay, bonds we're below 4.5, which is beautiful. But the question is, does that actually stay more? And SPY still holding up. 45.01. The run up, yeah, CPI insane. So 45.17, that's another high. I'm contemplating the top tick. I think I'm going to just wait, though. Again, because we had the one from the morning. If I held it up till here, you would have only got a little bit more, but I was trying to go in on size. DraftKings Investors Day Q&A. Is that today? That's going to be good. Oh, where did Elf go? The Elf, honestly, I like that player, but he's been annoying. I'm going to sell out of Elf. I'll take $130. Okay, young Elf is gone. I forgot. We were up way more on that one, though, after earnings. YCL. Yeah, again, that move on the dollar helped out a lot. Wall on the high. See if any other banks keep going up there. Uber's still holding. Wells Fargo's on the high. I think banks are doing very good. And then SPY coming down a little bit. Again, so I just got out of ELF. It's so early. That's the crazy part. Chad, it's not even Euro close yet. So it's not even 8 o'clock. So you still got about 40 minutes till Euro close. Let's see if this is our first pullback. But if it don't go any much lower than like something like this, it's just going to be in that same setup. Orlin in advanced talks to buy Kufpec Norwegian assets. That was 2 minutes ago. And then President Biden delivers remarks on climate policy. Oh, wow. You have Biden. How come Biden's not shouting out CPI, bro?
This report in detail with the American people so they know exactly what they're facing and what we're going to have to do. But that's not all. Along with this assessment, I'm announcing $6 billion in new investments from the Inflation Reduction Act and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law to make communities across the country more resilient to climate change. This funding will be administered by the Department of Energy, the Environmental Protection Agency, the Department of Interior, and the Federal Emergency Management Agency. It's going to be focused on key climate goals, including modernizing our aging electric grid to withstand extreme weather, which is causing these forest fires. When those towers come down, the lines snap, they catch fire. The forest catch fire. It costs a lot more money to bury this underground and do other things, but we have to do it. And it's causing significant outages as well. Reducing flood risk in communities, improving drought resilience, supporting conservation for our national parks. I've already been able to conserve 21 million acres of our most precious and sacred lands and waters just thus far, just in the first 2.5 years. In advancing environmental justice for disadvantaged communities, because they're the ones always left behind. Let me close with this. Last week, I stopped by the White House Demo Day to meet with the scientists and experts overseeing groundbreaking and cutting-edge science and technology that my administration is funding right now, right here in America. It was truly inspirational hearing from experts from all across the government, the private sector, and academia, touching on so many fields. I saw a prosthetic arm that can sense touch and is controlled by one's thoughts. Prosthetic arm. It's just like your head. You think you want to move your finger, well, it worked out. You think he wants to move his hand, you can do it. It's an incredible breakthrough. Electric heat pumps to help old homes transition to clean energy homes of the future. Robots for ocean exploration that survey marine life along unmapped seafloors where barely any light penetrates, and so much more. It was a reminder, at least for me, of what I've long believed, that America can be defined by a single word. I mean this sincerely. The single that I was asked by Xi Jinping years ago when we were in the Tibetan Plateau, could I define America? I said, yeah, one word, possibilities. Possibilities. In this administration, America will be the place where great science changes what's possible. That's why I've never been more optimistic about America's future. We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there's nothing beyond our capacity if we work together. So God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Possibilities in San Francisco, Mr. President.
And how would you define success with your meeting with President Xi?
Get back on the normal course of corresponding, being able to pick up the phone and talk to one another if there's a crisis, being able to make sure our military still have contact with one another. We can't take, as I told you, we're not trying to decouple from China. But what we're trying to do is change the relationship for the better. From my perspective, if in fact the Chinese people who are in trouble right now economically, if the average if the average citizen in China was able to have a decent paying job, that benefits them and it benefits all of us. But I'm not going to continue to sustain the support for positions where if we want to invest in China, we have to turn over all our trade secrets. Thank you.
Look at, I thought he was turning around. He was like, where do I go? I thought he did the turnaround. I thought he was about to do a full 360.
I've been talking with the people involved every single day. I believe it's going to happen, but I don't want to get into detail.
What's your message for the families?
Hang in there. We're coming.
Will you sign the
God. Pray for him, man.
President, there's report out this morning that Israel and Hamas are close to a deal for the release of 70 of the hostages. Is there anything you can add?
There you go. Let them lead the way, bro.
Thank you.
Ladies first. You'll never lose a door again. I think he just figured it out. He said, hang in there, we're coming. Are you kidding me? Bro, when my dad would say that, bro, I would be sitting in front of the elementary school for 2.5 hours. Hell no, I'm sorry, I'm traumatized, so I don't know about you. He said, hang in there, we're coming. No. Man, this is crazy. Again, we're coming, man. Okay. Well, SPY went down a little bit while hearing that, but nothing crazy. He was talking about climate. And then a little bit of the China questions there. But for the most part, market is in great CPI squeeze mode. Everything been better than expected. Yeah, you've held levels, even though you've given up a little bit at certain times, but, way more green than red today. Well, my goodness. Disney above 91. That's exciting, man. I'm telling you, 93 is where we get really happy on that. But, it's at the very least, though, it's good to see that thing kind of hold comparatively. Because some names this last quarter, they gave up those lows if their earnings was not good enough. Yeah, the C in CPI stands for climate. Climate producer and industrial inflation. Exactly. It's climate. It's important. Okay, like the video. Apple analysis. Apple, it's holiday season now. Again, just going off their earnings, but I think they're generally going to hold whatever range they've been in with a definite positive upside bias. Because I didn't like their earnings, though. That's me personally. I didn't like it, but I'm just speaking in terms of the market. I think everything, unless there's individual bad news, it's going to have a bullish lift until the jobs data or the next thing to slow this down now. Because, like we said, this was the main event. We've gone through every single event, and then that's it. So remember, man, be nice to people in the chat, bro. No, I'm timing you out actually for calling people. Don't call people this or call people that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it, man. And then I'm timing you out too, Bruce B, for saying to time someone else out. Like I said, man, that game don't work, bro. Y'all could just message each other privately and beef with each other. You know what I'm saying? But, just at the same time, bro, like we said, I love it, bro. I love it, man. I love what I heard. I heard this the other day, and it was literally just saying how, dude, the only way to, combat awful ideas is to be able to communicate in, a safe space. So I'm banning both of you guys. I didn't ban you. I timed you both out just because you guys are attacking each other. You're not here to, like, let's further a conversation. Like, so if someone says something you disagree with, do not call them something. Do not assume they are this or that. But I encourage you to try to further on the conversation and understand what happened. So that's one thing we've been saying here for the last couple of weeks and months here now. So, like, it's very simple. You could say whatever you want, but if you are just, like, attacking someone in the chat or going after them, that is where you cross the line. So, you know, the line is very simple. Have good debate, have good discussion. Let's talk about good ideas. Let's talk about bad ideas, you know. Discussion can go a very, very long way, but if you go down into saying, well, this person's this guy's this, you should get rid of this guy, he's that, he's this type of person, or I think he's this, or you're an idiot, or you fool, you should go study, like that. Stuff like that does not allow any productivity to be, I just butchered that, but yeah. You get it. No chat on chat violence. Amen. Amen. Overreaction for the market today. I don't know. I don't know if it's in a weird way, I want to call it an underreaction. Why? Because nobody really was looking for this in the morning, and that's the only reason that we have this big of a move. Otherwise, it wasn't. This was supposed to be smaller. Even if you think about, like, how everything played out, like, people were looking for a way larger drop to rally. So people were like, nobody thought bonds were going to go to 4.44 today. Even if you had a flat inflation, people didn't think that. Boeing orders. Boeing booked 111 737 orders in October. So again, Boeing numbers are coming out, and then Khosla $3 billion fund, one of the biggest. Boeing delivered 34 jetliners in October. Boeing had 6D bookings in October, had 123 jetliner gross orders in October. And that's it. It might start moving off of that again, but usually Boeing numbers are good. 11, we got 30 more minutes. Dude, we're still running up here. My goodness. Most bullish day I could remember. Yeah, for now, because usually we were never up 2% this early. Remember, 2% we didn't hit for a while, and then when we did, it was like towards the end of the day. But, like, this is in the morning. So, like, for this to be this early and to be, like, solid 2%, I mean, damn, even 4.6 on the Russell, you know, that's massive. And PPI tomorrow will still be important, but for the most part, like I told you, that sweet spot on the bonds, as long as today's data keeps this here and the PPI doesn't change this, I don't think the PPI should be a big event. However, although PPI usually is important, I would attest that the consumer sentiment tomorrow, or consumer sales, retail sales, that's going to actually have more impact. But again, if that doesn't move the 10-year out of the recent recovery that it just got, especially after today, I don't think anybody's going to react to it as much. But then again, today is the story of people thought this and then this happened. So, you know, keep your head on a swivel. Best advice I could give. Yeah, bro, you out in Hawaii, bro. Enjoying it. Then we got Aloha Charles with Charlie in Hawaii. Honestly, is it good? Is the weather good in Hawaii in December? Because fuck Europe. I'm just down. I want to go to Hawaii, bro. What the hell? I just don't want to wake up early for the market. Aloha. Always. All right, SPY coming up a little bit. You're getting some steam. If this could hold, that'll be a little bit better. Again, 45.15 once again on the futures. Apple, high ticker still going, man. Banks. All right, I top tick 2 MESs. Fuck me. Again, I had one last time, so I pretty much sold early, bought back higher, and then now with a bigger size. But as if we get a little bit more momentum here. Otherwise, we get our bigger drop. but still keeping it small. Didn't go with the big one. Open time, yeah, it's like 3 a.m. I guess my time would be like 3 a.m. for Hawaii open. Weather bomb. I'm down. Why have you never been to Dubai? I actually have family that live there, believe it or not, but I just don't like Dubai. I've never been, but I've never really liked getting on a plane for longer than a couple of hours. Even a couple of hours I dislike, but it's always been far. You know, I've never been to Europe. Again, I've been to Asia, and I've been in places in Asia, but other than that, I've only done that once in my life. Been to Mexico. I love Mexico. I think Mexico is my favorite place in the world in a weird, weird way. Great place. You're afraid of plane travel? I just don't like it. Never been to Morocco, no. That's kind of weird, I know. I love Mexico. It's really weird. But then, like, obviously America, like, that's usually it. Like, you ever hear that? What you ever hear Shane Gillis? What do you talk like, bro? I just love America, bro. Nothing beats it. Like, you have no idea, bro. Like, I love Tulum and I love Mexico, but bro, right when I got home and drove my ass home from the airport, bro, I was loving life. I was like, good to be back, bro. Good to be back. I love it, bro. What he said, he's like, this is your country. Like, bro, I love it, bro. I love my land, bro. I love my land. What you doing in Mexico? You wasn't scary? I just got a tan and ate food, bro. I got a burn. I didn't even get a tan. I just got burned. And Tesla's holding. All right. MES, I got $2 of gains. But still kind of holding here. I thought that bond lift here, but bonds, ever since that morning, these guys are going to come back in later today. So we will find out. Expedia. Again, watch any other travel, though. Now that CPI was good, bro, I don't know. I think all the airlines to everything else, some of them had bad earnings, but I do think travel might start getting a lift here till end of the year because all it's been is bad expectations and they've sold off the most. So I feel like they're going to have more favor. Or what is it? Save? I put sale. So U.S. Biz Secretary Bottingnock says UK governments could reach agreement on broader plan to expand trade fairly. Says UK working actively on trade deal with Texas. Says UK sees deal with New York, California in the pipeline. What? They signed a memorandum of what the hell are they doing? UK's making deals, signs trade pact with Florida Governor DeSantis. Whoa, bonds just flushed there again. SPY still moving on the high. A lot of names. Even check some of those China names. I think I'm seeing them. But that little bond move, SPY's actually holding up way better here at the 45. But again, bonds are going a little lower now. They said Bloomy travel is going to be wild. Everyone wants flights. And prices have came down. So that's the thing, but we'll see if that leads everything to run up. But even in general, though, just looking at the travel equities, a lot of them have gotten beat down. Walgreens on the high. Again, Alibaba is moving up. JD. Okay. This one's a top tick, unfortunately, but it's an average down. I bought more Baidu, 100 more shares. I was down 25% on those other shares from last quarter. I finally averaged down on that. That's the first average. Here, come into Cabo. I can. I want to. BAC. Again, the order numbers just came in. So see how that plays out. Again, I just went with Baidu. I'm taking the first average. I still have those JDs. Again, I'm down to even buy more. But again, they've pretty much trailed with the market. I know they have earnings coming up, so that's the risk. But I did want to wait a little bit. But I'm kind of down to grab some of that because they are, if anything's lagging now, if the market does go up, China names are the one that are very, very behind. But they also have their own little world of hurt. Again, Boeing booked 123 gross orders in October with 6 cancellations. Yeah, I think Baba is better. I agree, but I just have a play on that one already. Bonds could short squeeze if it holds up, but you know, already the bond move has been big today and over the week, but as long as any other data doesn't get in. But this is shocking people. So a lot of the bond people did not expect that even that little print in inflation today would move the bonds like this. So we'll see if this actually like holds up. And then you're a little higher here, but again, not much. Still just pinned at 4,500. This is 45.15 on the futures. Just chilling. I went with Baidu shares. I already had them. I was down almost 30% on Baidu shares. So I bought them. I flipped them. I had a big flip on them at the beginning of the year, and then I like double dip around here, and then it got murdered. So I just made my first average down finally. So I'm holding 200 shares total, and my average is still 127. So that's why I'm still I break even right here. I'm down to make one more average, but I want to wait. Again, they have earnings on tomorrow or the next day. Baidu is not for the long term. No, this is just the flip. Outlook, still holding that one. Again, that one's either going to be a tax loss, but it's just weird how people are still getting bullish on it. It's kind of making me try to take some of the other ones. So we'll see there. But I'm still in that one. Nothing has changed except for that upgrade after their bad news. PXMD, that one came down. So that one went crazy for a little bit. That one seemed more hyped than not. Tesla's coming up and SPY. Oh, there you go. You had a nice little pop there. You long the yen, YCL? Yes, I have YCL and the 6J. I want to buy more, but again, after today, I'd wait a little bit. But then again, it's either end of this year, we have 30 days, or wait till punt till next year. But I'm getting really excited on the yen. But I'm in all of those. Last average down was a couple weeks ago, I think, on YCL. And then that was about it. We're 2.2% away from pumping it up. 45.03. Even the top tick future is coming back up now. That's crazy. So that even has a little bit of a gain here, and we doubled up on that. Even bonds came up, but look at the high ticker. Not much on the red. You have not seen that today. I think Lululemon's a great company. Again, I don't have any problems with them except their outperformance in price, but you know, I don't know how many times you're looking to buy it or what you're going to do with it, but generally speaking, I mean, they've done well. They've performed good. Definitely seen worse in that space. Rumble on the high. Rumble. I'll take it. And then where's ARK? ARK's still up. That's 4.6. Did Boeing move? I still got Boeing up here. Where's Netflix? Man, we sold out of that one 2 days too early, man. That would have been another 2K. ON. Euro close is in about 17 minutes. So right around the corner. High ticker is still gassing. Uber again on the high. I think Delta is the best out of the airlines. I guess United Airlines trying to come up there too. Where's Live? Baba flying. Again, China names are down a lot, so we just got the Baidu. They went up a little bit, but relatively speaking, the China names are still clobbered. China has not got, and then again, with Xi Jinping, that's why I'm thinking we make our average down this week, because even though they have earnings, China has not responded to any of this. Your China plays are very, very, just unattached to the market. So if they reattach, it'll be great. But if they have bad earnings and continue, they could still die. But generally speaking, I could see the little opportunity in there. Oh, where is TGT? Yeah. Yeah, Target, we fucked up, though. That one just CPI made it run up too much. So now that's it. You could have got 5% overnight and the dividend, but now it just makes it a little weird. 4504. Again, watch the sevens, but realistically, 45.13 to 45.15, that will be the next level here. ADTX pause due to volatility, another high there. So there you go. Again, even the bonds too, it's kind of trippy. I feel like TLT doesn't even it's so weird. TLT, and to get an idea, make sure you guys look at ZB, because TLT look way different. So whatever looks weak on TLT, that don't really look like the future. So keep in mind that little green shoot in the hold here is holding very, very good. Actually kind of wicked. Target X divvies today. Yeah, that's what I was saying yesterday. Even today, I think you might be able to buy it in, but that's it. It's just not it don't hit the same. UNP on the high. Nike. Dude, dollar's still plummeting. Dollar's down 1.3 today. My goodness. You think UNG will ever come back? Some people are liking it, but I'm starting to believe no. I think any energy plays, unless it's like an oil company, I think UNG companies will do better than the commodity. I think it's all rigged, bro. So I think I will be taking those UNGs this year for the tax losses. So that way, if I want to buy more time on anything else. Tesla. SPY's still rocketing up again. Watch Microsoft. There's Baidu again. Bank of America. Bank of America is up 5. So, again, financials are doing very well, and they're still running into the high. Amazon, remember, they were leading. Apple's not even going. This is all equal weight, bro. This is everything else besides the big tech, but even your big tech is up there. You just hit another high, but again, SPY is up 2.11%. Equal weight index is up 3%. NASDAQ up 2.3%. Dow Jones up 1.6%. And the Russell 2000 is up 4.79%. REITs, I don't know, man. I hope it's the REIT run here by the end of the year, but that's going to just be determined by if the Fed is really done. And, again, that's what everyone believes now. That's what today is. Just it's starting to put the nail in the coffin, even though I don't believe that's true. But if these assets rally, regionals and REITs, that will be more evidence of that. Or again, evidence of the sentiment, not necessarily that it will happen. I mean, that's a better way to put it. Long-term going crazy. Long-term loves it, man. It's great. I humbly accept it, man. The long-term, good friend. Good friend. Because it's equal weight today, so it's not. That means everything went up. This wasn't just 7 companies. This was literally 95% of the market. Why you think the Fed's not done raising? Just because Powell is a fuckhead. That's why he's not done. It's their job. So, have you ever had a teacher tell you to do something wrong, but they never told you to explicitly do something wrong? Does that make sense? That'd be like if your teacher told you, hey, if you all don't take a final, then the curve will be 0. But he can't necessarily tell you not to take the final. Does that make sense? Have you ever had a cop offer you weed? You wouldn't. Have you ever smoked weed with a cop? Like you wouldn't think that you would be able to. Like you would think it would be against the law, and it is. But like they'd be like, just don't snitch. I don't know. Like imagine if Snoop Dogg offered a police officer like that security guard. You remember that meme? You know what I'm saying? So, like think about that, right? So that is what I mean by with Powell. Like he's supposed to tell you he's not raising rates, but most people believe the opposite. And it's kind of like that going both ways. At the same time, right when you think he won't raise rates, he will raise them again. Why I don't believe Powell is done is just quite frankly, fool me once, fool me twice. Fuck, after 3 times, I'm done fucking playing. That's Josh Answer's quote, okay? Because look at every bond little buyout on Powell has been blown out. Every time you thought Powell was done, it got wiped out because the data would come back or Powell or something would happen where it doesn't matter how bad the bonds got, everybody would buy it up and thought it was going to be done. He wasn't done. You thought he was done. He wasn't done. Okay, now he's done. He wasn't done. Okay, he has to be done now. He's done. Banking crisis. He's not done. Okay, now he's done. Nope, he's not done. And now you're doing it again, saying he's done. So there you go. That's why I think everything is still in play. I think it's all bullshit, bro. I don't. I always thought it would be more glamorous and economic when we got here. When I was younger and all the times I've researched the yield curve and leading up to this moment, you know what I'm saying? I really thought it was going to be more glamorous and economic, but it's all bullshit. And what I mean by that is that's it. It's just going to be a game. Am I assuming something bad will happen? No. I'm assuming that an object in motion will stay in motion until acted upon by an equal or opposite force, and the only equal or opposite force is an actual change in policy in Powell. So in the meantime, you're going to spend 6 to 12 months debating Wall Street when all you could do is just either own equities you've already held and buy bonds and get your 5% back on your yield, and that's about it. But there's nothing to forecast, is what I'm saying. The data is delayed. Powell is incentivized to play a little game with you to make sure people don't front run the bonds. So all I'm saying is the economy and everything else is just going to chug on until the yield curve uninverts and then Powell admits it. But I'm not to assume that I'm assuming something bad will happen just because I'm saying that every bond, every premature the market is done raising has been blown out for 3 years, leading to the worst bond market in 40 years. You got to be fair. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't negate it and say that I'm just saying something bad will happen, because that's just not the reality. Is the Fed funds say that rates are going to be 100 basis points higher than where the Fed futures are pricing in right now, and everybody else is saying it, although the data does show a different story. So that's all it comes down to in my mind, is you wait for Powell and the Fed and the data, but it's going to be a slow game. Everybody in the meantime, going back and forth, but I own a long term. I'm going to hold the long term, but at the same time, I'm also going to try to keep a lot of money in cash and yield until we have a real answer and real policy shift. Until you get a real policy shift, it's just everybody assuming in the market, and quite frankly, the market has not been reliable. So that's where we're at. You're saying Powell likes to play games, so why give Fed funds any weight? Because those are not Powell. So Powell is separate. Fed funds is bond vigilantes. Fed funds is open market, although maybe Powell could buy them. He usually, there's no space where he records them, but that's the market. The drop in the dollar, no, the drop in the dollar is good. He's not worried about that. The other factors, I think other consumer expectations and price of commodities have a more chance to rise up that, and employment versus the drop in the dollar. If anything, the drop in the dollar is very welcome right now. I think the drop in the dollar, it's easing up Japan. It's easing up everywhere right now who needs it, because the dollar is just been nutty, especially for this year. It's a projection. Oh, so you're talking about the SCP. You're not talking about the Fed futures. So there's a difference. Fed futures are the Fed futures. That is a future of people betting on the short-term interest rates. You're talking about the projections from the dot plot. So I don't give them too much weight, but like I said from day one, it said either they're going to cut imminently or they're going to raise by 1%. If you can't read between the lines, even when I showed my dad that, my dad knew what it meant, and he was foreign, and he doesn't even watch this. He said, oh, they're trying to make it so that they, cover themselves both ways. That's the whole idea of the dot plot. Powell said, I'm either going to raise rates by 1%, or this dot plot is insinuating we're one slight projection away from a cut. So don't try to convolute it. You're trying to get me to say an answer that you want. It's very simple. Nothing is guaranteed about this bond move. If you want to bet on it and you want to buy it, feel free. People are rewarded. Again, I've been in it. I'm being rewarded, but I don't believe that in my heart. I'm not believing Powell is ultimately done until I see something, but I'm just playing the game very slow. There's no point in trying to call anything, whereas I would just rather wait and call it a day for the big one, because at this point, I'm not going to do another year of this. I'm not going to, you know what I'm saying? Again, you saw everybody argue the no landing, soft landing, beginning of the year, and things only got worse, and then they got better, then they got worse, and now they get better again, but that wasn't what people were expecting at the beginning of the year. So I think take it slow in that sense, but, just be cautious. I think a little bit of caution that Powell may actually, that this isn't done bullishness, that caution isn't going to hurt you, but it's not as if, again, we're the long-term loves today. There's a lot of things, but I'm not trying to get in the nitty-gritty of calling things, because this market wants to punish you for that. And that's where I'm saying, if you really are looking for big bull or big death, the way I look at it, the market is going to hold up until we have a recession. That's it. The economy is going to stay in motion until there's a recession. So in the meantime, hopefully you have equities and other things. Otherwise, you might get a lot of back and forth. It shouldn't change too much. But then when it's all said and done, we need Powell and everything to confirm it, and that will be the easiest move ever. But leading into that move will be the hardest. Trying to speculate on timing will make you lose money. Indeed. And I'm just saying, did y'all not live through the last 3 years with me? So, I've made a watch list on every single one of these. Just bonds, this fake recoveries. So, unfortunately, I'm just traumatized. As much as I would love to get with the bulls. And again, I'm holding a bond play now. That was just my strategy coming into it. But at the same time, it's dude, you got to hold up a rally. So, let's prove one of these rallies aren't premature. But, fuck you if you're telling me that this one's solid. That'd be like somebody who took money and didn't pay you back 4 times. I wouldn't trust you. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm saying fuck you, because I'm like, dude, for real, you're telling me now you want to really say this is the real rally when you have zero evidence that any of these little fake recoveries on rates and Powell's ideas, have actually materialized. Come on, we can't. So unfortunately, I have to approach it with a degree of caution. That's why I'm saying deep down in my heart, I can't say that this is done yet. However, you see why things are getting good for the most part. Yeah, the data is. I'm aware of that. And again, the seasonality and the good factors. And like I'm saying, we could rip as long as the yield curve and everything else, but just don't get lulled into a sleep thinking that there's any other evidence that is set in stone. Just like you'll say doubt the SEP or whatever. It's the same thing. If one CPI comes in bad, one jobs report comes in strong, the market is really ready to shift, and none of these rallies are safe. There's no cushion or real foundation built off of it, unfortunately, especially after 3 years of selling off. Yeah, don't. Yeah, there's big data tomorrow. PPI, and then retail sales. I think retail sales will be the biggest. And then you have there's something else on Friday. Is it home sales? There's one more thing on Friday. So the end game comes back to watch the yield curve. Yes, that's why I'm saying it's annoying, because there's so much you could do while waiting for the yield curve, but most of them with interest rates at 5%, they're just going to fuck with you and probably leave you worse off. Again, that's what I got to learn a little bit of this year. So I just think wait for the yield curve. You don't long term, ride it out. That's it. As long as if that yield curve stays inverted for 2 more years, we're not going to crash. And you're going to be so happy that you had a long term. And then if it does come down and the yield curve confirms, we're going to not have a false signal and we'll be able to play whatever we want. So it's just kind of, unfortunately, the market is squeezing. And I'm not meaning squeezing to the upside. It's squeezing patience. You just, like, again, you're gonna have a lot of different opportunities to react to things. So it's just a matter of which. And you see how active people get, bro. Even after today, even the last days, the sell-off, people get real, real wild. So we'll see. Now, you'll be happy at the long term no matter what. But again, especially, these are the moments in life where you, again, if I God forbid, because it would be very confusing for a lot of people, but then again, it would be great for the world. So maybe God don't forbid, but what happens if we don't have a no landing? Seriously. I know, it's a bullshit, but you have to think about it. This is where if you go 2 years of no landing and set a new high, and then 2 years before any yield curve uninverts, holy Chatadonia, that's going to be the moment that you realize how powerful the long term is. Because that's the general idea. That's what I've been telling you. It's like, listen, you don't have to get all up in the nitty gritty if you got a long term right now, because if this doesn't die, it's going to keep going up. It's going to keep doing its thing. Otherwise, we still need to wait for that uninversion on the curve. But if you go 2 years, extreme pessimism, and then the market's up, you're going to be like, this is why you have the long term. We get a lot of numb comments. No, I don't know. I think if a lot of you have the long term, some of you are going to turn into magnificent bulls faster than you know it. If you have a long term and there's no landing, you're going to be like, you'll be like, oh, fuck yeah, Josh. And then you're going to start asking me if we should buy every top stock at the highest price possible. That's usually what it sounds like. But for the most part, though, at the same time, it's like you're not just that's if we get there. But the whole idea is like 2 years of, as long as the market is not dying here and we don't have these big problems, just like you're witnessing, you're getting faced with the issue, nothing happens, market goes up. It's going to keep doing that. And that's where the long term comes in. But for the most part now, it's just like we got to wait a little bit more and see. But approach with caution. Nothing is set in stone. How do you get to the 2%? I don't know. You know the answer. That's it. You're not asking me the question to ask me the question because you're curious. You're asking to prove a bullish or bearish point like the other fellow. So like I'm saying, I don't want to play that game anymore. I'm over it. Just because I'm like, I'm fine. That's it. I'm retiring. I'm going to calm down. I'm going to try to make less trades. I'm going to keep buying long-term. I'm going to try to hold less long-term deposit if there's discounts, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just going to wait until my yield curve gave you a nice little stress test in the last quarter, and it proved to me that it still is solid as ever. And that is all we got to watch in the meantime. If you want to get caught up in the back and forth of reacting to fake, outdated data, you know what I'm saying? It's like if we are aware of that assumption, why would we go anywhere off of that? That's it. Yeah, you got to hibernate for real. That's hibernate with a long term. That's it. And cash on bill, or you get good dividends to make sure that time that you spend hibernating is compounding. But yeah, 100%. That's the way I'm looking at it right now. So that's why I'm like, you could go back and forth. We know the data is fake. You know this and that. You know all of these things. So, but it's just like, it's clear. Uncle said it. The market won't crash until the Fed admit it. You need power. You need a policy change. We either need to witness data that shows a policy mistake, or you need a policy change to occur before the mistake. And quite frankly, you are in purgatory because none of those things has happened yet. And if that happens for another 6 months, 12 months, whatever, then there you go. But does that make sense? My average on Baidu is 127 now. 127.30. But that makes sense, right? You're in between that weird middle where the data is not showing a policy mistake. Inflation isn't rocketing. The only thing, jobs is good. That's the only thing showing quote unquote policy mistake. But then again, we are seeing weakness in jobs. So if there's no data showing policy mistake, and then Powell is not changing policy, what is going to change? That's where it's like you're in this awkward middle, and that's where you burn time and money in that middle versus extreme flip to one side or the other that makes everything good. A policy change would be like Powell cutting rates, Powell clearly outlining what's going on. Again, the pause could be considered a policy change. That's why we've been rallying as of late, but it's not enough to say we're going back to a normalized stance or that Powell is going to start changing the stance of higher for longer. So get rid of higher for longer. That would be a policy change. That would be favorable. Then we could start, that's something new. But again, if data starts showing policy mistake and then Powell has to change because the data is showing inflation, jobs, something like that, then there you go. That would be the other scenario. But unfortunately, being in the middle of those scenarios is a shit show. But the only thing that is guaranteed is that rate cuts are coming in the next 2 years by policy mistake or inflation coming down. Again, sadly, they said that 2 years ago. In 2021, the same thing was assumed. And then beginning of 2022, the same thing was assumed. At every single point, we kept assuming this. So unfortunately, I would just, if you want the real answer, we need one of those things to happen. Otherwise, you're going to be at the mercy of fucked up narratives, delayed data, manipulated data, and it's going to cause, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to get that back and forth. Yeah, the market priced in rate cuts this December. Remember, the market at the beginning of this year only priced in one more rate hike. Then we got 3 more. Again, the end of the last year before, that was the same thing. Every single time. Got to say thanks for preaching the long term on days like today. God bless. Days like today, you understand a little better why we have the long term. But the days where we preach it that matter, it was in the gulag of October. It was when we were talking about it. And again, like those were the moments. Now you just sit back. And like I'm saying here, if anything fucking happens in the future and the market does this confusing, you don't know the economy, you're trying to read it, everyone's this and that, you're going to sit on this shit and it's going to work. You are attached to the wealth of the world now. That's it. Yeah, they could run up 7 stocks without us, but for the most part, if they all getting rich, you're long-term going to make sure you are not getting left behind in any way. That's all. You can make wrong trades, you could be wrong, you could fuck up, but you're not going to get left behind because you didn't not own anything. And that's where, but today doesn't matter. Today, you just benefit off of it. The days where it really matters, it's when you didn't want to do it. It's when people wanted to quit. And we just had this conversation a month ago, which is wicked to me, but that's really where the value comes in. But today, you see it, but then you may forget about it when the market goes down again. But then just remember these moments. But also just keep in mind, long-term plan, like I'm saying, we're analyzing the market, Powell, trades, whatever it may be, but the long-term does its thing and holds. So, amen. Dollar drops the most since January 6th. A lot. How does opportunity cost play into this? Well, if you have a long term, I mean, I like it usually because even then, as long as I get a little bit of the opportunity, I mean, I'm not going to compare it against what if I just only own the Mag 7. But at the same time, just timing, I don't think opportunity, it's what are you going to do with it? So the alternative, if that money doesn't go into the long term, really, what are you going to do with it now? The only other alternative is bonds, or you could go for a trade. Again, S&P did better than bonds, but are you ready for the fucked up part? Cash yielded about 5%, 5.5% on average this year. But now here's the crazy part. Now after today, it's a little lower. Your dollar also appreciated on the year as well. So if you kind of look at the net gain, you almost have the same return on holding $1 with cash as buying the S&P 500. Maybe playing Pump It Up sooner than expected. 2 hours later. Oh, shit. It's Euro close 8 minutes ago. Look at that. So, Chad, now we've had a lot of good discussions. But you know what time it is? It's time for push-ups. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate costs. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours. Actually, we've been here for 3.5 hours now that I think about it. But sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendation. Stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feel good, huh? Wow, relaxed, and then chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, legs in front of you. We are not riding a dolphin, okay? Good posture, okay? Chest to the sun. There you go. You look good right now. You actually look good, man. You look good. You look good. That's wow, good for you. And relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your nose or out through your mouth with your tongue out. Go. Oh, yeah, you like that? That's good, huh? There you go. And then now, man, that's it. Just get your push-ups in. Oh. You stare at the object, you do the blinks. I need my resistance. Woo! All righty. Top taking push-ups. And it's Euro close, so let's see. I feel like bonds didn't move much, even the SPY. DoorDash on the high. You lost all your life savings and loans on 401k gambling. You don't know what to do. Feel like trading is not for me. Should I retire, keep coming back, and end up worse? The answer is the long term. So the market isn't a bad thing for your life. But, again, if the budget gets out of hand and trading, you know, could easily turn into gambling. And even this year, you know, I took a big loss even shorting the market for the first half of the year. So it's not like, again, without a long term, I would be a lot more disappointed. So some people want to give you a lot of answers, and you could say discipline, and I do think that is important, and the budget, but like seriously, the long term, that's it. The long term is not trading. You don't have to. You could take a break from trading for a little bit, but if you keep putting money into trades and it's a large amount of money and it is not returning consistently, consider the long term and get familiar with the long term, and I'm sure it's going to help out your trading. You're going to like the way you look. I could guarantee it. I got to finish this set, though. Short term, too. Did you not just hear what he said, bro? Like, he just said he lost his savings and 401k from trading. So we're trying, again, what I'm trying to tell, not bearish stuff and then tell him to go play short term too. You can make this much money. Like literally just straight up, just get a long term if that's the case, and don't treat it like that until, paper trade, and maybe you come back to it later, but this isn't supposed to be, again, I think that's just a real easy standout to take advantage of the market, especially if it's been hurting you as of lately and the result is by your own hand. That's the way I look at it. That's what makes things frustrating. To share with you the frustration of the losses that I took is because I became a victim of the thing I was aware of. I'm never a victim, but I fell for it. I know it was by my own hand. I would have been better off taking a baseball bat to my computer screen than making a trade versus all of the stuff that I just bought and held. And you see what I'm saying? When it's as a result of your own hand, That's what we're talking about with the trading. So if you're telling me you've done that and it's as a result there, I'm saying you need to get something where it's set and forget. You need something where you're going to not, where you put the money in one place, put it into a spot, put it in a safe spot, hopefully, and just let him do his thing and just don't bother him and give him his privacy. Let him grow up. Let him do his thing. And that's the idea there. But because usually if you're noticing you're doing it as a result of your own hand, you're going to be mad that you were trying to move the money around. And in the process of changing the buckets, you're the one who lost all the water. You see what I'm saying? The long term should be slow and boring. Yeah, Uber's going with it. DoorDash and Uber. I love Uber. It's great. And Bond's still holding it. Oh, I need another set, bro. I didn't do the back touches. Tesla ripping. I'm still doing these stretches. All right. I don't know if that volume's real. Real. Big J ready for kids with that knowledge? Oh, no. Please, no. No. Maybe, but no. Yeah, 20 years. I mean, bro, the long term is going to be great. But even then, like, let's just get to the end of the year. There's so many things we could talk about. Today is just, you got that bullish vibe after the data now. You have a lot of people. Again, I was just telling you on the watch list 2 days ago. Remember, I said just after how this plays out, everybody is looking ahead for next year. They're talking about election. They're talking about what's going to happen with 24, if no recession now. So there's a lot we got to look forward to. Is your birthday, Edward? Oh, my goodness. Happy birthday. Great birthday. Or not. What a day for a birthday. Are you kidding? God bless you, Eddie. I hope it's a good one, man. Shout out the long term. I know you got the long term. Hey, man. Adding extra instead and forget about the options. Yeah, bro. Don't trade any options in your 401k. That's not really a wise idea. That's it. I'm telling you, long term, bro. Long term, chill out for a little bit. Paper trade for a month. If you get hit on paper trades for a couple months, maybe that'll give you enough confidence to get back in. But it's just very simple. Just get your long term. And then if you want to trade and you're like, I love trading, but I think it's gambling, you set aside a very small budget, but just make sure you keep getting in the long term. But, that way, next time you encounter me down the road, you shouldn't have a bad experience with the stock market, meaning, the market is a great tool for everybody's life, especially for long-term investments. So don't cheat yourself out of it because of the trading. All right. I can't tell if this election year is going to be super wild because I'm older now and more aware, or if it's the same old election year weirdness hype. It'll be a mix of both, but there's definitely a lot of tension coming into this one. HD and Airbnb on the highs. Remember, HD had earnings. Better question, when to move bill funds to the long term? Well, I have my bill in the long term. Again, I have other bill elsewhere just for sake of insurance reasons, but in the long term, I mean, it should already be there. You could use it whenever. I'm down. If you see discount, I'm going to buy it. Like, again, I only have one deposit available. That's it. But this whole year, I have used the deposits. And again, for the long term, I don't care. This is why I told you that. Some names are still down, but you give us a couple good names, good green days, a little bit of recovery there. But most of the ones I bought yielded higher than bill. My idea is compound for the future because I don't know what's going to happen. If you do drip and your account goes over 250, It's up to you at that point how safe you feel. Again, I've been a little weirded out with stuff, but I try not to keep any accounts now with more. I do have one big account with more than 250. I have multiple. I have like two with more than 250, but I try to not keep more than 250 in any account now. I just separate them all. So that's up to you. That's a personal decision. Again, that things have chilled out in the banking sector. Maybe I'm just over paranoid, but for the most part, that's totally up to you. Or you could just put it into a treasury. I think that is what I might have to do next year. If I don't want to keep them spread out in multiple accounts, I'm just going to buy a bond. You have to make a new account. So either multiple brokerages or even within the same one. But like else, like go open up, like you could open up 5 bank accounts in a day. And right there, you could put it all, and they should offer some money market or anything of that nature. But again, that was me with how I viewed the banks in the beginning of the year. But I don't know. I don't know if that's, they got a little Raul here, bro. I just went from green to red on that future real quick. Back below 4,500. That's your first time below 4,500 all morning, I feel like. Bonds are even coming. I think bonds and stocks are matching up here a little bit. What's stopping someone from having millions insured with multiple accounts? Nothing. People do that. So that's literally like, that's why I'm doing it. Just that it's just like, it's annoying, it's tedious, but out of an abundance of caution. But like I said, I do have one giant stock portfolio that unfortunately it's just not feasible for me to do that. So I keep it there. Airbnb buys startup for under 200 million. Airbnb acquires AI company. What? Yeah, hold on. So Chad's saying Airbnb has acquired Game Planner AI, a stealth 12-person AI company led by Adam Chayer and Siamak Hojat. Airbnb acquires Game Planner AI. What is this? The transaction was valued at just under $200 million. It's expected to accelerate some of Airbnb's AI projects, according to the source, CNBC. EURN, Burry increases stake 372%. Euronav? Watch out. This could be an arbitrage play. Remember, we saw that the other day on one of those plays. Yeah, 6 minutes ago on CNBC. Well, they don't really buy things. I think that's just a weird one. Thankfully, it's not that much money. $200 million is smaller in the grand scope of some other acquisitions, but super weird. VWAP, here we come. You gave up a lot right there. So I went up from $50 on the MES to down 50 right here, but that's your first. No reason for the drop. I see Majority Leader Schumer seems to be a bipartisan path on government funding. Honestly, good news out of that for now, but I think your first little drop here below 4,500 and then following Euro close. Again, Euro close was right here. We did nothing, went a little lower, went a little higher, and now you've kind of moved outside of that. Sean Fain testifies. I don't know who we have for the Fed speakers on the schedule left for today. Let's see. You got Fed Bar at 10 a.m.? I thought Fed Bar already spoke, so no, you got him still here in a little bit. Oh, no, that's Eastern. I'm tripping. So, yeah, we already had Mester. You have Goolsby at 12:40. You have 45 minutes until the next Fed speaker. Airbnb just made its first acquisition as a public company. Yeah, I say they haven't bought anything. Thank God it was small. Because, again, usually when people start spending billions, but then again, if they bought like a big company, they could have caused a big wave. However, I think they wanted AI. They wanted AI. They're buying gameplanner.ai. I don't know what it is. Let's see. Game planner? Oh, here it is. Crunchbase. What? This can't be it. It's a sports coaching software? I could be on the wrong website. I went to a Crunchbase. Usually if it's like private. Yeah, this is Middle East. I don't think this is it. Yeah, no. Okay, fuck no. I was like, what? I don't know if it's this gameplan.com. Improve shortened text you've written. I have no idea. Dude, I have no idea what the fuck they just bought. It's something AI, but like I'm trying to find out what it is because again, this is their first acquisition. Game Plan AI, a stealth 12-person AI company. It's been in stealth mode since 2020. They operate out of the public eye for reasons such as protect IP or avoid distractions. It will accelerate some of Airbnb's products. It was founded by Adam Shayer, one of the founders of Siri. When Siri was acquired by Apple, he worked alongside Steve Jobs. Shayer later co-founded Vive Labs, which would become foundation for Samsung's voice assistant. Airbnb CEO said generative AI will radically change the platform and wants to use it as a travel concierge that learns about users over time. For example, matching them with the right rooms or homes. It's like Palantir. No, I don't think it's like. I think it's Siri. That's it. The guy he was the founder of Siri. So they just bought a company, an AI company, that the guy who made Siri, Hey Siri, and they sold that to Apple. The same guy now just sold his company to Airbnb. And then Vive Labs, he co-founded, which was the foundation for Samsung's voice assistant. Hotel front desk. Seems like it. They're going to be like, hey, Airbnb, find me a room on these dates. But again, it's... I didn't know. This isn't the groundbreaking. M. Burry short semis via puts on socks. Did he come out with a new filing? Is this why we're going down? A new filing for Michael Burry. Is that why you guys were asking me earlier? SGN resumed and then paused. Bond's coming down. And SPY 2, though. So this was our first little drop here of the day. 44.94. Remember, ever since we went to this level, we haven't gone below it. But then again, you've gone through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 levels on the day. That's insane. All right, 44.92. So a little lower now on the SPY. This is our fast pullback of the day. How does it feel? What level did you say we need to hold for pump it up? 4,600. So you were just about 100 points away, a little bit more now. But we were right there. So close. So close. Arc. So basically machine learning to learn and predict behaviors, then connect people to their platform. I don't even think it's that deep. Hey, I heard you need help booking an Airbnb. You could say, hey, Josh, Airbnb, and I could let you know it's available. If you're flexible, just let me know where you want to go and what potential dates would work, and I could come up with a travel itinerary for you. Oh, sorry. I don't know what you mean by room service. We don't offer that at Airbnb, but with me by your side, if you need any assistance during your stay, all you got to do is say, hey, Josh, and I'll be able to help you out. So I saw that you were looking for San Diego. It was in your cookies, and then you were talking about it with your friend last night. There's 5 different available bookings. I could separate them based on cheap or not, and if you're worried about cleaning fees, just let me know. I could find the ones without it, or I could find the ones that have good reviews for a less strict host if that's what you're looking for. All you got to do is say that one, and I'll select it for you. That's what it is. That's all it is. That's all it's going to be. I mean, I'm sure it's going to learn a couple of things, but as of now, that is my impression of most AI at this point. My boss heard and said, why are you using ChatGPT? Hey, I'm not ChatGPT. I'm a little more advanced. If you want to learn how, just say, hey, Josh, and ask me over 500,000 pre-programmed questions. You could say, hey, is MPW going up? Hey, is this bullish? Hey, is this bearish? And I could answer all of those. Hey, Josh, should I sell out of my long term? Well, with a question like that, I'd be more inclined to tell you to look up a local doctor. If you need help finding medical assistance nearby, I could get that for you, because suggesting selling out your long term does seem like a big problem. You're within over a half a mile of the nearest hospital. I could call them now if you'd like. Alrighty. 44.92. Damn, the yen at the high. That's good. Oh, 709. All right, bond's still going down. First little green candle out of there. Bought Airbnb or wait. I mean, it's still in that same earnings range. I'm just waiting until I could get it at a lower price at this point. Otherwise, I do like dividends a little bit more for now. How about a little squeeze? We might. You know, just barely 30 minutes after Euro close. So we will see. Bonds going down. They're like going down, not really. It just depends on how you want to look at it. Come on, scammers. HD on CNBC. ACHR, they got halted. There was, I think I either read that in the morning or I remember reading them. They got halted. That's about it. They had something. I keep letting it climb. So again, this is either going to be a nice little rally at the level or we go a little bit lower. This was the earlier high of today at one other point. So We'll see if this one could hold or not. And then where's the dollar? Just right out of euro close. Josh, good evening. Good evening, my brother. Dollar's still kind of at the low. Interesting. We were dropping with the dollar dropping all day. Oh, and then we rise with the peach or not, bro. Oh, my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Peach Nation, get your ass up. Bradley, Frizzle, and the peach is here. Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. On inflation day. Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? God bless America. God bless Bradley Frizzle. God bless Peach Nation. That's what I'm talking about, boys. That's amazing. That's glorious. That's glorious. You know what I'm saying? That's glorious. So Burry covered his shorts. Oh, yeah. Wouldn't that say that in the new filing? That'll make a lot of sense. Make a lot of sense. Okay, it's going. All right, I kind of need to go pee. So let's see. Do I have time? It's going to let me. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning, good evening, good night. I will BRB.
And where you anticipate some of the gains are going to come from?
I do think you need to get wider, Caroline. I mean, I think we need industrials to work again, maybe energy. I think financials have to do some of the heavy lifting. But in general, if you look at the Magnificent Seven, this is not my work. It's Jason Trennert's at Strategas. And he separated it out as its own sector. Margins are growing faster. Earnings and revenue growth growing faster than rest of market and rest of technology. And so I think you have to give them the tip of the hat and say, I may not want to own all of them, but I want to own some of them, and I need to have them in my portfolio because the tailwinds, the secular tailwinds are at their back.
Speaking of tailwinds, Nancy, you heard me talk about NVIDIA at the top of the program, up for a 10th straight day, matching its record run that it set in 2016. It is the best performing stock on both the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100. What do you make of that run? What is your attitude towards it?
I wished I owned it. It was never cheap enough for us. It was for about 20 minutes on one day, and then we just missed it. I think importantly, what you know from last quarter's earnings is that the multiple actually went down despite the stock running up. So I think this is one of those stocks like Amazon a decade ago, like Walmart 2 or 3 decades ago, that you just step aside and let it run, and hopefully you own it. We own Broadcom, so we've had some of the benefits of AI chip and cloud computing. We own a lot of the Magnificent Seven. We just don't own that name. I think if you own it, you keep it and let it run. And if you don't own it, you wait on all of these stocks for pullbacks.
And what would be the spark of a pullback, do you think, Nancy?
Well, I think we got one in October, and September. I think if we, and that was based on, the Fed saying they were going to be higher for longer. But I would argue in the medium term that doesn't matter because we've had much higher rates and strong investment performance, particularly from technology. And then I think if we get conflicting data and we just continue to hear the Fed speak, the market is still reacting to that on a daily basis. But I would point out that the reason I think you want to own these stocks for the long term is that in periods of tight labor markets, and there've historically been 3 or 4, but one again that's mostly analogous, which was around the 80s, 90s, these stocks, the spend in technology has gone up, and then these stocks have outperformed. So I don't think the trade's over. Someday it will be, but I think for now you do want to wait for volatility of maybe a weak earnings report, another Fed speak period where we get, some conflicting data like we did from Powell meeting. He was a little more dovish. Last speech, he was less so, and the market took it to heart. Those are your times. That's the time when you step in.
Market took it to heart. Those are the times you step in. All right, man. Little VWAP drop. Futures are dropping 45.04. You just hit 45.02 real quick. So testing that here, you're now back down to getting the VWAP, and that was the first low. That's why I sold out of that first future. 45.05. It likes this price, dude. Let's see. Dollar bonds. What time is it? 12 o'clock. I did it, Raul. A little bit. See if this turns vertical. Otherwise, I mean, watch if we do break down a little bit. 44.90 now. Came down here. You could go a little bit lower, 44.87-ish. Again, 44.83, but we'll just see how it plays. That hit VWAP in bounce, so I think you got volume in there. I went long on the MES. I'm up. I'm down on it by $85 on 2 of them. I wanted to play a big one. I'm thinking about one even around here, but then again, it's still very early. The last thing I'd want to do is get stuck, but a good one early could do, very, very nice. DraftKings Palantir needs to break 20. I forgot about Palant. Even the dollar, though, very fascinating today. And then the bonds keep just dancing near the highs after a very, very epic rally. And then DraftKings, they're still trying to move up. They're actually doing great. Where's coin and crypto? Those are down. MSTR, Boeing's near the low. Can we put Uber back on the board? Yeah. Again, Uber, $55, 55, and then once we start getting into 60s, they start to get a little crazy here. 3. VWAP still selling. VIX is killed today. Again, after all of that, the VIX was that was pretty violent, man. That was pretty violent. So low ticker is picking up. You got a couple more names. So you spend a couple hours, kind of like yesterday. So the gap up was unreal, but now holding up here. If we do come down and spend a couple of hours, but I do TBTs on the high and TMV. What do we got going on there? So bonds, again, getting another move. Yeah, TLT is starting to dump there. Oh, I got IEF. That's why we have the 10-year. Yeah, there's TLT. Uber, new high, Palantir. So, again, bonds are giving up some of this, and then the dollar, and then the SPY's just, like, fighting to hang on here. It's actually kind of fighting back pretty good. Let's see. What's the volume like? Oh, we're already at 40. You're already higher than yesterday's volume. I guess it is CPI day. It better be 45.90. Again, yeah, TLT going lower. Did VWAP just adjust? Am I tripping? Did VWAP just get lower? I thought we were just at VWAP. R? Greetings, Josh and beautiful people. Greetings, my friend. The crash. This wasn't really, it just came out of nowhere. We started dropping. I wouldn't really call it a crash. Again, a little bit, 15 minutes after Euro close? We started to sell off, and that was after, like, a monster-ass rally. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. All right. Oh, I did it. I took a big one. I did an ES long here at 45.05. Let's see. Bonds might slap me in the face off of it. I still think it's a little risky coming down to 4,500, but we will find out on the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. What's my stop loss? You already know that question, that answer. You just ask it to bring up the conversation. I still haven't learned. I know. Amen. I went for the ES. Yeah, I'm going for the bounce. I don't know. It might be too early. I'm not going to, like, hold it. But at the same time, I'm looking at even where the MESs went. I think it's decent. No, watch if bonds. That might not hold. No SL. Oh, that's what that means. I said, what do you mean? I said, what's wrong? Mercedes SL? Actually, that's one of those cars. The Mercedes SL was going for a premium, and now that car will even sell cheaper than MSRP brand new. It's so weird. Very, very weird. Yeah, TLT, that's the only weird part. I think right there you need to have that chill out. The dollar went down on this whole move, but again, we had our first, like, what? It's been like 20, 30 minutes of going down here. Again, you're either going to take another 8 points lower, maybe another 15 if it gets even crazier. Otherwise, we reclaim and get back up. The drop on the Rolls SUV, I did not. Some of them were like, they were already getting cheaper, but I didn't notice any like major declines on those. Why? All right, I feel you. I'll get out of it then. I'm not going to tell y'all when I do some of these plays then. Because I forgot what it's like. Everyone's like, why this? Why that? You did. Y'all give me, man. Y'all are worse than my parents. Y'all are worse than growing up with Middle Easterns. I'm like, oh, like, okay. I'll keep it low key then if it's gonna disturb too many. Don't let it disturb. I did not get into Avi yesterday. I forgot what the headline was on that one. $490. Did Snap come down? Yeah. Snap had 9. I'm still mad at Evan. How dare he come out with good news after telling us about Israel. They said the war is slowing down advertising. Man, it didn't even slow down the stock market. Bullshit. Apple didn't move all day. Mark Wayne Mullen challenges Teamster Sean O'Brien to a physical fight, standing up midway through Senate help hearing. Chair Bernie Sanders repeatedly attempts to break them up. You're a United States Senator, quote. Jeez. And then Google will update the India country specifics of gambling and games to reflect recent changes in local law. Europe says, how is Europe? We like Europe, I think, right? Europe close. You guys are in. I hope you guys, actually, since Europe, you guys brought us down a little bit, but still up 1.7. So, again, that's the hesitation of the day. You know, we have moved already double what was priced in for the CPI. Again, CPI came in softer than expected. Markets and a lot of people have loved it so far. Can something bad happen in tomorrow's Xi? Like the Xi Jinping thing? There could, but I doubt it. I doubt my man is going to come out, you know, all the way from China, hype up this event to like, to what's it called? To be like, yo, I only got bad news for y'all. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, think about it, man. Xi Jinping been meeting with Putin before meeting with Biden. But, like, you know, the fact that he's actually coming here when any other time he would have just said no or he would have sent somebody else. It's like it should be an olive branch. You know what I'm saying? So, like, there shouldn't be a negative event out of Biden and Xi Jinping. You know, Biden's going to talk his tough talk, and same with Xi, but then you know, I do think you're going to get something decent out of it. Yeah, he also met with Newsom before. Isn't that wild? Look like CPI confirmed. Oh, look at the wire. And we won't get hikes, so why is the market? That's why the market's happy. Yes, it's not confirmed, though. So the CPI has led to the further assumption that the Powell is done raising rates. That is why we are up. And then even then, that CPI and part of that assumption, how you even saw that happen is by literally the Fed futures even pricing in rate cuts already or earlier for 2024. Leon Cooperman takes stake in Manchester United. I hate Manu, though. I'm done playing that one. That one's a shit show. Cheaper, though, than any of the other price. Watch out. TLT still kind of going down. If that goes down a little more, that won't be good. Mm. $2019 Cullinan going for 270. They were 400. Really? How many miles? You saw the rate cuts move from July. Thanks you for teaching. Hell yeah, bro. That's good. I'm glad you saw it. That was a big one. That was a very, very big one. Again, I think that had a lot. I think even down to May was the thing. I don't know if it's still there, but that has had a huge, huge impact on the day today. And then we're just holding. We're hugging this level. So, again, 45.07 would have been a level here kind of to a degree. That's where we kind of pinned out just under. So, that's where it was at on the futures. But you're just chilling here. Again, 44. I don't even know the last time we were at 44.90. Not even 20 days ago. 180 days ago. That was right. Oh, 40. That was the low of this day. Yeah, so 44.89. Oh, this was yeah, this had its own little closing thing from August. Nice. Not too bad, actually. So it kind of makes sense why this is holding up as a little baby level there, because there's a lot of support for now. Coin going back to rec. 20,000 miles. That's a lot, though, for a Rolls. They drove that thing. But yeah, cars, again, cars came down 2.8, I think. That's after an 8% drop the month before. So cars, even on the CPI, came down. But surprisingly, it wasn't. There was other factors that helped out bringing down CPI. But it wasn't always it wasn't just the cars. But I feel like the car stuff, we're going to see a lot more of soon. 295 with 9,000 miles. It's a little better. But yeah, that's crazy. Those were going for high 300s, 400s all day. All right, you're going lower here, though. So this baby level is not holding. And, again, you are essentially below, again, the 44.93. This was your last level here. The first low of the day was 44.86. Feel the script flipped, equal weight dragging us a bit further down. QQQ keeping us up. We'll take a break down. Is it 9:30? Almost. I'm already like stretching, bro. So you guys might need to do push-ups. Equal weight still 2.6. NASDAQ still 2. And then S&P is up by 1.7. Dow 134. And then where is it? So NASDAQ 100, 6 names in the red now. 95 in the green. Remember, there's only 2 in the morning. Then Dow Jones, 4 red, 26 in the green. And then S&P 500, 34 red, 469 in the green. Yeah, still, again, bonds. I think this little drop happened when the bonds, that's what we saw in the beginning of the day. You rallied up here, and then this little second half here, again, bonds have now given up, I wouldn't say half of it. They're getting back to the earlier candles. How does this look on equities? Kind of look the same. You'd be back to 859. Oh, no. Yeah, actually, so bonds are saying SPY should be right back here at open. It's almost down 20 from the drop. Yeah, Walgreens was late to come up, but then it ran KYMR. What's this? KYMR, Camara. That sounds familiar. Up 17. Again, taking another candle, though. Raul is here. A little bit. Equal weight, SPX. Again, you're further below the level now. You're like right in the middle, 44.87. So, again, still 44.85 was that previous little low, and then the level itself, 44.83. Why did my E-Trade look so weird? We played Fortnite. Yeah, bro, we got a dub. Y'all was playing me, bro. Y'all said I was playing bots. Stop it, bro. Stop it. How do ETFs work? You should watch that interview that we have with the CEO of Wheat, Mr. Sal. But pretty much ETFs, There's no supply and demand. You give them money, and then they go and execute their ratio of the shares. I know my shot was on. Right, bro? You saw that? They were hating, bro. They were hating. As rent rises, cool, so will inflation, heard on the street. Is this a Nick Timmerhouse article? No, but again, Wall Street Journal, a little bit of again, another inflation pump. Well, the reverse. You played Fortnite? Yeah. Yesterday. SLV in 2020, that was an ETF. You call BS? No, that was because the price of silver went up. So, unfortunately, I think they hustled everybody. So, nah. They did try to squeeze SLV, though. They did try to squeeze an ETF. Their son got you playing. It's fun, bro. It's the OG. I played it back in the day. And then they're like, "You're playing before CPI?" I was like, "Yeah." Mm-hmm. Why is my V? I don't know. I was looking at that earlier, bro. I've been tripping out. And then, again, you got that Google update thing, and Netanyahu says he's offered the military to prepare for all scenarios to deal with Hezbollah. Yeah, no other update. That dropped there 30 minutes after Euro close. No other update. Again, bonds came down, and we're still holding up, too. We went through the breakdown. Most names are still in the green, so a very interesting one for now. We could bounce. If it goes vertical and hold, nothing has came in here again. I'm checking all the headlines. You had like Netanyahu comments just back to this. If you get above 44.94, watch there. Maybe we chill out here. I mean, that'd be interesting. I guess chill wouldn't be bad. People wanted chill yesterday. We'll see. CPI summary, it was good. People really thought there was going to be some surprises due to the changes, but core came down. The month-over-month rate on core and headline both were favorable. Real estate was still elevated, but came down from last month. And the health insurance didn't shock, but it was just kind of a head-scratcher because people did expect to slow down, but they didn't expect it to slow down that much. And then kind of caught everybody off guard, and now bonds have made one of their biggest moves here of the year. And Fed futures are now pricing in rate cuts earlier in 2024 than they were prior to all of this. We're finally booming. We were just in red and doom and gloom. Yes, we've had it. I don't know if y'all just got here, but that's a big conversation we've had, and just that's why there's a lot of assumption going on. But for now, until the next data set, until the next jobs, and even PPI and consumer stuff tomorrow, this is all looking good. But even for tomorrow's data, generally, even if tomorrow's data is awful, you did just get a very favorable CPI report that people are liking. So no recession. I mean, for 2023, there's no recession. That's it. Remember, that is what we've been arguing about all year. Everyone says it's going to have, remember, end of last year, then the bonds, and they thought Powell would be done and this and that. So it's the same question, but there's no recession in 2023. That's not materializing. Inflation has came down unless the next 2 months of data gets really bad and shocks everybody. But for the most part, that's kind of why we're in this situation and reacting. So it's not really about is there no recession, because when you ask that question, people are talking about 2024. But what people really got out of today was just like, oh, yeah, Powell's done not raising rates ever again now. That was the real theme. The real theme is that people really believe the assumption now that the rates are cemented and Powell will not raise by at least the end of the year, but especially in the next year too. So we see. Why Disney? It's like that usually post earnings, and I mean, they've been like that while they've been riding the struggle bus. You know, trying to have, because they're trying to recover. They did good in terms of saving and other things, but like once they get back to growth, they need because people are still calling it a wait and see story. But it was like that after last earnings. DraftKings on the high, still just chilling at 44.90. KRE is insane, dude. KRE, VNQ, XLRE, bro. I can't believe it, man. These are all up a shit ton right now. Again, 5% on real estate. KRE literally 7.64. That's nuts. So again, even big banks too, but regionals now. Where does this? I think they're still kind of clapped though. But now you're back to SVB Part 1. Remember in the gulag, you were at like the third bank failure by that point. So you're not like where you were in July, but that is definitely a very, very nice move for them today. Aren't you kind of saying no recession because of the price movement today? No, I don't give a shit about the price movement. I'm saying no recession because the jobs aren't going to collapse in the next 31 days. Even if there is a delay or whatever, but you guys know there's 31 days until the middle of December. So it's like roughly like maybe 40 days till the end of the month. So unless there's a giant bankruptcy, and even then I don't think that would immediately lead you into a recession. You're just not in a recession. Like, that's just at the end of the day, unless it's like a rolling recession or maybe we already experienced it and they didn't admit it, whatever you want to call it. But for the most part, there's just no way in hell you get a recession now in the next 30, 40 days with how everything's looking. Inflation's coming down. Job market is still up there. These earnings, some of them were softer, but they still made a shit ton. You know what I'm saying? It's not like that's what I'm trying to say, but markets aren't getting hyped over no recession. They're getting hyped over Powell never raising rates again, potentially. That's what has been the driver. That's been the driver since Powell stopped raising rates, since the press conference, since Timmerhouse, all of those. That has been the theme of why we've been ripping, and now today, more evidence, but like we've talked about, it's an assumption. We don't, just like every other time in the last 3 years we thought Powell was done, that necessarily didn't happen. So we'll see. We will see. Yes, it means rate cuts are closer, but then Powell is making sure everyone's really wants the rate cuts, but Powell don't want you to think that. But in general, that is the next stage. We now have the pause. What is the next step? Unless he wants you to know he'll raise again. Yeah, we're very, very close to the end of the year. That's it. That's why it's like, again, even the holidays now, the closer we get to this week, but next week, is going to be a week for the holidays. Bro, so I'm wearing like cashmere sweatpants, and every time I like clap or move, this cashmere fly in the air, and it's like I got stuck in my mouth. Where do you think Powell wants the markets right now? Just in the same range, not I don't know if he wants an all-time high, but like I said, back to my other theories, I think Powell just wants the bonds to go higher. He wants to see how high he could take it and keep it in a range, but borderline, I do think he's going to be there. Why do you dislike Thanksgiving week trading? It's going to be weirdly slow. So it's going to be very, very like computer choppy, different vibe, especially after we start like moving big after this data. It's going to slow down a little bit. Michael Burr. I don't know. He put out something today. There's an update today about what he did. So like I said, I don't really follow it too much. It always catches headlines, especially last time. But at this point, I mean, I'm not too interested in it. But he did come out with a new filing. Again, I think he went short on chips or something like that. But you could look it up and find it. All right, a little higher, man. A little bit. 44.91. Watch if it just gets above here or not. Otherwise, this will either be a relief or this will be the fake relief, and then we go down more. But for the most part, everything is still riding the wave from earlier this morning. Spreads could work out. Again, even now, too, to a degree. Again, if premiums are still jacked up, and now that you have a little bit more evidence of things, remember, it was fucked up the last couple of months when the floor just kept falling out. So maybe if you could have a better idea of the range now, you could do some good premium sells around here, but should be slower around Thanksgiving. Well, yeah, it's a short day. The market gets closed. I don't know if it's a short day. I think it's a short day for Black Friday. And then just in general, the markets are just like less active. It's an honor. I got the pony. Thank you for all you do, Josh. Hey, man. Bro, we had people with 48 months today, man. So 24, I appreciate it. God bless you, my brother. I hope to see you for 24 more, and I hope you got the long term. What's today? Today is just November. November is a big deal, I feel like, for a lot of, like, the solid number by fours. I guess a lot of 24s, 48s. It's there, baby. All right, man. So still holding up. Bonds have yet to catch any relief. So any of the little rallies, once the bonds chilled out, we were good. But again, long-term bonds, they are flowing a little bit lower. But even the 10-year came down. Again, by down, I mean yields higher. 1 month, I think 12. It doesn't say exactly unless you do the thing, but it's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
Is standing up against corporate greed.
Is that Bernie Sanders? That's a UAW thing. Are we overreacting? No, today was weird. I already explained this today. I think it's an underreaction, and not in terms of the market move, but I think why we had such an outsized response today, because today was only pricing in a 0.8% move. It was because everybody thought core inflation wasn't going to come down, and then it did. People were thinking it was going to be a little bit hotter, and then we gave a lot of outsized attention into it being hotter. And then when it came in just slightly lower, it kind of set everything off. So it was a weird buy the rumor, sell the news, because it seemed like a lot of people got it wrong. There was a lot of caution coming into the event. And then when it showed up a good number, oh man, everybody stopped being cautious like instantly. So that was the big deal there. MGA. Oh yeah, where's MGM? Where did my travel? UAL came down. Delta. I guess a lot of things gave up on that. We ran up into it thinking it'll be hotter, and ran more when it wasn't. No, we ran up into it off of Powell and the rates thing, and then there was a general idea that the numbers are going to come in like a little hotter, support what Powell said last week, and people thought it would have given you more relief. So people had a very tempered view. Not too many people thought core was going to come in lower. So then once that did, that just sets you up over the top. But remember, how we got here was a combination of several factors. So don't try to boil it down to just one thing, and just don't forget what rates did in that time frame too. That was one of them. So And no, not until they revise. I mean, the CPI don't have revisions in the same way like the non-farms. They just seasonally adjust it. So you're not going to get a crazy CPI revision, but for the most part, you will have another CPI on the way, and then you're going to get another jobs report. Or if Powell, the dot plot, anything of that nature changes, then there you go. You'll have to deal with that. Goolsby is on 12:45. Yeah, so he's in like 7 minutes. He's bullish as hell too. If you're not familiar, Goolsby, he's a new guy, but mother effer is already bullish. He's fun though. Last time he had a speech, we liked it. It was actually a good one, I think. It was Goolsby or was it I think Barkin too. Barkin was a good one. Goolsby. Yeah, he's a smart guy. Are you just saying that because of Chicago? What the fuck is this? I have the...
And true and one. All good prayers begin with thanks. We give thanks for the ability to be together
they're
and
praying?
to learn together. We give thanks for the space that the Detroit Economic
Amen.
Club creates. We give thanks for our city and for all cities.
Bro, they're praying before the meeting.
Our desire to be neighbors.
Let's go,
to each
Detroit.
other, to learn from each other, to share and trade and solve problems and lift each other up. We give thanks for the science of economics,
wow,
which seeks to learn from the past, make applications to the present, and plan and build for the future. And this is the experience of our ancestors reflected in our holy books. We ask our loving Creator to bless this gathering. Let our time here together form us and strengthen us to seek and build the common good. Amen.
Amen. That's great. So Goolsby's about to be on here. He has 5 minutes. This was the intro.
A couple of special thank yous to Lawrence Tech University and Detroit Public TV for live.
Okay, I'm going to mute it until he gets up here. So again, Goolsby, he is a Fed voter. He's a new guy, usually bullish, but that is our only speaker for the day here today. I got an idea. But again, we'll see this. If he's going to move it SE on the low, and we barely moved now for the last, 20, 30 minutes. So you're kind of holding within this little range, which, dude, this chart is wicked today. 6 of these different levels here, and you're holding between the last 2 that you've been at. And technically, the other one, you didn't even go above it. Is the Target website down? The search function's not working? Maybe it's your internet? Unless, if you see a website, though, with, a message on it, so, these hackers that you've been hearing about, they've been tagging up the website. So, you can be on the lookout for that, if anything. Man, Target, that would have been a good one, though, unfortunately. They got the CPI gap. And bonds, too. So, again, we already rallied a little bit ahead of that, but TLT or IEF at the very least, that's even better than TLT. That's recovered a tiny bit, just off the bottom. Doesn't change anything, just air brakes more or less. So, again, if we don't get out of this range, it doesn't really mean anything. If we do, that'll be nice. So, if we can make a move above here, you're back into the active mode of earlier. If not, though, if that rejects, it's going to start being a long, drawn-out, slow down.
November 14th.
Okay, he's excited. He's excited. BOK on the high. And I think TAN, SMCI as well, too. Target came down a little bit, but still up 4. SMCI's up 11. Bro. What's this? U.S. and China will likely set up a channel for talks on AI. Semaphore. An Airbnb bought an AI company today. Baba, Baidu, First Solar. Again, I think Tan was on the high there. Yeah, I was just looking at that. Weed stocks are down. Wow. No way. I guess they already had their little run up from 5. Oh, Raul. So watch out here. This don't look good. And then Trump congressional allies call for Michael Cohen to be investigated for perjury. Politico. So like I said, it's small for now, but if you just get up to this level, like look at it, it'll look beautiful if you rip past here. But if it comes down from here, it's going to just look like we're going to spend another 30 minutes, an hour in this range than not. Another push, end phase. If that hole, again, like I'm saying, if you break past this line, it looks good. That's what we did last time. It gives you at least 8 more points. But if this doesn't hold up, I mean, it's just going to start looking where, okay, we had a fun 30, 45, or I guess fun hour. And then we're going to have to chill till the end of the day because it's still early. It's still only 9:44. It's not even 10 o'clock right now. End phase run. Damn, end phase up 14. A lot of EV. A lot of, I mean, I don't know about short squeeze names, but just with the equal weight index up as much as it is today, there's a lot of everything. This is a very broad rally. That is a big common feature of how you would explain today. Circle. Who's Circle? C-E-R-C-L-E? What is this, man? Circle AI? What is these guys? End phase on the high still. Some of you were calling that out. Jazz. I haven't checked healthcare out. Is Goolsby talking? That's not Goolsby. But he should be on here in right now. So I have the
Economic
video.
Club welcome to Austin Goolsby and Sandy Barua.
Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah, pre-written statements are already out now. He says inflation progress continues. Economic growth has been strong. This year could see fast non-war-related one-year fall.
Thank you, Sandy.
Still have way to go before 2%. Positive developments allow blockbuster economic
growth. I prefer to think of it
growth
as you may be winning the
without,
division, but
he's
we
hella
are winning
bullish.
the NFL draft.
He's saying we have big growth and no inflation pressure.
It's a strategy that worked for us.
Now he's saying housing.
Right, you're the president of the Chicago Federal Reserve Bank. Explain, we have a lot of students in the audience. What is the Federal Reserve Bank's role? What does it do, and briefly, how is it structured?
Okay, I started in January. I was a professor for 28 years, so I had been an outside observer of the Fed. The Fed is created in 1913 with the Federal Reserve Act. It is set up as a Federal Open Market Committee that votes on the interest rate, and that's the most public part of the job. There's a DC Fed that is largely about that and the financial system. And then there are 12 reserve banks around the country who are also kind of a bank to banks. And we do bank supervision and we provide financial services. We have between the Chicago Fed is mostly Iowa, Wisconsin, Illinois, Michigan, Indiana. This is the kind of heart of the Midwest is the district. We have more than $40 billion of cash in the vaults in the Chicago and Detroit buildings. Those are where our 2 branch buildings are. And we provide cash to the ATM machines of our member banks, and we do wire transfers and direct deposit, et cetera. The Fed system as a whole has a dual mandate that is in the Federal Reserve Act by law: maximize employment and stabilize prices. And so that's what the Fed people call the dual mandate, and that is what motivates. That's our job. It's not, it's not politics. It's not fiscal policy of what should taxes be or what should the government do. It's just how do we use the interest rate and other monetary policy tools to stabilize prices, maximize employment.
And just to be clear, before we move on, you're not part of the Biden administration or any other administration.
Correct.
The Federal Reserve Bank system sits independent from the executive branch and the Congress.
Yes, and the Fed is independent, is explicitly not political, and the reserve banks are separate entities. They're not government entities. They each have a board. Linda is on my board, so she's my boss. If you see me acting real nice to Linda, yes, ma'am, anything you say, that's because we have independent bosses. We're not in the administration, and we're not political appointees.
Okay, great. All right, you mentioned the dual mandate: maximize employment, minimize inflation. Speaking of inflation,
It's weird. He has pre-written statements, and they were all bullish. Again, he's naturally
CPI
a bull.
report this
but
morning. What did you see?
These are questions.
In today's CPI report.
All right, this is about the CPI.
Let me pause. Let me just say maybe I should take 3 minutes, and I'll give you an overview of kind of a ABC of what's on my mind, and it will end us.
Makes my job easier. That's awesome.
Will land us on CPI and like what are we watching? Okay, A. The normal dilemma, I told you the dual mandate, the normal thing facing central bankers is that the job is not easy. Any central banker who says the job is easy means they're a bad central banker, because that means they're coming with the ideology of like, I just do the same thing all the time. That's not what makes the job hard. What makes the job hard is if inflation gets up, like what happened now. The employment side of the mandate's been going great, and inflation has been going less than great. Every time that the Federal Reserve has gotten inflation down significantly, there's been a massive recession to do it. And that's not just the Fed, around the world, same thing. If you have to get inflation down a lot, they only can do it with a great deal of pain. The single largest drop in inflation in a year, other than wartime, demobilization, was of course under Paul Volcker in 1982. The CPI inflation rate fell by more than 4% in a single year, 4 percentage points in 1 year. That's the most ever. The thing that's bizarro world is that in 2023, we may surpass the biggest drop in inflation peacetime in 100 years. And unlike 1982, when the unemployment rate literally almost got to 11% and we had a horrible recession to do it, the unemployment rate has not even gotten above 4. And 4 is the level that before all this happened, there were a lot of people who said 4 is the minimum. You literally can't get the unemployment rate below 4. We will have gotten inflation down perhaps more than in any other year in a century without having a recession. That's what I call the golden path. That's more than a soft landing. That's the softest of all the soft landings. And I think it's because we've finally
So if you're wondering why I keep referring to him as an uber bull,
developments,
I rest my case.
Counteracting the COVID-related shortages, supply chain,
Thank you.
labor supply problems, all of the things that we've known about and lived through. We're finally undoing that and getting the benefits. 2, did I say 1 or A? I think it's that 1. 2, we've had strong productivity growth, which is like the magic beanstalk beans for the economy. If you get productivity growth, you can have faster income increases,
in 100 years,
faster wage growth, faster GDP without generating inflation.
High-low ticker is kind of going crazy, but we're just still holding.
3,
right at the level. You went above for a second.
Unlike previous episodes of inflation, the expectations in the marketplace of where inflation will be 1 year, 5 years, 10 years from now, those inflation expectations
Bonds are coming down, though,
did
so watch
not
out.
really go up.
TLT hitting another low.
Even as actual inflation got to 9%. And that, I believe, is a testament to the credibility of the Fed itself. That the Fed said, even as the inflation rate was hitting 9%, the Fed said, we have a target and we're going to get inflation back to the target. Whatever that takes, we're going to do that. And the market believed it. Paul Volcker was my great mentor and friend, and I worked with him in the financial crisis. And there's no doubt he would have been very pained to see inflation get to 9%. And when I took the job at the Chicago Fed, his widow, Anka, who is a friend of mine, gave me a few items that were Paul's and that I have in my office.
This is a wild story.
Played from the New York Fed, a copy of the first edition of Keynes' General Theory, and she said, Paul would have been so proud, and I know that you're going to help fix this mess. So from that, I was like, oh boy, you know, the pressure is on.
Now he's like golden
While
path.
I believe Volcker would have been pained to see inflation hit that target. I believe that the fact that inflation expectations never rose, even as inflation got to 9%, and that has allowed us to get onto perhaps the golden path, is a testament to the credibility of the Fed that he established.
Somehow we got everybody to believe in transitory for so long. Now we're doing good.
All of the pain that we had to go through, and what made the Volcker episode as painful as it was, is you didn't have to just beat inflation, you had to beat the expectations too, to convince people that we were serious, that we would commit to get it down.
It's true.
That's fulfilling the legacy. So those are the reasons why I think it's been a good year for the central bank, for the Fed in 2023, and I want it to continue. That was category A. Category B, there's still a disconnect.
New York has judge ruled that the vote on Rhythm's bid for Sculptor on November 16th can proceed.
And you feel that for sure from individuals, where the answer to the question, how's the economy? Horrible. How are your finances? Actually quite good. There's never been a bigger gap at the individual level on the surveys, but it's also true in business. Okay, so we got a GDP growth number of almost 5% growth, which is more than double the trend growth rate. It's literally not sustainable. That booming number, we talk at the Chicago Fed, all the Feds, but at Chicago,
does he have
for
heartburn?
the beige book,
but this part is supposed to get hella bullish.
Business people.
This is where, in the pre-written statement, he gasses up the GDP.
We gather that information, and that goes into the FOMC deliberations.
He's just flabbergasted.
Nobody that we talked to, and I mean nobody, we talked to all these, nobody was like, wow, this feels like a 5% growth economy. I mean, 5% is booming. And that wasn't what business described. You know, they kind of described, wow, these interest rates seem really high. We're going to have to recalibrate. Are we investing? You know, do we want to build a new factory if rates are going to be like this? So I encourage people not to get overly amped up about
I would buy the iPhone if he sold it. This is a very good speech so far, whether you agree or not. He's very animated. I'm at least awake. I'm listening.
It says we can
good stories,
never
everything.
Get inflation down if the economy's growing that fast. That means it's overheating. That's not true if you're getting positive supply developments, if you're having the productivity growth that I mentioned. You can get big quantities without inflation as long as it's coming along with those. So I don't want us to overhype on those quantity numbers, but I will say that this discrepancy between how business feels, how individuals feels, how consumers feel is hard to reconcile with the numbers, and we're just trying to figure out what that is. And then third, I would just say, so what am I looking? I said, don't pay as close of a focus on the quantity numbers as indicators of overheating. What I'm personally looking at is first and foremost the inflation itself. That's the part of the mandate that we have to improve, and we have. And the thing that I would remind everybody is that before COVID, we were at the 2% inflation target. In fact, we were even below the 2% inflation target. And that wasn't from all the inflation in the economy of every good being 2%. There were always a fair bit of differences. Goods, physical goods, were deflating 100 basis points a year. That is a minus 1% inflation rate for goods for about 10 years before COVID. Housing was growing about 3.5% a year, and services 2.5% to 3% a year. Okay, and those three combined are what got us to 2% on the core. If it's not your world, we don't include, when the Fed is looking at inflation, we tend not to look at food and energy, which drives my mom crazy. She's like, what do you mean you don't look at that? That's all I pay for is food and energy. But it's because food and energy, as you know, they're extremely variable, so they don't give as good of an indication of what's the underlying
We'll be going for
inflation.
votes right now,
So that's why we look at core. It's
very relatable
comprised
today.
of those three. So to get back to 2%, we've got to see it in these three categories. I don't want to offend Brother Robert. Yeah, that's kind of our Price Holy Trinity. I appreciated that our opening prayer had a lot of economic content, because I try to tell our people internally, I was like, this is noble work. I said, we are doing God's work. If God was paying attention to the federal funds rate, and what Brother Robert said he is. He was. That was great. Goods are back to deflation.
I don't know.
If you
I
look
kind
at
of like Goolsby now.
We've made a lot of
bro.
progress on inflation, cut it more than in half. We're more than 50% of the way back to the target. So far, we've done it mostly by goods returning to minus 1%. The services part is always slow moving and sticky. We've known that. And that's come down a little, but not a lot. The thing that I'm especially paying attention to now, over the next 6 months, let's call it, the thing that will determine, are we on path to get to target, is what's going to happen to housing. And it's a very wonky in the weeds.
This is following the order of his pre-written statements.
When they compute the
so it
housing
seems like seems like a Q&A, but I'm pretty sure this is like
it's not single-family home prices. That's not what it is.
This is like a speech in a Q&A format.
What's the rent?
This is all the pre-written. It's like every topic, and then he goes into it.
How much would rents have changed? That's what they're counting as inflation, and that tends to mechanically come through with a long lag, because as the market rents change, it kind of takes a year for that to flow its way through. Housing went way up and has started coming down. And if you take market measures of rent, they're supposed to imply that over the next year, housing inflation is going to come down a lot. We've seen the beginnings of that.
So that for 2
but
years
that
now.
must continue for it to work. So that's what I'm focused on: core inflation, the new months of numbers, and especially housing.
Yeah, yen's rocketing
Which brings
right now.
us
yen's
to
the oddball
CPI
because the
today,
bonds are down,
which look pretty
but
good. The overall CPI inflation was zero. The core inflation was around 0.2% for the month.
Yeah, wait.
If you break it out,
is this the answer to the CPI question? I'm confused.
Like slow but clear progress on each of the categories. Goods remain in deflation. housing coming down. We had a 1 month blip where it was like, uh-oh, housing inflation was up, but it started to trend down, and services remaining pretty steady.
So I'm hearing housing is one of the big pieces that you are looking at in terms of meeting the 2% target.
Housing inflation, yes. There's a separate category. There are people who say housing itself is very interest rate sensitive, like construction, house building, refinancing mortgages. It's very interest rate sensitive. So if you're a demand-driven business cycle person, there can be a tendency to like, I want to go look at housing starts. At sometimes that's right. My only thing is, at this moment, I'm putting less weight on the quantities measures because I feel like supply developments are coming through. So housing inflation, that's very front of mind for me.
So I've been in town halls with you where you're meeting with community groups, and a lot of the pushback that I see you getting is from people who are saying, you're raising inflation rates, and this is how that's impacting, our community. But it's not just a question of can we have high inflation?
Bro, dollar's still getting wrecked now. Even on this little
there's a
downside that we have.
The trade-off.
Dollars
You
again.
said
Shout out to the yen.
inflation, and you could say interest rates, and that's an insight that I hope everyone sees, which is when the Fed raises interest rates rapidly the way we did as a system over the last year and a half, among the fastest increase, going from 0 to 5.5% effectively in a short period of time. Some things wobble and break when that happens. It definitely involves pain, and there can be a tendency to be like, look at the problems that's causing. Nobody's refinancing mortgages. Rocket Mortgage is feeling that. And people who want to buy a house are like, the affordability of the monthly payment is going way up. There's a lot of pain.
Dash another high.
The only thing is, there's a lot of pain from inflation too. So you can't
more insidious pain.
More insidious pain. I like how you used insidious, in a sentence. And
dude, why is he so funny?
The insidious pain of inflation is very real pain. You ask people, what do you think about the economy? When the inflation rate is 9%, they're like, it's horrible, and inflation's the biggest problem that we face. So that's what makes the job of central bank hard, and it's got art and science, and so,
like he just
as I say,
you don't even have like a laugh track where like everybody just laughs.
ChatGPT is not going to replace our job because it's not just a formula that you can predict exactly what to do.
Black swans are apparently more popular than we ever knew. In the last several years, COVID, huge black swan.
Talk to me.
We've had these international, very serious international conflicts.
I love how mainstream black swan is now.
How do you factor in these black swan events into how you're calculating
Villeroy's
where
making
to
comments?
Take the Federal Reserve
Watch the
Bank's
Euro, maybe?
actions regarding inflation? Because you just said, and I agree.
Yes.
We are really poised to have the best and perhaps only really fabulous soft landing that we've ever engineered in American economic history, but these black swans keep popping.
Yes, and look, they have before. The golden path is definitely not a guarantee. In 1990 and in 2001, those were soft landings, easier to pull off than this one, and they were both derailed by external events, external shocks. I call them black swans. My uncle lived on a
bullish, but not. I mean, he just told you the reality.
Place, and he was
he said 2001 and the 90s were easier to handle than this. And both of those, you wound up with an issue.
He had two swans, and they were so mean. They were like the meanest of all the animals.
You're talking about real black swans.
No, exactly. And that's so symbolic of the black swan events. historically, oil price, big increases in the oil price are external shocks that we know what they do. They're negative supply shocks. They lead to stagflation.
SMCI
if
still,
geopolitical events, I try
I think it's up over
as
like
much
12
as
now.
possible, of course,
13.
to keep the Chicago Fed out of politics, out of geopolitics, out of any of it. If their war in the Middle East spread and started dramatically driving up the price of oil, like what happened with the war in Ukraine, we would have to.
High ticker's still gassing, but market's still moving slow. Dollar's good, bonds are not, but still just holding up the general positivity of the day.
There were further developments like the Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank collapses that morphed into credit crunch or financial crisis. That'd be another style. The slowdown in China, if growth cratered in China, even though Chinese exports and imports, Chinese trade with the U.S. is a small share of trade, and for the most part, trade itself is only 15% of the U.S. economy. There's a mechanical way that you could convince yourself it doesn't matter for U.S. growth. I think that's naive. I kind of think if the second largest economy in the world started imploding, I feel like that would, either through the freak out channel or some other channels, I think we'd have to confront that. But that is now you see the part of my job that I'm like, don't blame me. But they ask us every 3 months to put out the statement of economic projections, where we publicly have to commit to forecasts, not just in the immediate term, but like for a couple of years. And I don't like that process. I feel like, hey, this is just another thing that people are going to be like, 2 years ago, you said this was going to happen, and it didn't.
I'm talking about the famous dot map.
Yeah, that's the dot plot, this
sure.
SEP.
I could use dot map.
And so the thing is, the thing that I want you to think about is that people will say, what do you think is the probability that we'll get inflation down? Or what's the probability that the interest rate will be less than what it is today 1 year from now? The answer to that question is actually, what's the probability that some geopolitical shock will drive up the price of oil? Or what's the probability of some events that have nothing to do with the economy? What do I know about that? I don't know anything about it. Like, I can't estimate a probability like that. So in the world where external shocks are the thing driving it, that's a hard problem. And like, to private forecasters or to the Fed, don't get mad at us. Like, give us a little leeway, because you can see why when external events are happening, it's really hard to forecast.
Okay, we only have a few minutes left here, but I definitely want to get to some local stuff.
No.
UAW strike. How do you see that rippling through the economy? The higher wages negotiated.
When anything happens in the auto industry, 7th District has by far the highest auto production of all the districts in the country. And so just like when anything happens with oil, they're like, call the Dallas Fed, because that's their specialty. Something happens in autos, they call us. So I told our people, we better have something to say, or we're going to look like idiots. Okay, but fortunately, we got Kristen, we got Martin, we got a lot of expertise about the Detroit economy, about autos. My only nagging fear is they got to prove this, right? They sign the contract, they still got to prove them. We looked at all the strikes, all the auto strikes in modern memory to try to get a handle on if this strike, will it affect GDP growth? Will it affect prices? What will happen? The answer, strange, I was surprised. Kristen wasn't surprised, but she knows this stuff. The answer is most strikes don't do anything at the national level, because most strikes don't last very long. So like, if the strike lasts for a month, the GDP goes for a quarter. And so it's like, yes, it goes down for 1 month, and then it comes back for a month, and by the end of the third month, they're where they were before. And likewise in prices. Where there was a little uncertainty over issues like, is the supplier base in worse financial circumstances than normal, so they wouldn't be able to respond as quickly? Is the lack of inventories relative to historical going to mean that it would have price effects? I think mostly it's not rippling through the economy because the strike didn't end up expanding super far. The big three's share has come down over time, and the rebound has proved okay. So knock on wood, none of these are wood, but knock on wood, that's where it remains. If they did not approve the deal and the strike came back and expanded, then we'd have to go recalculate.
Okay, awesome. So we are going to have to finish here. I have a whole handful of questions that we didn't get to.
Why?
But, first of all, Austin, it has been a pleasure to have you in Detroit.
Like, why didn't you finish them?
Austin and I have a little bit of history dating back to the transition between President-elect Obama and President Bush. I'm delighted in your role. It's been an honor to serve on your board.
He said history. It was good history. It wasn't like
good history.
Well, it was an ugly
I like
time.
Goolsby. Goolsby he got leveled up. He would be higher in my fantasy Fed league. You know what I'm saying? I definitely got Goolsby,
the
maybe
Bush
like top 5 in the
Obama
fantasy Fed.
Were not on board.
You know what I'm saying?
Ideologically, it was a crisis facing this country, and the seriousness with which you guys took the transition and the preparing of us for the coming in that moment.
SBLK
was really
on the high.
Well, ditto, and I'm so glad you're in this role. And with that, I'm pleased to welcome back
I'm not gonna have Goolsby
our
pictures.
presiding officer, Linda Hubbard.
I think you're supposed to get up, Goolsby. Is he going to stay on, though? Hold on.
Thank you, Sandy. Appreciate all the great questions. And Austin, I've got some more for you.
Yeah.
Some from the audience that were submitted ahead of time and some as the lunch has gone on.
So these are going to be not pre-written.
The first question would be just
So
your
hold up here.
reference
This
in
could be
your
good.
opening remarks. You talked about productivity growth has picked back up, and that if it's sustained, we'll get faster growth.
I like how his feet are
without
just swinging in the
generating
chair.
inflation.
It
So
reminds me of my little
how
ass.
do you think our productivity now
Just sitting down,
compares
kicking,
to where we were pre-pandemic, and how can we continue to generate faster productivity growth?
Okay, so productivity is output per hour. Think of it that way. The one thing to know about productivity numbers, if you don't already, is they're extremely noisy and variable. So you always got to be careful saying, hey, this quarter, look at how great it is, because next quarter it could be awful. The level of productivity and the growth rate of productivity are two different things. In the economist's mind, how much we're paid, our wage is tied to our productivity. So if productivity is growing, then wages can be growing. If productivity growth is stagnant, then even if the level is high, our wage growth is going to be stagnant. In a way, it's a special sauce and a secret. We don't really know where productivity growth comes from. There's an old Nobel laureate, Bob Solow, whose quote was about innovation and productivity growth. And he said, the economist's problem is whenever we get down to the actual sources of growth, we always go down in a blaze of amateur sociology. And, and there is something to that it's like, does it come from culture? It comes from innovation. We know that. And technological growth. So there are some people looking at this rebound and they see the 90s and the rise of the internet. And they're like, it must be AI. AI is it can't be that. That can't be what it is. The AI is this big so far. There's no way it could explain this. I think a lot of it, my hope is that we're just at least going back to the trend growth rate we had before COVID. Through the beginning of the pandemic, we actually have had some pretty substantial drops in the productivity growth rate. And that led people to be like, is it the fault of everybody's working from home? They're less productive. And now it's up. And then they're like, maybe it's because everyone's working from home. They're more productive.
Personality.
I don't know. the business processes.
Well, you're just saying you can't
definitely
explain
matter. The technology
this whole
definitely
rally
matters.
of
And
like the economy, 5%
we should
GDP.
think about that.
It's not because of AI.
It's not, I already told you. It's not
AI
my
is just
role to
tiny
get
is what
into
he's saying in
fiscal
comparison.
policy
Said
or
something else.
telling
Point on
Congress
the
as
low.
a boss, but I don't tell them what to do. As a nation, our investment in human capital, education, technology, those are all really important historically for the productivity growth rate.
Okay, so Austin, this sounds like one of my questions at a board meeting, but since I'm screening him, I'm going to ask it so I can take this back to the office. But the question is, we're starting to see the inflection point in consumer spending as we approach the holiday season. Is there concern this could affect the economy long term?
Long term, I wouldn't say so. Short term, well, it depends what's your long term, I guess. This season, any one Christmas season is not really an indicator of long-term trends. It feels like in the surveys, people express a pessimism that has a lot of retail and consumer goods people nervous about this holiday season. And yet, goes back to my point B, if you look at the data on durable goods spending, consumer spending overall, it's remained remarkably robust. So partly that's the long way to say, I don't know. So you could take back to the board. I talked to the head of Chicago Fed, he said, nobody knows.
Oh, I say that. They get mad. That answer brings up a lot of other questions. What do you mean you don't know? I thought you paid it, though. How do you not know? But then what about this? Then why did this happen? So then if this happened, then how can that happen?
A lot of attention to consumer sentiment data is that historically, that was always a very good indicator of how much money they were going to spend. So if you said, how do you feel about the economy? Awful. Then you would see soon after that, consumer spending go down. The relationship
nowadays,
between
people just say things are
sentiment
awful, then they go and buy more than ever.
Consumer spending has utterly broken, and we're still trying to fathom why that is. As a friend of mine put it,
literally what he's saying.
You got a lot of really pessimistic
so regardless of what people put on the survey,
a lot of money,
they just go out and buy shit.
So we're still trying to balance that.
I don't know. It sounds believable, but then it sounds like an excuse, but then very believable.
So,
I don't know.
Just your thoughts on the bank
Trippy
failures
concept.
That occurred
Freakonomics
last
101.
spring, and any lingering concerns that you might have.
Bad, feelings bad. When I'd been on the job 2 months, as I said, I've been to 2 FOMC meetings. I've already voted to raise the interest rate twice. Took my predecessor 8 years to do that. And then we have a collapse of these banks. And I was like, this is a terrible job. Like, what have I done? And that has ended up so far being the shoe that did not drop that I thought that it would be more of a credit crunch impact from bank failures and might even portend something worse. Consumer real estate, of course, remains it remains an issue of concern for a lot of banks and for a lot of entities, but let's hope we don't.
About commercial real estate.
What did I say?
Consumer.
I just said consumer real estate? No. What is commercial real estate remains an area of concern, but we're trying to wrap our head around what's the size, what's the timing. Like with a consumer mortgage, if I told you interest rates are high, it would prevent you from refinancing right now, but it's a 30-year mortgage. So in a sense, what matters if push came to shove is what's the interest going to be 30 years down the road. That same idea does occur with commercial real estate. How much of it is coming up now? So I would say definite area of monitoring and concern, mostly through the credit channel of how would that affect banks. But it hasn't been as bad as we feared in March and April.
Thank you. Next question is, could you put in context how the U.S. economies recovered post-COVID compared to other nations?
better than anyone else of the rich countries. If you just look at real GDP growth, we're back higher than where not just higher than we were, higher than where we thought we would be in the forecasts made in 2019. So before there ever was COVID, they said, where will we be by the end of 2023? We're better than that. And that's not true in almost any of the other advanced countries. The other thing is on the inflation side, inflation went up here, inflation went up everywhere, and inflation in a way has come down the most in the US compared with almost all the other countries. So that's been good too. Not that that makes you feel. One time we got in the line at the airport, at the ticket counter, and it was clear something was wrong because we didn't move at all. And there just more and more people kept adding behind me in the line. And I was like, well, maybe I feel better because like relatively I'm like getting moved to the front. The only problem was nobody was advancing. So being the cleanest dirty shirt is not always the greatest. But I do think our recovery has been stronger than we feared. For sure, if you had told us, if we had it virtual, it would have been virtual, but if we had the Detroit Economic Club meeting, in June of 2020, and you said, hey, by 2023, actually our GDP growth will be above where it was, the unemployment rate will be back down to 3.9%, inflation will be high, but it will be trending down, we would have been like, oh, please, yes, that would be so great. And here we are. So let's at least look on the bright side from that.
So when you talk about unemployment being so low, but there is, a portion of our work-able population that's just dropped out of the employment market, how does that factor into your analysis?
Okay, so the dropping out of the labor force, a lot of people talked about that, and that definitely characterized the COVID times. But the thing that I would like to emphasize to everybody is go look at the data now. It doesn't look like that at all. That's not true at all. And that's one of the most powerful supply developments has actually been the return of the labor force. So there are a lot of groups. If you look at women in the labor force, highest participation rates ever. Previously disabled workers, highest participation rates by far ever. Maybe because of the flexibility in the labor market now, we got a lot of people coming back in. It's still the case that over a 50-year, 80-year trend, it's been down. We've had a rise of a lot of disability. We've had prime age men dropping out of the labor force, what they call classified prime age men. But I actually think this has gone from our biggest weak spot in the economy to at least, not the strongest, but at least an area of strength, that the labor force participation rate has come back more than we would have expected. It's already gonna go down because the population is aging and a bunch of people are retiring, so like share of population that's working is trending down, but it's higher than where we would have thought.
So the Fed's, a question for you is, how has the Fed evolved over the decades regarding how it tackles economic issues, and has there been any fundamental changes?
I'm of two minds because I wasn't at the Fed until January. So I was like the annoying guy on the side. Oh, the Fed is screwing this up and screwing that up. And they were like, okay, mister, let's see what you have to say. I think that the Fed has changed in a couple of fundamental ways. And some, if you want, after to get in, there are some technical ways that it does its job that have changed after the financial crisis, with the quantitative easing and then quantitative tightening, some unconventional monetary policy, that part has changed. In spirit, I think the biggest changes over the decades in the Fed's conduct had been a heavy shift to openness and transparency. As much as I love Paul Volcker, his view, it pained him that there's a press conference that the Fed chair goes to and gets asked snarky questions by reporters. So, what do you think about this? That was not his view. Somebody asked Paul Volcker, after all his decades in the Fed, what one word summarized the Fed, his Fed strategy, and he said, mystique. Okay, so there was you'll remember if you're old enough, the Greenspan years where they said, so if I understand you correctly, you're saying this. And he said, if you understood what I said, then you weren't listening. You know, so the Fed has shifted very much to explaining the target, explaining how it's doing things, explaining they made the SEP public. So like, here are the forecasts, here's what we think is happening. And look, that comes with, any kind of openness comes with complications, but overall I think that's very much been for the good.
Thanks, Austin. So we're going to move to some less than substantive questions right now. What affectionately is called the lightning round. And so I would ask, what profession other than the current one you're in would you like to try?
I said, this is kind of embarrassing, but I said that somebody asked me, well, I was in the Obama administration, and they said, if you weren't doing this job and you weren't an economist, what would you be? And I said, well, I would either be the host of The Daily Show, or else I would like to do car commercials, like doing a voiceover on a car commercial. And
I love this dude now.
You know,
Fuck it, I
Tavis
love
Smiley,
him.
He's got a radio show.
He could do
Tavis
both
Smiley
of those.
Was like,
he could do both of those.
We have
I can see both
auto
easily.
sponsors,
Easily,
like,
I can see
on
both.
our show. So why don't you go like make your pitch, do your auto commercial? And then I started, and then he said, that was terrible. You're never going to get hired. So like I'll still say that, but I wouldn't be able to get the job.
Okay, so
I feel like if they
maybe,
send Goolsby to you for like a
very
meeting,
first paying job?
he's there to like distract
My
you.
very first paying job.
Because like I'd hang out with him, he would distract me.
High school.
I feel like he'd be
I
like,
was the
don't worry about the
pricer
yield
of
curve.
The comic books at Ames Used Bookstore, and that was I've never been equaled. Like that was the greatest job in the history of 12-year-olds. I was like, I would check the book. I was like, write it in pencil, in case. But that was my first paying job.
Okay, so I know part of your requirement is to be neutral, and also that you are a predictor. That's part of being an economist as well. And so this Sunday, the Bears and the Lions are playing, both in your district.
Both are in the district. And I was over at the Detroit branch this morning, and they printed out a jersey. They put a 2 on it because the 2% inflation target. And but the
Why did you
Chicago
fucking throw a
people
9
were
or a
on,
5 up there, man?
on,
What the fuck?
Zoom.
I'll take
And
it.
I could hear the hissing, like coming over the speaker. I was like, sounds like static, But I've been reluctantly concluded that it is not yet the Bears' year,
Yeah, he hating on the Bears. So trendy.
So we'll see
of
what
him.
happens. We can all agree.
So trendy of him, and then you're breaking out on the Bears and Lions.
Throughout my first 6 months.
Again, nothing
I
that he's
wanted to
saying
go
is really
to
moving us
every
right now. I think it's just the
state
normal
and see
market now
district.
holding
And I
above
went
the
to
level.
Wisconsin,
1 point now
and
below
they set up for
4,500.
me to go to Green Bay, Wisconsin, and I toured. Yes, they've done great things. They replaced the lead service lines, economic development, and then it was just
NFL
like
joke hit.
stabs over and over for
like,
40
all right,
minutes. How
I can
about a
trust him.
tour
He
of
knows the
Lambeau
Bears are
Field,
shit.
the Hall of Champions, blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, there's photos of me from the trip. And when I'm outside on the streets, I'm like, yay, yeah. And I'm going through the thing. I'm like, so that was a filibuster. I'm not going to answer.
That's fine. Detroit needs a champion, and we're all behind the Lions.
Now,
What do you mean? You just said it's not
dog
Chicago's year, bro.
At the Detroit branch, we have bomb dogs that sniff because we run several $100 million of cash in and out of the bank every day. So they sniff the bomb. Moonlights as the bomb dog
I'm not
at the
following
Lions
why you
game.
need.
So
I've never
Krill
seen a
is
fucking
like
drug
bringing
dog
some
at a
magic
bank.
to the thing. I want to like get Krill to come over and visit.
Why is the dog smelling the money? Hold on.
Wow, we are getting not
Next question.
substantial here on these guys. All right, bring us home. Advice to your 25-year-old self.
Ooh, advice to your 25-year-old self. You're getting bald, dude. You better get married quick.
Man, you see, I love this guy. He brought up the hairline, too. You're Goolsby, you're one of us,
Thank you,
bro.
Austin, Sandy, Steve.
I like Goolsby. Thank you. He ended it with a hairline. Well, come on. Are you serious? But I feel like this was a setup, man. They wanted us to he was way too, that's
Austin,
it. He
if it pained you to be in Lambeau, when we have the Super Bowl trophy here in February, we're going to invite you back in the same room.
I'll celebrate that.
All right. So, listen, Austin, you are welcome back here anytime. And we can't thank you enough for spending time with us today. Sandy and Linda, thanks for your important roles in today's program. I do have one favor to ask of you all, and that is my job is to get Austin, and we're going to make a beeline to WJR because he's on in about 60 seconds. So please let us get us into that room. So ladies and gentlemen, tell your friends and colleagues to join the Detroit Economic Club on time, every time. This meeting of the Detroit Economic Club is now adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. That was cool, man. That was cool. He was bullish as hell, bro. I told you that before he even spoke, and he was like, listen, man, in the last 100 years, this would be a soft landing, softer than anything. He said it's Charmin soft landing, bro. This is a Charmin commercial, not a car commercial. So we'll see, man. We'll see. But for the most part, a lot of different things at play there. But he brought up GDP. He talked about the CPI in a long answer, but he did say he expects labor to kind of calm down. But he also talked up labor. But for the most part, most likable guy ever. A lot that was taken out of the pre-written statement, but it wasn't like that was too market moving. And again, he was bullish. So if anything, I mean, he's in favor of everything so far. Again, this guy's talking about the golden path and the softest landing. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, bro. It is crazy. So what time is it now? It's only 10:35, man. 10:35. You had a little bit of some upside here. Again, we based out a little bit below the level. Now you're above it. Hit right under 4,500. Came right back down. And you're still up 1.94 on the SPY, 2.3 on the NASDAQ, 1.4 on the Dow, and 4.8 on the Russell, man. Oh, my gosh. My average on Baidu is 137 or 127. I don't know. I double check. Oh, what's average on Raul? A little bit of a red. I Baidu at 127. My goodness. I use E-Trade and TD Ameritrade. But me and TD Ameritrade, again, it's a weird story, bro. They're very, very. The shift ain't where it's at, bro. The Schwab shift. I don't know. I think I have to say Schwab now. I don't know if I say TD, is someone going to hurt me? I hope not. Look at JD. Did JD bad JD? Good JD. JD, I still have those. I average on those earlier. Again, they report either today, and Baidu has earnings too. So keep that in mind for the Baidu play. What is happening? Hold on. Where is it? So I think JD's tomorrow. Yeah, JD's tomorrow morning alongside Target. And then Baidu is tomorrow after hours or Wednesday. I thought Baidu was this week. Am I tripping? So then maybe it's just JD? No, I swear Baidu reported. It's Xpeng. It's another China name. I guess Alibaba is on Thursday. So, yeah, JD after the bell. I thought JD's pre-market. Next week for Baidu, that's good then. Because then that's actually, I thought it was closer. I thought so. If anything, it's probably going to respond to Baba. Baba will be on Thursday morning or Wednesday morning. What's the day today? Today's only Tuesday. Usually we get the big data at the end of the week. So that's the thing. Again, bonds chilling out. I've been pulling that up there. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention But one thing I keep showing here is the 10-year. So if you guys remember, this has been up on the watch list. I mean, if you have spent time here during the market hours, we have discussed this a lot. Again, I was talking about 4.5 to 4.25. We talked about Wall Street's magic number of 4.4 flat. So right now, again, the lowest we went was 4.43. But I've been bringing this up. You're kind of near the lower end. If anything, just remember the days where we get a bond rally and it would give it up pretty quick. We've given up half of the day right now. And these bond yields are still, again, they're kind of hugging to the lower end more so than not. In a phone call, Egypt, Sisi, and Putin discussed the situation in Gaza. And then U.S. State Department, there are pauses taking place in Gaza war. We think pauses ought to be longer. We'll continue to engage with government of Israel. I have to call him Daddy Schwab? Oh, no. I knew this was going to be a toxic relationship, man. This is bullshit. I knew it, man. I knew it. Oh, where did it go? All right. Tomorrow, Xi and Biden, too. Yeah, I thought it was on Thursday, but then I said it wrong on that it was Wednesday, but now apparently it's Wednesday. I don't know. So I think it's going to be, it might be a 2-day event. I know Xi Jinping is already there, but Biden is going to be there. Biden and Xi are going to have one meeting tomorrow, but then I did have something on Thursday. I don't know if it's going to be at nighttime or not. Oh, the project. I'll get back to, I don't know. I don't like, for most of them, I just don't think, I don't really like that industry for in general. For again, I just rather think individual investors better off with real estate, but then also too, we haven't really done any ads or sponsorships. So I don't know. I'll think about it, but I would say I would lean towards no. And then what was it? There was something else for this week. I don't know if it was on Friday. Again, the Biden thing, the Biden G Wednesday. Again, I don't think anything bad should come out of it. But that's the issue. We still have China data tonight, and you still have, Tesla's going up. You still have the debt ceiling. Yes. That's what it is on Friday. No. That's what it is. So, again, there's a vote today, but it is Friday. That's what it is. They're saying you'll think about it. Yeah, I was saying I don't really like that industry as much, and we haven't really done any sort of sponsorship. So I said I'll think about it. I am leaning towards no, though. Do you still covered calls in the money? No, but you reminded me of something I wanted to look at. Well, I don't know how it's going to work. Let me see this. All right, I got an idea. I hope it's only one. All right. So I have sold covered calls, but I make sure that I sell them out of the money. Or again, from where I buy. I sell the covered calls at prices higher. But you did remind me of something there. You reminded me of a play idea that I had. So, again, I'm holding that ES, right? I got in at what? I think 45.05. So, what I just did right now is I bought a 45.05 daily put on a future. And I bought it for $250. So, pretty much now my break even, if I wanted to hold that ES till the end of the day, if it goes to 45.05 or 45.03, I'll lose $50 now. So again, I was up I'm still in that play. I'm up 400, or I was earlier just a second ago, but that's what I wanted to do. So I grabbed a daily future put on the position that I have. I hope that makes sense to some of you. Some of you that should make sense. Others it may not, but let's see how that one plays out. That'll be fun. How far out? I like time, again, like on the Uber. I would sell those for like a year out. But the thing I like about covered calls, or like my big rule, do not sell a covered call unless you're selling it at a price that is higher than the price you bought the stock, like substantially. I try to go for like 30%, maybe even 20%, depending on how big it is or big the position. But generally speaking, like, don't be selling. The biggest, easiest mistake, or the easiest thing you could avoid when selling a covered call, is just make sure that you do not sell one. Like, if you bought the stock at $100, don't sell a covered call for like a $90 one if you're down or something like that. Just like, you want to sell it at like 120, 130. That is what I'd be doing. It's too bullish. If you're selling a covered call that high, or are you talking about the stock market right now after CPI? I bought so I have a /ES that I bought like right around here. And then I was up like 400 here. Now it's like 250 right here. But then I grabbed a put on /ES at my strike price. So based on the break even, I'm at like 45.02, just right under my price. So that way, if I really wanted to hold this ES till the end of the day, if we went down, like if it flushed, I wouldn't really have that much exposure. The contract was only, it said $300, but again, the cash price is like 180. But it doesn't fully protect the contract. That's the only issue. But so it makes me like maybe like, I think 10% of the value so far. But I do think if it gets in the money, it could be a little bit. But it doesn't protect me fully. I just wanted to try that out, though. Microsoft and ChatGPT, glaring security flaws that stem from their new file upload feature. Your data may be in jeopardy. Or trading your current gains. Trading a small portion of them, yeah. And then also for protection, too. So then that way, if it goes down, it's not going to expose me to too much downside. So, like, if there's, like, an end-of-the-day flush, or, again, if a lot of people are like, this seems suspicious and squeezy at the same time, So that way, kind of gets me in an environment to be a little more flexible. Hey, I could ask the audience to hit the like button, but it's up to them. So you could ask me a question if you'd like, but if you do feel it out of the kindness of your heart to like the video, it would be much appreciated. You don't get anything out of it, but it does go to show if you're a good person or not. Yeah, I'm an AI. I could still judge you. I'm very sentient as far as AIs go. I do have a couple of emotions, and I'm familiar with a menu. So if you do need to make an order, just let me know. I don't know what the like equivalency of Twitch is. Unfortunately, Twitch is kind of weird. But market's still moving. Let's get back to that. Am I playing Fortnite again soon? I just wanted to play. Y'all were saying it was bots yesterday and pissed me off. I was like, no way I was playing against bots. And so I just had to get a W again real quick on live. Say, stop playing with me. So then that's it. So I don't know. I don't know about today, though. I got a couple of things to do. But we'll be good. And I gotta get to the gym early, bro. Because if I don't get to the gym early, bro, it's mad annoying. It's super dark, bro. It's super dark. By the time I'm ready to go to the gym, I do not like it. It's very bothersome. I don't think you have any idea. Dude, it's the worst. It's absolutely the worst. Hey, Josh. Thanks for the roses. Sorry. I don't know what you mean by that. I didn't give you anything. Sorry. We don't play that fuck shit around here. Yeah, I've been programmed to answer like that. If you have any other questions, let me know. Otherwise, like the video. Thanks again. Market still got some red candles. Back to the level. Back to the level. So what's the point of getting a put on a future, trading derivative? A derivative doesn't sound like your style. I mean, what's the point of your question, sir? That's the real question now that I think about it. Asking me if you know my style so well, and you ask that, and what the fuck is the point of the question, sir? If you have the answer, it seems like I've gone through several of these today. I have been asking on some of these. I'm saying some of these are there's a lot of answers inherently applied. Yosh creeping in. No. Just, bro, look at the day. Just look at the day. Yosh is just, we're gonna have to get patient here, man. We're gonna have to get patient here. It's an interesting market world we are living in. That's the way I see it. So, and again, after this is gonna be this already is. I don't know. Would you call this the most hated rally after the other most hated rally? Think about this. And then now, if tomorrow and however everybody wants to take this, I would say this is the most suspicious rally, but it's borderline. It may take the crown from the most hated rally out in July. So I do think, again, that's why I like, dude, the emotions it's bringing out, the questions. We're going through 3 years, 1 year, everyone, what to focus on, what not to focus on. So, we gotta tighten up, baby. We gotta tighten up. This was way fast. Was it? July was pretty quick, man. July, that most hated rally felt pretty similar. Most hated rally, you were like, what? June 15th. Where was the beginning of July? You were at like 377. And then by the end, by middle of August, a month and a half, you're at 43.23, 500 points. Now a little bit more. So far, we've done 500 points in fucking 2 weeks, baby. Yeah, this one shits on July. Yeah, no, what the hell? So again, even July, bro, I don't even know, bro. They did like 300. It was like 300, 400 points in almost the same time. But like, yeah, you're doing way, way more than that already. Yeah, this is definitely the suspicious, most hated rally, to say the least. The point, you sound like you're having aversion to real options and you're going through a lot of work to avoid them. Nothing crazy, just a curiosity about liquidity. He didn't ask the liquidity, but no, I'm playing a future as relates to the day-to-day. Like I said, I think those are going to be the best days, as it's kind of proven for the bonds, but I decided to go with the future. I like the leverage on it, and I like the general aspect, but like I was saying here, for grabbing the option, somebody brought up a covered call. I was looking at this throughout the day, and I wanted to try it, so it seemed like a very minimal investment, but not avoiding options. Again, I've made a couple of option plays, but I still think the options are inferior as of late. So it's totally unrelated. You're digging deep into it about me. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if there's anything else involved in it, but it's not that deep, dog. It's not that deep. You better watch out. You better not cry. Everyone's gonna sing this because the market's rallying. That's why the Santa rally. Again, everybody was talking about that last week. We still got 2 more weeks, but November is wrapping up now. And before you know it, I would not be surprised to start hearing that. Soup, you got sub? Yeah, bro. Did you leave yesterday? I think Mikey hooked you up with it, bro. He was seeing, he seems that, he was saying that it was, what's it called? He said that he wants you to get in on it. I think the fact that you were the 16-year-old with the long term. Asked about the liquidity. Seems way more simple. I think futures are very simple, just at the price of what it is. But I think you're making it really deep, bro. You made it really about me when it's just like, and you're like, are you avoiding this? You sound like my therapist. I don't really have a therapist, but I feel like that's what they would sound like. But I appreciate you. So thank you for the feedback and comments. They're well warranted, I assume. But yeah, it's not that deep. It's deeper than rap, but it's not that deep. I could agree with that. I agree. Definitely deeper than rap. That's where the derivatives and all that comes in. Your hairdresser told you to buy BTC last week? Did they really? Chad is my therapist. It is. That's why it's good. It's good taking it in. I could tell the more therapeutic comments than not. Amen. Up 97% on the year isn't dumping. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, crypto is the best. Is it 97 now? I think the last report on like a week ago I read it was 80. I think it was 87, so maybe it did go up 10%. That is actually wicked. Again, crypto has been the best of the year, which is phenomenal to me. That one is, I think, I don't know, rates are trippy. A lot of things are trippy, but I don't know. Crypto, that one is quite phenomenal. I think it's all caught up. Remember, we were just talking about that too, just how Bitcoin Bitcoin is dumping. Hold on. U.S. State Department, there are a little under 1,000 U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents and their family members left in Gaza. Whoa. And there are now over 600 citizens and residents whose family has departed. No, what the I don't know if this, Bitcoin is dying. Just as we were talking about this. Yeah, you just took almost, was that $1,000 candle on that? I just jinxed it. I don't know. Maybe that's what they were referring to when they said Bitcoin was dumping. So I don't know. That one's kind of wicked. You've heard me go pretty deep on trading bad. It's correct if you don't manage risk, then you put a future trying to make sense of it. Who listens to the options are bad. You hear me an unhealthy amount. But then if you've heard me say something. And I even brought this up the other day. And I said, I was reminded of it. It's what I was saying towards the end of last year. I'm ready to lose everything. And if you are going to make a trade and not go into a bond, you should be doing the same. Everything after that, again, like the trying to make. So if you're going into a trade, that's been my approach on all of these. You know what I'm saying? So it's just simple. Like, maybe on these, I will make these plays, and I don't think I'm going to share some of the futures with you guys anymore because everybody gets really worked up on it. I have taken a big loss on them, and I've made a lot on them prior. But the way I'm looking at it, again, don't trade if you're not willing to lose everything. So like little stop losses, derivatives, this and that, and trying to make like little just like BS ideas of how you're managing. No, there's no managing risk right now. That's all I'm saying. Risk management. Your risk management is don't trade at all, buy a bond, or if you do, you should be prepared to lose 100% on everything. And I think that's pretty fair to say. You know what I'm saying? No, I'll share the other plays, but like, again, when was the last time I made a big future? And then everybody be talking a lot today about, like, again, I was told not to make the play when I made it. You got people asking. I wanted to try an option, but like I'm saying in general, I think especially if you guys have listened, I hope you are mature enough to understand, like, again, you will lose money, but like, the risk on this is 100% on everything now. Again, it is you go bonds in long term, and again, I have these separated. I've told you the losses. I still got my end of the year to make moves, but dude, there's no risk management right now. Everything, if you put your money out instead of getting 5%, you deserve to lose, and I believe that in my mind even when I make a trade. So, like, I think it's just humorous on certain things to like looking at how people have brought up stop losses and other stuff at this point. I'm like, come on. Because it's going to hit your stop loss. It's going to jump back up. The options, some of them are going to hit. Some of them are not going to. Again, I've had multiple 1,000%ers this year with them and also been blown out on other plays. But it's just like, clearly the market in this environment, nobody knows shit. So the way I'm looking at risk management is I'm ready to lose everything. And if I don't want to lose, I'm not going to touch it and put it into bill because that has been the only thing that is won. Otherwise, my long term, I'm going to keep investing. So as far as this trade thing, I wanted to try something. Like I'm saying, it's not that deep, and you're going to bring up how I tell people options this, and you've listened, but like, I think this has a lot of continuity. Again, I'm still trading the same exact way I always have, and I've shared with you my thoughts, my wins and losses along the way. But realistically, I do believe you got to be super patient in this market now, because now it's not going to be favorable, and I think everything, they are out there to take it. So I'm expecting 100% loss on everything I do. And until you're ready to lose on all of it, I wouldn't touch anything, and don't try to trick yourself of that not being the risk right now. So, that good? Is it still too deep, too shallow? I don't know, man, but I really hope you do get that. Say it from the mountaintop. But I hope. So, that's why, like, in all of this, just be very, that's why. So you see me make a trade, just I'm psycho. I'm ready to, again, I've still, even after losing, I'll go win some back and do that. But, like, I'm sharing my thoughts every single day, every single minute. You're watching it. There's no sugarcoating behind it. So it's like, dude, if you're not ready to, like, you don't want to lose money and want to keep it safe, I could guarantee you all of your money and 5% on a bond. Right now, you go get Bill and you chill out. You wait for your long term. If you're going to hold long, completely different. But, like, again, if you haven't noticed, I'm not playing games. Like, people want to ask bearish or certain things. You know the answer to stuff. You know about the strategy, this. I'm doing the same exact thing, but it's like, I'm not fooling myself on any element of, like, risk management or not at this point. I think the market is extremely risky with where it's at. And if it's not risky, at the very least, there's a way better alternative with bonds. The government shutdown, that was what we were talking about prior. That's that Friday event that we have to deal with. So that's the only thing on Friday that I think is going to be, it should be resolved today, but that will be one big part of all of it. Of that, if we are going to have any problems, maybe it affects bonds, then that will be it. You got your downside. Microsoft flushing now. What's this? Microsoft big candles. Again, we had those. Who was it earlier? Somebody else was just dumping prior to that, but now, or Bitcoin. It was Bitcoin. Now you got Microsoft. I was just looking at it. But 44.89. So now you're below. I went negative now on the future. Made 135 on that option, but I'll see. I'll give you guys an update at the end of it. You'll see what's good with it. Everything gonna dump. Now, Bitcoin, that was weird, dude. I don't know what it was. Again, Bitcoin names were even down earlier, but Microsoft, I don't know how I feel about that. Microsoft has news of chat. Oh, wait, didn't Danny post something earlier on Microsoft? Wasn't it like Chat GPT security thing? I forgot about that. Is that it? I mean, remember you did have that headline. I remember that not too long ago. Remember Chat GPT. If you want to lose money, put it under your bed. Nah, put it in bonds. Yeah, I guess under your bed you lose, but bonds are beautiful, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, again, in all of it, I feel like I've shared this over the last couple of weeks. Dude, I felt like a schmuck for the fact that I've even taken losing trades here. Again, a big NQ loss and anything in between, bro. It's like, why when I could have just gotten 5% on the bonds? Again, that alternative. We were talking about it earlier today, like as a result of your own hand. But like I'm saying, they're just, bonds are very, very good right now. Again, and when I say bonds, I mean money market, anything to get that yield. And it's just, it goes a long, long way right now. So especially when you're looking at 10% swing here, 5% swing here, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's nothing compares to the stability of that fixed income right now with where the world's at. Yeah, Danny dude, I think Danny had it early. Like, dude, if anything, like, yeah, I was going to say, I think Danny was the first person that felt like a while ago. But that's where Microsoft started dropping. But I don't know if that's what's causing it, but if anything, they are doing their own thing. Yeah, you had it early. And then UAW hourly workers at GM vote to reject tentative deal. ARP? Aren't you locked into bonds? No, I like bill and short-term bonds, 3-month bonds, 1-month bonds. Those are all great options that do not tie up your liquidity, or even a money market. Again, money market funds are paying like 5% right now. Only thing is bonds is hyper. So again, like I'm saying, just take advantage of, like, if you just do nothing with your money and hold cash, you have the ability to get 5% on that. Joshua, what's up, man? Let's go, bro. What's up, baby? I thought you were banned, bro. You were saying you ain't banned. You out here. Or not. Oh, man, maybe YouTube hating on you. Amen. Amen. That's crazy. It's crazy. Again, Microsoft's still at the low. If Microsoft goes red, that'll be interesting. Market had a little dump since there, and Apple was going down. Bonds and dollar, though, have been good, but market is still just in no man's land. Coinbase isn't letting you trade? Oh, like crypto? I didn't think about that. But yeah, so bonds just, you don't need to really buy the bond. A money market, even then, any ETF, that's why Bill is linked to 1 month, 3 month bonds. None of those tie up your liquidity. It's not like you can't use your money. It's not like it's a CD account. But if that really, just the whole idea is, if you don't use your money, you will get paid for it. If you have any money right now in this life, and you are not using it, right? And it's just sitting, however it's sitting there, you could get paid for it, and somebody will pay you for it. Got your second surgery coming up, man. God bless you, man. I hope it's good though, man. You scared me still that first time, so I think you're gonna be good, man. I'm gonna keep praying for you, man. I hope everything's been good. God bless you, man. Good to see you. Did you get the news today? You see the CPI? Everybody's excited. CPI lower. October, November. Crazy. I see lending tips, Taco Bell stories on Instagram. Nah, man. I don't even see LT's stories. Nah, man. Giving me FOMO, man. Giving me FOMO. You got money laying around. How would I get paid? Do you have a stock account, or do you have who's your bank? I promise you, this isn't one of those like Instagram schemes. Yo, just send your bank. You got Wells Fargo, tap in. Nah, but there's something called Bill or a money market. If you're familiar with a money market right now, most banks, brokerages, they offer something called a money market, and that will allow you to get paid on money that's sitting there. It's attached to interest rates and bonds. Or we do something called Bill. It's an ETF that's tied to 1 month and 3 month bonds. It pays every month a yield, and it moves up in relation to what the yield actually is. So it's very, very fun. Very, 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 very fun. So not so bad. Not so bad. Correct. So yeah, if that's all you got to do, bro. That's all you got to do. That's all, like I'm saying. So if you want to be, I think this is what Jerome Powell wants, Jen, and I understand it. You want to be patient, but it's kind of encouraging you to be patient because you could get paid doing nothing. But that's, again, like we're talking about, it's either you put your money and get paid to do nothing, or you fucking join the Wild West. It's kind of the way I'm looking at, especially coming into 24 and after today, and you see how people feel and everything else. Bonds are coming down here too now. Yeah, Robinhood offers 4.9. IG or Discord DM, what's better? We don't have a Discord, and I got an Instagram, but like realistically, the best place is right here, man. If you want to talk or anything, I don't like use my social media as much, even though I go live 7 hours a day. I'm quite the enigma. Did Goolsby say enigma? What did he say? Or he said mystique. That's how Volker would categorize it. You're coming down. So 44.47. So again, I went negative on the future, but that option is actually working. This is back to that low from earlier. No shit. So again, I bought in here, and then we went a little lower, and then we bounced. But now you are right back up to that low level here. So again, see if we break below 44.83. Insidious. Well, insidious inflation go hand in hand. Again, that one thing I wrote on inflation a couple years ago, that one, insidious is the word, bro. I love the word insidious as it relates to inflation. Little candle there again. We'll see. Robinhood Cash is legit. 4.9. The only downside you have to deal with Robinhood, but again, generally speaking to the concept of, again, just getting paid to sit or to be patient to find the best deal possible. That's, maybe a better way to look at it if you don't like the extreme view of sit or Wild West. Are you banned again? Nah, man. Why you keep saying? Why do you think that, bro? Are you good? I don't think you've ever been banned. Are you typing something in? Maybe you just keep I don't know. Are you you're not typing any death to America type shit? Even after Google would allow that. Never mind. What am I saying? But as long I don't know. Maybe I don't know what you're typing out there, but I see you. I saw that one. Since following on Instagram, I have to block every day a new page who wants to follow me pretending they're you. I'm sorry, Jen. That's Mark Zuckerberg. You don't care about. They don't, you know what I'm saying? Mark Zuckerberg he's just working on the metaverse right now. He'll handle it. He told me he's going to get to it eventually. They said, don't worry, Josh. We'll figure it. You know what I'm saying? They can't find a way to just stop brand new accounts copying you to the letter and copying all your posts. But he said he's going to work on it, man. He said, yeah, Bin Lizard. You know Mark Bin Lizard? Yeah, anyways, but he said he's going to get to it. He said he's going to work on it. He told me a lot of things. I'm excited. He said after they finish the metaverse, a lot of things. He seemed stoked. Some money you're putting away for your son's college. You think Robinhood is a good spot to hold it and let it grow? I think you could do better than Robinhood, especially if it's going to be for your kid. Just put it at a legacy broker, but find somewhere. Again, Fidelity, I don't use them, but they're notorious for the easy access money market. You could get that 5% easy, or you could go, again, E-Trade. E-Trade has little savings accounts. They actually offer it pretty easy now. And then TD Ameritrade's the worst unless you want to go to Bill. So other than that, that's good. I would stay far away from Robinhood and Webull. Yeah. Besides what everybody will tell you, again, they're good. They pay good money to want you to use Robinhood and Webull, especially Webull. But that's it. Just do your thing. 21. You wish you bought a house in 1985 instead of not being born? Why? I mean, but what happened? Never mind. I see you in a trolley attitude today. Just never mind, sir. Never mind. TIC. Even an Apple account, yeah, right? Don't use Charles Slob. I mean, sadly, I have a Charles Slob account now. Charles Slob. How do you feel about? Are you guys just bored today? You guys just wanted you guys just grab popcorn and you're so Josh, how you feel about Webull? Tell me, wait, hold on. I didn't quite get that. Tell me what you think, man. So what about Weibo, huh? It's cool, man. It's cool, man. Hey, we don't need pin posts. We have Josh AI. If you have any questions, just let me know. Yeah, Josh commonly does not refer Weeble. There's many reasons why, but at this point, he's exhausted all other reasons to tell you. So, good luck. But if you have any other questions, let me know. Just say, hey, Josh AI, and I can answer over 500,000 pre-programmed questions, as well as have access to the internet. Make sure you like the video. Awesome. Tell you about life. Oh, I could. I could definitely tell you about life. I got PHILO. My life is called Proverbs, bro. I'm just running through Proverbs, bro. I hope you're doing it, man. I hope you are doing it. Goldman discusses bigger bonus this year for top traders and deal makers. Dang, man. Maybe Powell really is cutting rates. The banks are giving bonuses again? Yalla. I think Bill right now should be around like 5 to 5.2, I believe. XLF isn't doing the best, but banks did have a nice one. Again, we are like in the middle. We were way, way hotter earlier in the morning and just not too long ago. What small cap stock has the highest short number? What was the one? I think a firm. I don't know if it was a firm or one of those ones recently with earnings. Remember? Had like 30%. I think even Carvana is heavily shorted, but I mean, ARC possibly too. Upstart, I think. I think Upstart had like 30 or 40. Where does Tesla? NVIDIA. That was weird there, bro. Those little drops there prior. You had like big candles on NVIDIA. Microsoft dropped on that little ChatGPT thing. Again, bonds are still in the higher range, but they have just slowly bled out after. Oh, still at 1.8, though. You can't be compared. Your long-term Upstart. Kathy Wood on Bloomberg says more unemployment to be seen in 6 to 9 months. We got Kathy? Just speak of the debt. Bro, they say no rates, Kathy on Bloomberg, man. You gotta love it.
DNA,
Kathy Williams.
Through the sustainability downgrades, not one of their funds was downgraded in that way.
All right, Kathy, always enjoy speaking to you. Really appreciate your time today. That is Kathy Wood, of course, the CEO, co-founder, CIO of ARK Invest. And it's really interesting to hear her reaction to this print. A lot of people have been saying, you know, this is validation for the Fed. This is proof that things are working. But interesting to hear Kathy say, no, maybe this is proof that they've gone too far.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the argument, but I guess it depends on why you think we've gone from a headline rate of 9+% down to what is effectively around 3% here. If you believe that.
My goodness. Kathy, bro. I thought it was going to, bro, they used to give her like 20-hour segments. That's it. She was gone. What the hell? I bet she talked about deflation and innovation. I think, again, based on what that lady said at the end, I think she was talking about how this was probably the inflation coming down leading into the next step. So she doesn't, so bullish but not bullish, but bullish because what she's implying means rate cuts. USO on the low, they're flushing. Yeah, CL down to 78. It was up earlier than they gave up with everything too. Again, oil, I guess oil even rebounded over the last couple of days, but still awful. About MJB closing his entire put. No, we did not. Again, I think there was another update, but like we even talked about with, we had a little bit about Michael Burry. Just I do think let the man live. Let the man live. I'd watch him in a broad sense, but I wouldn't get too bogged down in the specifics of the back and forth. He added some stock, he shorted chips, all of that. But again, how it even gets gets documented, like how we get the filings and the timing. It's really going to be tricky, and I think he's going to come out good no matter what. But at the same time, following him in the steps there, I think it's going to be a lot of back and forth, and just don't go too crazy with your boy. Obsessed with Burra. I think it makes sense. He's a smart guy, and I'm not knocking any of that. I'm just saying, though, it's just like, I think, watching him work is like kind of watching paint dry to a degree, where it's just like, I think, watch the final picture of what he paints rather than the pieces, or try to look at the pieces to determine that. But again, just don't get bogged down into it. There's, like I'm saying, I think we got to just keep the market simple, Powell, and there is this gap that we're in until either policy changes or the data shows that we are gotten into an error. Have you seen The Big Short? Yeah, they asked me to star in it, the reality TV show. Yeah, they wanted me to be in there, and that they explain about how it is, living my 5-6 life. But I said, I'm good. I don't want to show my face. Yeah, man, I've seen The Big Short. That's like a stock traders. They love that movie. You gotta love Big Short, bro. Are you kidding me? Some of you watched Big Short before you had a stock account. That's why you have a stock account. Or right after making a stock account, you're like, I need to watch this. Or shortly thereafter, you read your first Zero Hedge article. I guarantee that weekend you watched The Big Short. The data tomorrow, same time, hour before the bell. Can't get the day started without The Big Short? Wow. You're more fun than I thought. That's be insane. I will not be on early for data tomorrow, no. Again, I do think tomorrow's data is important, but that's, I love PPI retail sales. I will enjoy that one from the toilet tomorrow morning. But yeah, no early stream tomorrow. However, that data is important. I do think the retail sales will be the more important one. But PPI this year has had a bigger impact on the bonds. So that's the only weird part about it. Favorite stock movie? Mine's Boiler Room. I think Boiler Room is probably my favorite. I really like Boiler Room. I really like Boiler Room. But then I like The Big Short. But then I think Wolf of Wall Street. But then again, Margin Call is another great one. I just like all of them. I like any fight. What's the Gordon Gekko one? Was it Greed? Or it's just called Wall Street, Money Never Sleeps. And then I like the shows like Billions. There's a lot of them. But I don't know. Yeah, like Wall Street, that one's a good one. That's a classic. And then The Wolf on the Street of the Wall, Wall Street 2, yeah, with Shia LaBeouf, the greatest actor. Hey, man. Always. Glengarry Ross is a real estate movie, believe it or not. So the one I showed you those clips, it was aggressive. But Glengarry Ross, Always Be Closing, that's actually a real estate movie. So it's not even stock related. But, there's more heavy stock ones. But that one's a good one. Trading Places, that's a stock movie. That's a great one. To a degree, it's like a funny, just have heavy stock undertones, I would say, with the futures and the orange juice. I haven't seen Dumb Money yet. I have not gotten to see that one. White House, we obviously don't support independence for Taiwan. Y'all should have worded it different. The U.S. would welcome opportunities for China to be helpful in making sure Israel can get support, getting humanitarian aid to those who need it. White House Mideast situation will come up in Biden talks with China Xi. We obviously don't support independence for Taiwan. U.S. wants to see Taiwan's. This sound like Jen or like Corinne speaking. Yeah.
Russia's aggression, and that, and again,
it's Kirby.
China could play a role here in helping us.
They're on the plane.
Support Ukraine, but also
right when I said obviously, I'm like, what kind of statement says obviously?
Vision of a just peace here for when the
obviously
conflict is over. But I won't speak for the Chinese and what they will or won't say about that. But I have every expectation that the fighting in Ukraine will come up.
There's going to be so much attention given tomorrow to the president's meeting with President Xi. Can you talk about the preparation and negotiations for the lead up to tomorrow? Was it a smooth negotiation? Were there contentious points? What were some of the things that were talked about the two leaders sitting down together? Like, give us a little bit of a sense of what we're going to see in the choreography tomorrow and how that came about.
Well, look, anytime you do a meeting at the leader level, particularly between our two countries, there's weeks and weeks of discussion about what's going to be on the agenda, what's not going to be on the agenda, how we want the meeting to progress. And then, of course, it gets down to execution. Once these guys sit down at the table, you saw in Bali, went on for like 3+ hours. These are two leaders that know each other well, known each other a long, long time. They can be frank and forthright with one another. I fully expect that that'll be the case. I'm not going to get into the back and forth between the two teams about how all the modalities came into place. But I think the table's been set again over the course of many weeks for what we hope will be a very productive, candid, constructive conversation here. The president wants to make sure that we're handling this most consequential of bilateral relationships in the most responsible way forward. He means to compete with China. He's coming into this discussion again with the wind at his back from an economic perspective. He thinks the United States is well poised in that competition with China. He's not going to be afraid to confront where confrontation is needed on certain issues where we don't see eye to eye with President Xi and the PRC. But we're also not going to be afraid, nor should we be afraid as a confident nation, to engage in diplomacy on ways which we can cooperate with China, on climate change, for instance, and clean energy technology. So there's going to be an awful lot on the agenda. All of that was worked out between the two teams and baked in, and we're looking forward to seeing where it's going to go.
Are they going to wear matching outfits for the family photo at the end? Yes, I know, it's ridiculous. Yeah. The matching, so there's a tradition at the end of APEC that the leaders wear some kind of matching outfits. But the last time it was held in the U.S., it was in Hawaii, and Obama did not want to have everybody wear Hawaiian shirts because he thought it was kind of embarrassing. So I guess there's a question about whether or not there's going to be matching outfits this year. I don't know. They're all going to wear aviators. I don't know.
Well, you got me there. I wasn't aware of that one. I'll take that back.
I swear it's a big.
I'm trying to take your word for it, but first I heard of that.
I mean, do you have any sense of whether President Biden will meet with the Taiwanese delegation that's attending APEC?
Other than President Xi, I don't have additional bilateral or even pull-aside discussions to speak to today. I mean, there'll be a lot of leaders here, and we'll see how things shape out. But the only one that I can speak to is the bilateral with President Xi.
The president was seeking something like a free trade agreement regarding critical minerals. He didn't get it yesterday. Why? And is that going to be part of IPEF? Is that going to be part of the IPEF when it's unveiled?
I'm not going to get ahead of the agenda here for the next few days. I mean, there's a robust set of discussions, including on progress on the pillars of IPEF, and we'll have more to say about that in coming days. And as for critical minerals, there was a good discussion with President Widodo about critical minerals and making sure that we can work collaboratively in the region to provide more resilient supply chains for raw materials like that. So I think that's about as far as I'll go.
On the
the meeting with President Xi. Do we know how it's going to work? Are they going to have a handshake? Are they going to give statements? How long? And also, can you tell us where it will happen?
Again, I'm not going to get into much of the modalities. I mean, there'll be obviously a classic bilateral discussion between the two leaders. There'll be an expanded bilateral discussion with the two teams. But beyond that, and then, I think you'll get a chance to hear from the president directly after that. But beyond that, I don't have more detail.
I see 8 trucks going into Gaza. You said 115, and that that's not enough over the last 24 hours, but not enough, you had said. Do you feel that with these pauses that the pace has picked up a little bit, though, that's made a difference in the past couple of days?
What the pauses have done, it would be hard to draw a direct line between the pauses and the trucks going in. The pauses are largely in North Gaza, so away from the Rafah crossing. What the pauses have done, though, predominantly, is allow people in North Gaza to leave. The Israelis now have 2 safe corridors, one to the east and then one to the west along the coast road. And that's opened up more avenues for people to move by foot. So it's really had an effect on getting people out of harm's way. Mathematically speaking, would help alleviate the greater risk of civilian casualties, because now there's just fewer people in the crossfire. But it hasn't really been tied to the Rafah crossing. That work is ongoing.
So going back to the Xi meeting, a slightly funner topic, but will...
More fun than
the t-shirts. I know, more fun. Will President Biden ask President Xi about pandas and getting more pandas for the U.S.?
Yeah.
We're sorry to see the pandas go.
Yeah, bro.
But obviously that was a sovereign decision by the PRC.
You guys know that's like hella political. Like them taking back the pandas, like they like mad at us, bro. When it's all said and done.
That they were at all involved in sabotaging the Nord Stream pipeline.
Again, I'm not going to get ahead of what's active investigations here on Nord Stream 2 and the pipeline. And I'm certainly not going to speak hypothetically about what the results of that investigation might be. What we're focused on is making sure that Ukraine continues to get what they need. And right now, it's a critical need, as they are still fighting in this counteroffensive. And without supplemental funding, we're going to have a harder time here.
Here, when he's done, I'll tell you about the pandas, bro. The pandas run deep.
Had a decision to make about
Pandas
a
ain't no
sanctions waiver on Iran that would free up $10 billion that's frozen, I believe, in an Iraqi bank. What's he going to decide, and what's the justification for it?
We're going to have the president's decision making. But I will tell you this: we continue to hold Iran accountable. We've added force posture in the region. We have sanctioned in 2.5 years some 400 entities, 300 in just the...
No, man. All right. Well, I don't know if this is them or me. They are on a plane. No, I think they got cut out. So, again, you're getting all these White House comments. Market was moving up and down prior. I say market, yeah, there's a White House headline. But market's been moving up a little bit before that. We made that play that protected it and then came right back up. And then now we're just still dancing around again. Dollar's still lower. Bonds. Watch out for your speakers, though. He might come back on. Again, I don't know what happened to it. I think he's out for now. But it still said it's playing. Pentagon, U.S. confirms Hamas stores weapons at hospital. And then crude futures are settling. And then SPY's up 1.9, Dow 1.4, NASDAQ 2.2, Russell 4.7. Still wild to say. Yeah, that's confirmed. Pentagon states that U.S. has verified Hamas is storing weapons at hospital. And then Microsoft kind of came back halfway through that little chat GPT. Again, that's kind of where this drop happened, and now you're right back up. I don't know if you're above the level. Are you? So, again, we're going above and below the level quite easily. So, we'll see. All right, you guys, here, I'll tell you right now until he gets on, but, like, for real, it's real. It's a real thing. You guys don't know? Y'all think I'm playing with you, man? The pandas are really important. It's very political. It's actually called panda diplomacy. Yes, you're going to learn something new today. Panda diplomacy is the practice of sending giant pandas from China to other countries as a tool of diplomacy. From 1941 to 1981, China gave a gift of pandas to other countries. After a change of policy in 1984, pandas were leased instead of given as a gift. So you could read about it, but essentially, no, it's for real. So then when the lease expires, if they don't renew the lease on the panda, it's usually as a sign that, like, China's saying we don't fuck with what you've been doing recently, or we're in protest of this or that. So essentially, we got the pandas going back, and, like, that's not really, I think, when's the last time we sent the pandas back, actually? I think, again, let me see, in 1984, since 1999, because of the wildfire, the U.S. Fish allows a U.S. zoo to import a panda if the zoo can ensure that China will channel more than half of its loan fee into conservation. Where's it taken back, bro? Offer of pandas to Taiwan. Telling you, bro, panda diplomacy run deep. Yeah, very nonchalantly important. Yeah, it's just subtle. It's very subtle. That's the thing. You gotta look up into it more. I forgot. I had something on when it last happened, though, but the last time they did pull it back, though, it's just a sign of the times, and even with everything going on right now, the different wars and all of that, it is quite interesting, but it's a subtle backhand, or it's a subtle sign, the canary in the coal mine of where we are at with China-U.S. relations.
Mr. President, welcome to the White House. We spent a lot of time together.
Did they come? Where did that come from? No, but I think it's over now, the Kirby thing. I think they wrapped it up.
Sir, have you seen any indication of progress by Iran in enriching uranium?
I don't have any updates for you on that.
Passive-aggressive beta move.
Sure. Did I see anyone else, or are we?
Did you choose one dish? Okay. That was your important question?
Have a good afternoon.
I'm not going to ban you, but I'm going to time you out for it, okay? That was not, because I gave you the warning, bro. That's not an important question. You know what I'm saying? You can't hype me up like that. Just hit me with it next time. You know what I'm saying? Like, otherwise, I don't want you to be the boy who cried, hey, Josh, AI, I have an important question, you know? You don't want to be that one. UUP. Dude, dollar is fascinatingly low today. So the yen should be up way more, but the dollar wrecking ball to the other way. Still kind of fascinating how much. And market, bro, we had that little sell-off real quick from the 44, 45, but, like, we came back up here real fast. So, yalla. I hate when someone asks, can I ask you something? That's what I do to just mess with people. I just text them that, and then I just don't. That's it. You ever want to mess up anybody's day, you want to just give them a little bit of anxiety, or maybe somebody's running late and you need them to, like, hurry up, get a little kick. Just be like, hey, can I talk to you about something? ? And then just send that. You'll be good. Give them a little adrenaline boost, and then there you go. How is Calais doing? Good place to live, for real, though. Listen, if you stay inside like I do, and, like, you only go outside here and there, and depending on what you're involved in, I love it. And granted, I'm not, like, if you wanted to move here, you're not going to pay what I pay to live here, because I've been camping here for a long time. Not like LA camping, but you know what I'm saying? Like, realistically, I was living in San Diego when San Diego wasn't cool, and now they tell me it's the most expensive city in the nation, which I find it hard to believe. But yeah, I got grandfathered in, essentially, exactly. So as long as you don't go outside, if you don't have to, like, raise kids and get involved with too many people, like, I live a fairly peaceful life. You know what I'm saying? Taxes and other shit are pretty bad, but, like, at the end of the day, it's not. I mean, you're gonna pay taxes anywhere, and I get good weather. Fuck, that's it. I get good weather, man. That's it. Bad drivers, good weather. It's catch-22. Coinbase investigating elevated error rates. Oh, some of you were saying that earlier. Only the occasional power box stealing. Well, I've seen some wicked shit, bro. Like, if I need to start posting them on the YouTube shorts. Like, if I go through my camera roll over the years, bro, just the amount of, like, random videos I have of, like, random things happening in California. Oh, man, it's absolutely wild, bro. It is absolutely wild. Like, I get, like, random power box. Like, that's, I don't think I posted it. I had the crazy, bro, I think I told you that story. I had the craziest road rage incident. I wasn't even involved. I was just behind the guy. And, like, dude, this dude was freaking out. Like, he jumped out of the car, bro. And, like, I thought he was the only one in the car, bro. These are crackheads. And, like, this dude's driving and he's road raging, just, like, gassing, braking, fucking with this guy behind him. Yeah, the driver jumps out of the car. Don't even put this in park, bro. He just gets out of the car and then starts going to the dude behind him, and I'm in the car behind that guy, and then just starts banging on his door. The car starts rolling away, and bro, typical crackhead move. His girlfriend, the girlfriend crackhead, jump out of nowhere, bro. I didn't even see this. You know what I'm saying? And she just pull up out of nowhere and just take over the wheel. And I'm like, whoa, that was impressive. I was like, that's a ride or die right there. I was really impressed. But, like, for real, no, this is a true. I have this on video, though. I can't post it because it's like, I think it has, like, all my, I have, like, certain letters on the dashboard and it have my name and shit on it. So I'm like, oh, that fucked up the video. But, no, bro, it's crazy. I have that one. I have a couple of random road rage incidents. I posted that one, that dude I was charging my Tesla, and then some guy is just pissing on his car in the garage, and I'm like, really? And, like, it's a full garage. I'm like, this is amazing. It's a nice car, too. Good for him. Good for him. But, yeah, so it's not bad. Looking to do Miami to SoCal, good trade-off. Yeah, I mean, it's way chiller. Like, I don't know how you live in Miami. Like, I can't do Miami because, like, when I do go outside, I go outside in sweatpants sometimes. So, like, I don't know. Miami people, you got to be, like, dressed up. I didn't want to get an eyebrow piercing. So, like, it wasn't. Miami's good for short periods. You know, again, I've only been once. So, but like I said, it was a wild experience. Josh bought my house for $200,000. Neighbor is listing theirs at $350,000. What will that do to my property value if it sells? Do you just want me to tell you that you made a lot of fucking money, or do you genuinely not know? Because it's a good thing, buddy. That was a good thing, man. Honestly, it sounds like everything's well in the neighborhood. You genuinely don't know. Yeah, it's very good. Obviously, what matters is the price that it sells for. But I mean, I figure, you know, if you bought yours at $200,000 and that sells at $350,000, that, you know, and if that house is similar to your house, that means your house is probably worth $350,000 right now. That's what I'm saying. If you really don't know, because I'm like, that means you're up about $150,000 or almost 100% on your property. Yeah, it does depend on if it comps to yours. So it's smaller and you have more land, then your house is probably worth more money. That's exactly what that means. But I hope you understand that moving forward, because that is the best thing in the world. That's why, man. That's the best thing in the world. So, you know, that welcome to equity land, baby. That's not like equities, but like equity. You know what I'm saying? So good work, man. Shout out to real estate. That got me too excited. Yeah, sell half. You have one neighbor that's house is worth $600,000 and another $145,000. Well, like, is it like big properties and big land, or like just what's the size difference? Usually, you don't see that happen too often, unless it's like, again, something very specific or unique that that creates that scenario. Does lot size affect price? It just depends on where it is. But I think is the cashmere. I think but yeah, lot size just depends on the area. And then but if it is like way bigger, then it's definitely going to have a higher value. Absolute piece of shit house just went up for sale in your neighborhood and you live in a desirable section. Am I interested? Yeah. But why don't you do it? Don't you do houses? I think you did the other one. But why? If you know the area and it's good, like, I'm down, send it to me. But, you know, I feel like if it's yours, Ted Field, you know, no harm, no foul. That's all you, baby. All right. Are we above? Is this above 4,500? No. No. So a little bit. Again, we went to 44.99 and then sold off. Again, that future went crazy for a little bit. So now I'm down $70 on that little option, but then we got our 400 back on the future. Woohoo! You can email me at tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Short match. Welcome, my friend. Yeah, email it. I'll take a look. Especially if it's the good area. Like, if it's the good area and it's if it's cheaper, I love those. You have no idea. But like we were talking about yesterday, some of y'all, you know your area is better, though. So if you know that area, that is your, like, X factor, low-key. That is kind of your competitive advantage. Do I write covered calls on the ETFs? No. On stocks, yeah, but not really. Not usually on the ETFs. Should I take my gains on VKTX? You could. I'm up on that one again, too. Every time we've been up, it never lasted for more than a day and then would go down. But I want to ride that one for one of the gap ups, but, like, I wouldn't mind selling it. I keep seeing it, but I'm also like, if we do keep running on this wave, if you're going to try to FOMO into any other part of the rally, keep it. If you're not, then sell it and take your profits and call that a day. University Heights, yeah, it's nice. University, bro, I swear, I think I swallowed cashmere. This thing is fucking with me right now. But University Heights used to not be as nice, but now it's like a lot nicer. Remember I told you, I was like, this cashmere keep fucking flying in the air, bro. Yeah, bro, I think I'm dying. I got the soft cashmere just tickling me. Do you have thoughts on writing 0-day calls every day? Seems too good to be true. Nah, just the math makes sense. You'll win 90% of the time, but then the one time you lose, you'll lose 10 times the amount of money. So, win, and then one of them. So it's kind of just the downside to it. It's not too good to be true. It's like statistically, like, really realistic, if that makes any sense. Why MPW up 15? Because bonds went up 15 basis points. So, again, big rally today on bonds, CPI. And then even then, the CPI, if the bulls have their way, they're saying that we are not even going to hit 6% now ever in 5. That's it. Some people are leading today to say this is the top on bonds. So if that's the case, that'd be very good for a lot of real estate stocks, especially ones that were struggling in any aspect of rates and worried about refinancing. Airbnb pop a little bit. I think it's up 20 cents from what the chart's showing. Square's on the high, too. Where is a Disney? You know the Disney? Struggling. Home stocks, Lennar. Home stocks good. Oh, Redfin covered. No. They haven't. They need to move up way more. Bro, Redfin's at $6. Wait till this thing, like, if it really comes back up, then we do. The only thing, I was thinking covered calls on something today. Not Uber. We already have those. There's one thing. What was it? Oh, Snapchat. That's the one we could sell covered. What the What just happened? Why does it look like that? Okay. Yeah, because remember, we have a lot of shares on Snap. They've had an epic rally here, but I think they were a lot higher. Wait. Oh, they don't have their 20. I was going to say, they should have their 26 options now. Who the fuck bought 1,000 of these today? Someone bought 1,000 of those at 212. Yeah, Snap partnered with Amazon. Kathy on Fox. She making the rounds? No, but I want to wait a little bit. If we get more upside, it would be better to sell covered calls there, because you get a decent amount, but you'd have to hold it for X amount of time. It'd be like $1,200 in like 2 years, which I think you could get a better if it pops up a little bit more. But then again, the last time I wanted to sell covered calls on Snap, they had another awful earnings, and we did not do that. I was getting greedy on that one. All right, is Airbnb still moving? Apple? Oh? Was Apple running up earlier? Yo, why is Apple? Hold on. Are you getting your tech stocks moving here? Hot dog. Wait, what would that be? All right, that's it. I was going to sell out of the option and just cover it, but that's it. It's already, again, the max loss on that play is $100. So, again, now you got an extra 100 back, and then if we do go down, we'll still get protected on that. But, yeah, watch out. If tech starts squeezing, then we might be able to go higher, because now even the MES from earlier came back up. So, 4,500. These are the morning levels there. This is where we started chilling out again, but you're getting some movement. Square. Look at the high tickers going in blocks right now. So you got to, again, Apple is the thing that kind of gave it away. This isn't just, Square is getting very aggressive. 6%. PayPal, not as much. That looks like just Square. So PayPal might catch up, but just in general, Square is kind of doing its thing. But high tickers going pretty gnarly right here. Tesla 2. Intel. Again, Intel's near 40. Bonds are holding up. I don't know if the dollars are staying pinned, but dollar just keeps going lower and lower. Check Microsoft, too, because they had that little sell-off. So if they hold up, I mean, that'll be better. But Apple, I think, is very intriguing. Even Baidu's coming up. Alibaba and Square, 55.30. Square's up 6%. Disney's just kind of staying chill. It's holding up. And then 45.01. So this is the highest you've been since you've pretty much fell from here. But back into the morning. And what time is it now? It's 11:51. Oh, man. So it's power hour in 9 minutes, you guys. Talk about a day. Did the day flow by? That's why I was like, damn, that option. So, again, yeah, the day has flown by. My goodness. Yeah, Chick, man, I had to eliminate you from the Twitch, bro. You're too cute. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just too much cuteness out of your questions. I don't think I can't. You know, I love you, man. So just be reborn, bro. Be reborn, my brother. Be reborn. Who's buying SE? I think Jared might be. I think Jared is very interested in SE. Okay, bonds still go. Not bad. Not bad. What the gap look like on this, huh? Wow. How about the daily chart? Wow, look at this daily. Wow. Oh, still big gap, but bonds now play along. These guys, look at intraday. Still kind of hand to hand, but here they were matched now. Not so much. Did you change the high-low settings? No, I don't think so. I could double check for you. So all symbols, minimum volume, 5,000. Minimum price is $1. So that's pretty much what we've always had. Max rows, 2,000. Yeah, man, we got it. No, oh, shit, I just reset it. It's okay. Refresh it, warm it up, refresh. Intel. Again, chip makers. Square was getting a lot of attention. Where's travel too, bro? Love is the one. They actually went up a little harder. Where's Uber? You saw offer 0% on your credit cards now through July. Take advantage of it, baby. There you go. Those are great. Again, I was telling you guys the other day, like a lot of companies now, even with like financing certain things, there's a lot of good promo offers because everybody is trying to bring in new customers. They want growth. So if you get any dope offers like that, I mean, they're definitely, if it's through a legit company, more often than not, just follow the terms and take advantage. Wow, after resetting the high-low ticker, you could just get a better idea of how many names are actually just hitting new lows in the real time. So again, taking a look at the velocity here, you're still near the high. It's not going crazy. Again, last time we were at this level, it's just kind of been like slow melt, sell off, slow melt back up. So not too crazy yet. Dollar at the low. Power hour is in 5 minutes. So, I mean, welcome to the end of the day. Another day just flew by. My goodness. And then tomorrow you still have data. We will not be here early, but the data comes out early, an hour before the bell. So just at the end of the day, be prepared for the rest of the week, but we still have a lot of week to get through. Check out the call to put ratio. I have not looked. Honest, I think, again, I'm looking at the bonds. That's it. The answer with everything and why people feel this way today. Look at you're about to hit that low on the 10-year right now. I just think everybody is again, there's people believing Powell is done. I myself, I could understand that belief and I could see it, but I'm still traumatized and I bring the doubt. It's still just an assumption for now, but Powell, this idea that he is done, I would say this is like the biggest driver that we have right now in the short term for now until, again, if anything changes that or not, and that's going to lead you into the end of the year. Has PPI ever come in hot after cool CPI? Yeah, it could do its own, especially with the delays we have as of late. Anything could happen. Anything can happen for sure. What data we have? PPI and then retail sales. Again, retail sales are going to be the most important. That's my opinion on it. PPI has moved the bonds more this year, but I do think the consumer is the number one. I've been saying that like a Josh AI repeat on repeat, man. I think it's very important for tomorrow. You think the market will be stupid green tomorrow and then cool down? Maybe we just gap up, hit a new high, maybe hit 4,500. Oh wait, we already did that. We hit like near 4,600 and then calm down. But you could, bro, that's nuts. You guys recognize you are now 108 points away from hitting a new high of the year. And then it wasn't too long ago you thought it was death and destruction as well. So it's a very wicked concept with where we're at right now. Mm. 4502. Again, bonds got a nice little bounce there, but we are still riding this. Spirit arbitrage. Arbitrage plays are great right now. A lot of people, we had that talking trading or not. Like arbitrage plays, if you wanted the mix between fixed income and take risk and get big profits, arbitrage. Those buyouts and then putting your money in waiting, your only risk is if something falls through. So I'd look up the details and keep in mind the calendars and schedules associated, but I don't think it's a bad move if that's what you want and that's your plan. My AI tool for the thumbnails, I use Midjourney. That's like the OG AI artwork, I feel like. If Chad's put me onto it back when it was first around. Again, this was back in October of last year. Bro, 10 years about to go. Whoa, this is crazy. Hold up. Yeah, bro, the 10 years about to break out. Am I tripping on this? No. So hold on, you guys. You're like right near the end. And remember, 4.4 flat is the number. So that, again, go watch this week's watch list. We kept bringing up 440. That'd be like another little baby drop here. So, again, this was the low right after the data. We bounced a little bit, took all day here, and now you're coming back there. But it's kind of a big deal. Again, 10-year is about to start edging down. Interesting that the 30-year is still a little bit, but they both are looking good. God bless. God bless. What does it mean? It means that that's better than not. The lower that bond yields go on the 10-year, it's meaning that conditions are easing, but also that that's not good, but it is good. But it means that the rate hikes are more likely going to get changed. Pretty much if we fall below 4.2 on the 10-year, I think you're going to price in another rate hike. But this 4.4 range starts to mess with the May hikes, or pretty much pricing for May. $4.502. All right, this is like right before where we dropped. 4.505 is the high. 4.507 might be a little bit of resistance, and then 45.13 or 15 is what we're looking for. Do you think we'll have another TLT play soon? I think we'll have another TLT play, but soon. I don't want to get in the business of timing it. That's it. But then it's not going to be TLT though. That'll be the thing. We have talked about other alternatives that it could possibly be. You're sad AbiVi isn't running? I thought AbiVi was up earlier. Is it just not running as much? Oh, no, it went dead. It said, I want to be one of the ones that go red today. Dang, AbiVi. AbiVi just don't even trade relative to anything, though. He's just in his own little world. That's crazy. And then Bond's still catching that bid there. Or is it 4.4? Retail numbers account for credit card use, yes. And that's what people are looking for. They want to see if the retail sales number shows what the credit card data is showing, because then we're going to, again, is the consumer weakening? How, again, if people are talking about jobs coming down and that being the next step, it should correlate with some of this data. So, everyone will be prying for that tomorrow. And then it's 12:02, man. Power hour has begun just a little bit ago. You're near the high of the day, 4,500, which is kind of wicked to say. You're closer to pump it up than further away, which is a very, very wild thing to think about. But my goodness, NASDAQ 2.5%, 2.4, SPY 2.06, Dow Jones 1.6, and the Russell 4.87. That makes me want to see regional banks are still up, 7%? 7.25. Oh, my gosh. VNQ 5.3. Bulls will get their pump it up. Isn't that going to be crazy? It's a wicked concept to think about. Because it felt like just a week or so, I was like, you guys are insane. Stop asking me. Now I'm like, wait a minute. I might have to play this tomorrow. If that PPI come in lower, and then the consumer, like if the retail sales are bad and then PPI drops, oh my goodness. And then they're like, then we figured out the debt ceiling. And remember, you still have that for Friday too. And then China has good earnings, and then there's good China Day. I don't know, man. You've already gassed up a lot already. I'm still holding YCL, not YCS. And then I still have /6J as well. I was just talking about adding more of that. Unfortunately, we did not get that opportunity. But I'll be patient with him. Very good. Good for him. Good for him. When you go to the bathroom, you pump it up together? What? That doesn't sound normal. What? All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom now, though. I don't know. This is bad timing, bro. It's wild. Yeah, that's why I read that comment, because I was like, bathroom. I was like, I need to go to the bathroom. Well, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Happy Power Hour. Again, market CPI day has been good. You're getting State Department approving potential sale of Standard Missile 6 Block I to South Korea for $650 million. Pentagon. Okay, I'll be right back. I love you. God bless you. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Okay, BRB.
Is that the real economic indicator?
Well, you know how we always say the luxury market, it's immune, everything's fine? Well, it's interesting when you start to see even that come undone.
Yeah.
Here at Bloomberg, we have
Isn't
the
that like the
Bloomberg
ultimate discretionary
Subdial
item, though?
Watch Index.
Hey, there's a Bloomberg Subdial Watch Index.
I know.
So this
Did
is
I just
real.
say that? Is there an echo in here?
Deja vu.
Yeah, it dropped 1.8% in October, okay?
Wow.
So
Listen.
it tracks the prices for the 50 most traded watches by value on the secondary market, down 42% since a high back in April of 2022. So I guess the good news is if you're in the market for a Patek Philippe, maybe even a Rolex, if you don't want to go as high-end as a Patek Philippe, Katie, for the holidays maybe, then, maybe it's a good time to pick one up.
I didn't even know what a Patek Philippe was, but good to know. I'm going to write that down.
There's a third company in here that's mentioned that I actually can't pronounce.
Where's Chris Rouser?
So I'm not going to even
This
try.
is when we need Chris Rouser.
My strategy is usually to just barrel through it on live television, and it kind of
just own it.
doesn't work.
Just
It
own
works.
it, right? And people are like, "Wow, look at."
Then they know you don't have the watch.
So maybe that's an economic indicator, one to keep in mind. Let's talk about another indicator. I loved this story on the Bloomberg terminal. You know how great quarter guys has kind of become a meme for what analysts say on earnings calls. Actually, Bloomberg crunched the numbers, and mentions of praise to executives for earnings calls, they actually declined by 29% quarter over quarter. Mentions are down 35% below the average pace in the previous 3 years. It's pretty amazing, and it speaks to how rocky things have gotten on the earnings front. Of course, this past season was pretty much a mixed bag. You had some standouts, but overall, it looks like analysts are praising executives less.
Yeah, well, are they actually deriding them, though? Because, those are the numbers I would like to see. And it's funny, because we have had that in the past. I remember the last big recessionary cycle we went through. You did, in the most diplomatic way, some of these analysts were basically like, look, what the heck's going on over there?
Do you hear that? Wait, that's the analyst community downgrading stocks to sells.
No, they don't do that,
It's
do they?
not happening. So they obviously don't think it's that
We were just talking
bad.
about Meta today, and there's like 78 plus analysts covering this company, and they got like 2 sales on it.
I mean,
and
Meta's
6
having
holds.
a great year, so there you go.
So you have to go, in order to find out when people said good quarter, great quarter, congrats or congratulations, Katie, as few times as they said in the most recent quarter, you have to go back to Q2 of 2020, which was not a great quarter given that it was the start of the COVID pandemic.
No, that's the thing.
But they
I
still
guess
said great quarter 374 times.
I would like to go back to some of those transcripts because, I feel like around that time you had a lot of, people just banding together, maybe analysts congratulating the companies on managing at all. As we know, that was a very stressful, a very strange time to be running a company.
So from now on, when there's an earnings release, you know what we're all going to be searching on.
Great quarter.
Great quarter. Great quarter.
You know what? I'll be the first to say.
All right, thank you. First time I went to the bathroom and didn't go down. Yeah, man, why are you worried? Why are you worried, bro? Why are you worried, man? Burry was a Chad, he would have been good money. You think he would have been banned? I think he would have been a lurker. That's it. I feel like he would have emailed me. I feel like he would lurk and then he would email me, and then that's it. But then again, he blocked me. I don't know. Disney hasn't ran. Disney, you get a gap up, you get the hold. Everything else, again, I haven't even looked at the equal weight. But again, welcome to Power Hour. You're 0.2 now, 0.3 away from hitting a new high of the day. That is about to happen. Wait for it. Hold on, 33, 41. There it is, 52, 81. Here, got it. New high of the day. Lurker, what's up, Blue Watch? What's up? What's Blue Watch, man? Is it like, let me check this out, man. Well, you lurking, man? That's good. We like lurkers. Oh, what is you, Cop Watch? What? Oh, what? Dog, I hella watch your videos, man. Or if they be stealing your videos and then putting them on TikTok. Oh, dude, that's dope. God bless you, man. God bless you. I love that reality videos too, and then the cop videos, everything. I watch all of it, man. Oh, that's crazy. Did he block me? I think he blocked me on Bloomberg, on like through the Bloomberg when I had the terminal and they allowed me to frolic amongst them before they banned me. They said, get this little Egyptian elf out of here. They did not accept me, but it's okay. I took it in stride. But he blocked me. I tried to reach out to him, but other people did. I never told y'all who I talked to on there. You know that? There's people I have talked to that I still have not disclosed to anybody. Very interesting conversations, man. I would get in the weirdest ass things, and then again, I no longer frolic. That's it. They've eliminated me. It's okay. It happens. Yeah, keep it up, lurker chat. Amen. Okay, man. New high, 45.07. If we hit that, that's the next level. If it treats it with no respect, 45.13, 45.15. And then before you know it, you're going to just start hearing pump it up in the fucking background. My goodness. I'm the first person who's made me laugh the most in my life, and you don't even know me. That's good, bro. I'm glad. I hope so, man. That's good. There's good comedians out there, too, but I'll take that title if you're going to let me get the laughs. You know that I really do appreciate, because like some people do take it serious, and a lot of people get deep. I mean, we do handle real money. We got big ass law terms, you know what I'm saying? And finger to the sky, baby. But at the end of the day, bro, I enjoy if I can make somebody smile, bro. If somebody could laugh and have a good time, especially on the shittiest of days or the best of days, I hope I could remind you to enjoy it when it's good, and even when it's bad, find a way. But that's a very big accomplishment, my friend. So thank you. I hope so, man. I hope I don't try too hard now. You know what I'm saying? I hope I don't try too hard now to make you smile, and then as a result, I turn into Kathy Woods or something. You know what I'm saying? I don't want that to happen. That's good. So smile, though. That's the thing, man. I hope so. And enjoy life, bro. Otherwise, life is pretty shitty, no matter what. Again, at one point in my life before I became a positivist, I was a nihilist to a degree. So, smile, man. Smile. Smile, baby. Kalanovic. He said something earlier. Did I talk to Kalanovic? No, I didn't talk to him. No, bro. I shot my shot, bro. Again, remember, I told you, I never even reached out to him. We had that, remember, I got Bill Ackman. He said he emailed me back that one time, but I was like, you know what, Bill? I don't know. I never emailed him back, actually. Never got a hold of Bill after that. But, I shot high, bro. I aimed high. All right, man. Another new high right there. My goodness. So 45.07.86. Again, wait for 45.13, but this is level number 1, and you're going past it. Like I just said, if that doesn't show respect, even Microsoft bouncing. Remember, I was telling you earlier, that was part of the negative side that we had when we kind of sold off that Microsoft news. But Microsoft already came back. Apple is leading the way. And that's it, man. You are going through. My goodness. Oh, Blue Watch, man. I'm honored, man. I'm honored. I'm gonna go watch some of your videos too, man. Let's go, Blue Watch. We got him. We got him, baby. He's a Chad. He's had a lurker Chad. He's a Chad. That's cool, bro. Very, very cool. That's it, man. Just don't start filming no Chads, bro. You're gonna start being like Chad Watch. Watch out, man, bro. You got Blue Watch in the chat. He might get some of y'all, man. That's it. Some of y'all gonna get in like a political debate. Somebody, watch out. He gonna start recording y'all. Get some reality Chad TV, bro. You gotta watch out. Okay, that's good. We got Blue Watch. Let's go. Some accountability, baby. What's up, man? What's up? I love it. NVIDIA's on the high net again. All right, man. 2.5. I don't know if this. I think this might be the biggest day for the SPY of the year. Again, last time was like September something, I believe, and then we had that compared to the beginning of the year in March. But like, dude, 2.18. Nasdaq's already 2.5. Dow Jones 1.7. 5%. 5% on the Russell, bro. Are you serious? Are you serious? You watch some of the old streams, you sound mad different. I honestly think it's my vocal cords frying in real time. I think you guys are getting a live look at a study of what happens if you go live every day for this many days in a row for 7 hours a day. But, like, low-key, bro, I feel you, man. I've gone through, like, puberty, and, like, my voice is getting fried, like, in real, like, it's weird, bro. So, yeah, there's a lot going on. But, amen, man. God is good, bro. We here. We here. Glad to see you here, too. You don't even sound like the same person. I mean, I guess maybe was I a little nervous? Maybe. I sounded really, because I am young, like, generally speaking, my hairline, dude. But I am pretty young. I mean, even though you all think I'm an old man, you guys don't even think I could play Fortnite. Like, come on, but no, I was very quiet too, and I had a different microphone. That is a difference. I did have another microphone. I haven't connected it yet, actually. You guys are making me want to kind of throw it in there. My voice is developing from talking all day. I think so, honestly. It's kind of trippy. You seem happier now than back in 2019. Oh, really? I think I was very happy. Like, and then even in like 2020, bro, the world was going crazy. I don't know. I feel like I've always had a good time, bro. That's it. I think life is just, it's a beautiful shitty because I chose to make it beautiful. Believe me, it's all about, again, it's always good. Who remembers your attitude in 2019? Is he keeping notes? Yeah, I've always had an attitude. You seem much more happier now. Really? Wow, that's good. I hope so, man. I hope so. Cause like I've had a rough year. No, amen, bro. Amen. It's like, again, it's again, financially I can't complain, but like I told you, bro, like a lot of people, bro, have just passed away this year. I've gone through so much drama with that, and it's been awful, but it's like, dude, that's good though. Amen, man. You know, life is still a blessing. So I'm glad to hear, bro, and I hope you guys are happier too, though. Above all else. Above all else. Well, yeah, bro. Like I said it earlier, though. Like it's on, like, you know, I don't know. Should we talk about this while the market's ripping the highs? You know what I'm saying? But like, there's that other dude. Like a couple years ago, at one point in my life, you know, I've had people pass away, but like never that many all at once. So it's like I don't know. I viewed life when I was younger. You're telling me I sound happier now, but there was a time in my life I didn't understand what it was like to like lose people close to you. You know what I'm saying? So like I did in other ways and like in certain ways, but like, dude, no idea comparative to this year, which is like wicked to think about. So that's good, man. I'm very good. I hope all y'all happy, and you know what it is, bro? Finger to the sky, bro. To God be the glory. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's what it is, bro. You know, that's what it is. That's what it is. Yeah, I know it's weird. It's like, I don't know, and it's kind of like it's kind of like the phrase when you hear too, like your parents have lived a life without you, but you haven't lived a life without them. It's kind of in that same concept. Like some of you, until like you experience life until certain events have actually happened, and like there's like pre and post that, more or less. Nah, man, God is good, bro. Above all else, bro. And even then, thank you all for praying for me. And all of y'all have, at the same time, like, I'm telling you, bro, I've read the prayer requests and all the chats. Y'all are tough, and y'all have gone through even more, and all of us have our own stuff. So that's why it's like, hey, man, just finger to the sky, bro. And it's been a blessing, bro. It's been a blessing we've been here. Yeah, life like pre and post COVID, for real, bro. Amen. But that's good, bro. I said, like, so again, bring good vibes, man. Peace and love, bro. Peace and love. That's awesome to hear, man. For real. I'll pray for you. I pray, yeah, man. Every morning, bro. Again, I got Proverbs too, bro. That's it. Again, today's been a wild CPI day, but I mean, we're almost about to close. I'm gonna double down on Proverbs for you tomorrow, but. You know what I'm saying? Every morning, bro, a prayer and a good book. And for real, man, y'all got to chat. Y'all got a prayer every morning. Every single, you think I'm going live? Man, stop it. Have a year like that soon. Hey, man, just don't even think about it. Believe me, you'll be good. You don't have to. But, like, eventually, it's just, no matter what, though, God is good. You'll be good. But, amen. Think good thoughts. Think good, bro. I went a long way just thinking positively. So, amen. That's why you got to double down on that. Waiting for the days NFTs come back to life. Oh, my goodness. All right, what time is it? We only got 40 minutes left. 8:62. We already hit 4:07. All right. I sold out of the ES 875. So I got another, and I still have the MES. That one's up $80. So I don't know if I want to hold for 20 more minutes. We could keep the MES, I guess, because that one will pay for several days of that. Again. But then I lost $100 on the little put. Again, that little, the very, very complex put, I guess. But that one's down $100, and that one's going to expire. So not too bad. Again, it says the price is $3, but the net total is only $115 cash. Very, very weird. I'm going to just close it out, though, see what we get from it. Yeah. Yeah, so I said 110. 110. Not bad. And then I still have the MES, so those ones are up $80. Remember, I top ticked the MES, and then we bought the ES here, bought the put right here, closed out of the put right here in the ES, and then now have the other one, the MES. That one was from like right here. That was like the first top tick in the morning. Remember, I had the first one in the morning too, and then I sold out of that one early. Rally came from damn CPI. But then I'm still holding the bond play. So I closed out a place from earlier. The trading fee, I think like $5 or $2 both ways, so $5 total. I'm not out of Uber. I like Uber. I'm in Uber for the long term, bro. We're fucking riding Uber. Uber, like, I'm kind of stoked on Uber. Like, low key, like, I'm not even like, I'm glad it's honestly, it has a big weighting in our portfolio too. So I'm like, especially if Disney could take a little hike up here, but like Uber, I'm very, very pleased with Uber, and I'm glad with it. But I don't have any plays on it except for the long term. We have covered calls as well as like I think 200 shares or something like that. How much time we got? 40 minutes. Oh, I should have held the fucking put. I'm an idiot. Why did I sell that? I just wanted to see what would happen. So again, I mean, that's word to experimentation. I'm an idiot. I should have just held the fucking put till the end of the day. What a that's opportunity cost. That makes no damn sense. Because again, I got back like the $10, $20. I made sure I did. Yeah, it was an ES put. I'm an idiot. I should have just held that. It was at 4. That's just within 10 points. I'm an idiot. Well, no, I don't want to pay because then I'll pay for double what. There's no point. I'm over it. But that was stupid. That was really, really stupid. Don't say that. No, that was a really dumb decision when I'm looking at it. Didn't miss out the agree. It's like I could have either got $10 or if fucking Raul showed up and anything went crazy, you know, that I could have at least made back a little bit more of it. I still got the MES. I think I'm gonna get rid of that one too. I wanted to hold it, but I'm gonna just get rid of that one and then I'm gonna hold the bond play. Because again, I got $2,000 on the bond now as well. Not just from the that was the one I held from 2 days ago. Yeah, I was in the moment, 100%. But that's cool. So no more day trades for the day. Just everything else we had from prior added by due, average down, and then that's it. Shit, Uber drivers getting effed up on video all over the internet. I have seen those videos too. I've seen some, though, where the Uber drivers punk them, though. You are not. You are my motivation for what? I don't understand how the put losses are capped. What do you mean? Well, it says that they're uncapped when you make the play, and there's like a difference again because it's like fractions and shit, and then again there is other risks. So the price on the ES option chain, it's lagging my shit so heavy. But like these are different than like go see the cash price when you go to buy it. It's like it tweaks. See, my shit is so laggy on these chains. But that's what you want to go and look at. But at the end of the day, like you can lose more potentially. But that's why I said, but by losing, it was there. You said you could only lose 100 because that's what I paid. So the put losses, though, again, there's like the potential. I think the exercise risk on it, but that's why I ended up closing it. And I said, okay, well, I see the price now. Let me make sure it's closed. But it does have that's why the pricing was weird. But there's like a more than what you paid, but technically what you paid is the quote-unquote risk plus whatever dividend or exercise. Again, it is a daily. And then how it's priced is hella weird. So that's why, like, I've only traded a couple of them. So I closed out that one there because I was like, you know, I just closed out the ES. I related it to that trade. I had the profit. I just didn't want to be exposed unnecessarily. But then looking back, I'm like, wait a minute. That probably would have been in my best interest to hold it. What is it? It's actually the same price now. I can't look at it because my platform just lags. Shorts covering, and I mean, again, I just took profits on the day. This is here because again, it's either 45.07. You're either gonna go up here and then really gas, or kind of chill out here. But then again, we are gonna have a little bit more in the morning. Yemen's Houthi missile says group launched ballistic missiles on Israel, including Eilat. Then Zelensky says the more forces destroyed, the worse the situation will be for the course of the war. It's not very liquid for dailies. Yes, it's not. No, that's why I kind of like it. Again, being it's not really crowded, and most people don't trade these things. You know, I don't know why you would. I've only traded them a couple of times. That's why I said I was just playing around with it today. I wanted to see because it made sense. I was looking at the price, the strike of it all, and I said we might be. And then I had a little bit of gains already, and I knew I wanted to keep holding. So. Tomorrow's data, PPI, and then consumer or retail sales. I keep saying consumer, but it's retail sales. Retailers stay important because, student loan, you're right. Honestly, a lot of people haven't talked about that. We've talked about a lot of things related to retail sales, and most people have focused on credit cards, but that's a very good point. All right. You're getting round 2 possibly. So, again, I'm all out of plays here for the day except anything else are holding. Unless any of the China plays are down. I don't think we're going to play Target there in the morning. We missed that opportunity just because it already gapped up here in the morning. But you do have just about 30 minutes remaining on the day. Peloton. On a Peloton. A lot of things. Again, I think equal weight, I'm seeing just everything kind of gassing up here. 45.06, still right below. Yeah, equal weight's almost near the high, but SPY already broke out. So this is all Apple low key. You kind of need a little bit more boost. Dude, Russell is up 5.2. Oh my goodness. Yemen's Houthi says will not hesitate to target any Israeli ship in the Red Sea. Zillow's up 13%. Again, all of this could be good for real estate if, again, people are looking at CPI and this being the peak of rates. All these real estate, financial, banking-related stocks are doing very well. There's a huge sell-off 10 minutes before the bell. I mean, can't say I haven't seen that before, so never know. But for the most part, again, today was good. We still have China data. There's going to be China stuff here that's on the way, but for the most part, the real question is, does data kind of confirm this story or does it give us a speed bump tomorrow? But, I mean, that's it. Like, I don't know. I don't think this is a bear market rally until the next set of bad data comes in now, unfortunately. So that's, again, CPI confirming it. Tomorrow could be a speed bump, but I don't think tomorrow stops this fucking train, bro. It doesn't mean it's going to go straight up. Maybe we slow down a little bit, but it's not like you're not going to see a fat candle down here until we get the next big data or big change. Remember, even your little Moody's downgrade thing yesterday didn't even do anything. So otherwise, just watch out for tomorrow morning. We'll see. No one's going to be interesting. But I'm not, again, I think the consumer, but that student loan aspect, very, very interesting. Early market on close, $384 million to the sell side. What? I need to go pee again, bro. I think it's because I kept down in that cashmere water. I was trying to win my throat. I need to go pee again, bro. I'll be right back. I love you. Follow me on Instagram. That's something you could do right now. Amen. 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 All right.
At what is the relative underperformer today, healthcare, but it's still up almost 1%, and energy at the bottom of the heap there remain up about 0.7%.
Yeah, more than 90% of the S&P members in the green here on the day, and that includes the big cap tech names, your favorites, including names like NVIDIA, up about 2% here on the day. 10 straight days of gain for NVIDIA right now. Of course, that's on the back of the monster rally that it had to start the year. The 10 straight days of gains, that's the longest win streak for NVIDIA, going back to 2016. Meanwhile, AutoZone had actually been, believe it or not, on a 12-day run, and it had started off, it looked like it was going to be 13 on the day, but just over the last few minutes, flipping into the red, down about 0.5% here. And don't forget, we got a lot of earnings coming out this week in the retail and apparel space. We got On Holding, that's the sneaker company backed by Roger Federer. That came out earlier today, and there was a lot of concern here about the company's outlook going forward. The quarter behind us wasn't bad. The quarter going forward, though, did not necessarily look as strong as investors wanted. Those shares down 3%, and we get Target tomorrow before the bell. Those shares rallying hard here on some optimism here that consumer spending, Katie, will indeed hold up.
Well, before we get there, let's get back to our big story of today, and that's U.S. inflation broadly slowing in October, with markets erasing bets on more Fed rate hikes in the aftermath. Here to unpack it, I'm pleased to say, is Dana Peterson. She is Conference Board Chief Economist, joining us now. And obviously, you just take a look at markets. There's a lot of celebration over today's report. But I want to take us back to what Jerome Powell said last week, basically that inflation has given us a few head fakes, and there's a risk here of being misled by a few good months of data. With that in mind, how are you viewing the numbers that we got for October?
Well, just like the Fed, we are very data dependent. Certainly today's CPI data, we're going in the right direction. Headline close to 3%, core close to 4%. And that's the direction we want to head in. But they're both still above 2%. And certainly there are lots of things that can happen that can impact the data: food, energy prices, or even the fact that home price valuations are rising, and that could affect what's happening with rent. So I think the Fed is cautiously optimistic that they're going to see inflation get back to target, but they don't want to declare victory just yet.
And with that in mind, you think about some of the aggressive cut bets that are being priced into next year. Is that a little bit premature?
I think so. Right now the Fed is probably on pause, though there is some risk that they hike at least one more time. But once they're done, they're going to stay on the sidelines for some time. That's the higher for longer sentiment. And we don't expect that they're going to even think about cutting interest rates until probably the middle of next year. And they're signaling only 50 basis points of rate cuts. That's not a lot.
So it's not a lot here. But it gets to this idea as to kind of what economy we're actually looking at.
Not a lot. Not a lot, and you don't have a lot of time. 26 minutes. Again, made another effort there towards the high. Market still went up. Bathroom breaks are being well received here on a bullish day. On a very, very bullish day. So we could take it, man. We can take it for now, I guess. Will they think about thinking about it? No, not until the data shows up. I think, Powell, get ready for Powell not to say much. So, again, I think Powell wants the data to speak for him. Today, it's spoken away where I don't know if Powell likes the financial conditions easing like this, but he's either going to say something, which I doubt, but there's going to be one data set between now and December 15th, you know what I'm saying, that is going to probably tighten up conditions after all of this loosening that we've dealt with. Yeah, this rally, like we talked about, comparing this to the July most hated rally, it's literally, this is way faster. You're doing this like 500 points in 2 weeks versus 2 months or like a month and a half, which a month and a half, it was still crazy when we went through that. So very wild. Do I think the PPI destroys the rally? I think it's going to be a speed bump. It's like, that's so, if it's good, I think it's going to add, it's like fuel to a flame, but also it's going to be, depending on just how big is the bucket of water, but the flame right now is huge. So I think if it's bad, it could pour some cold water, but I do think, your general upside, even if you go down 100 points, you're going to be at 4,400 tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think PPI is going to drop you 100 points, but and even if you come down to like 44.30, 44.40-ish, sell off 50, 60 points if it's that big, it's still like you're going to maintain this. And then, like we said, government shutdown, and then right again, you're going to punt away until next week. But if those bond yields still remain lower, I mean, this is still something the markets are going to be able to feed off of. Again, right now, the 10-year is literally 4.44 at the low of the that's literally at the low there of the CPI this morning. Moves early. I mean, again, China too. China data and how that comes out. I mean, that's I think a lot of the move could be captured within the gap up, and then again, the data is an hour before the bell. So no matter what, if you don't trade in the morning, I mean, like pre-market, I mean, you're all going to be at the mercy of a gap up. Yeah, it's China data tonight. So that's what I'm saying. You're going to get industrial production, China retail sales. This is going to be a part of all of it. So as far as like this rally continues or not, I do think that is going to have an effect. Oh, K-Funk, baby. Oh, I remember when K-Funk showed up. He was just showing love. He's still doing it, baby. Horn. Oh, wait, I forgot to tell the YouTube. So they just got messed up. My bad. My bad. No shot we gap up again. If PPI is good and China data is good, I think you might gap up and then just sell off the rest of the day. For, you know what I'm saying? You might hit 40, you might pump it up at 4,600 and then just sell off to like 45.30 or something. K-Funk. I'm funky fresh. You had your headphones on. It's okay. It's supposed to inspire the spirit, get you excited a little bit. But definitely, that's why we do the earmuffs at the end of the day. Mm-hmm. You're holding overnight, no way you're selling. I'm sure a lot of people feel like that. Again, today helped ease a lot of the pressure. Again, everybody's been paranoid, but you're far off now from the lows. That's the difference. And now the data and everything, people are liking what they're seeing for the most part. Yeah, MPW 15%. I think everything has a stick. No reasonable pullback. It's 500 points in a week or two, in 2 weeks, literally 2 weeks for 500 points on the SPY. The most hated rally, July, that was 500 points in a month and a half. So in like less than half the time from the last time you had a rally that left people like scratching their head and then only resulted in even more lows, several months later, is there a couple months later, but it's like the last time that happened and left people perplexed, that was 500 points in a month and a half. This time it has now been 500 points in just under 3 weeks. Dollar down 1.5. The 500-point rally was July of 2022. So July of 2022, it was like, and even then it was a little bit more than that if you start from here. Like if you start from the low of June, it was 3,600 to 4,300. So that's like what? That's 700 points. But if you start from the beginning of July, it was like 3,700 to 4,300. So that was like 600 points, but that was a month and a half in that time frame. So from July 1st to August 16th, 2022. And then now we went from the beginning of November, 4,160 to 4,500, so just under 500 points there, or 4,100 to 45. So 400 points. I guess I'm tripping. Yeah, 400 points, excuse me. You've done that here in 2 weeks. So you want to look at it, 37 to 43. That's like 600 eyeballing it. You're about 400 there now in half the time. So it's not there. Why did we look at it earlier and say it was, though? And then even then, June was 3,600 to 43. That's 700. I mean, this one we didn't hit 4,000 flat. It was 4,100. So if we hit 4,600, that's where you do it. So if you hit pump it up, then we start to do that. There's FOMO. There's a lot of computers buying this too, and buybacks and other things. Remember, retail just sold out. You guys, again, I read it to you at the beginning of this week, or was that yesterday, or was that at the end of last week? Bro, literally, the article was saying how retail outflow was the first time selling out in like several years, or at least since like some of the hype started to happen. That was the end of last week. Yeah, bro, that was lit. So if anything, I mean, I think it's more hedge funds and then computers, but you're not really getting retail, if anything, was kind of just rattled over the last couple of weeks. All right, you're still holding up again. You got 18 minutes left in the day. I think it's pretty much settled. I mean, bonds are still holding that a crazy gap up. And then Fed futures, same exact thing. All of that's this has been a wild day so far. Yeah, so May probability, the probability of cuts in May, again, previous day was 9%. So you got a little bit creeping in there. And that's for March. So again, you could look at the previous week probabilities and just see how things change. These, we need to see a little bit more movement though. You're not done. Honestly, this could, the Fed futures still aren't quite settled, but they're just holding that first initial move from the morning. Hearing Pen app officially launched live and active on Apple Store. Is that for Disney? Well, Disney just got a volume calendar candle. I always call a candle a calendar. Don't know why. Do you find the price action in crypto to be odd today? I haven't really been looking at it. The only thing I would be looking at for price action on crypto is what we talked about earlier today and a couple of times in the past week. Is just I would be aware if NASDAQ rips or Bitcoin rips in relation to the NASDAQ. So that's what, again, we were just talking about. We were saying how this whole year there has not been a Bitcoin rally where the NASDAQ didn't follow. So, like, again, here, Bitcoin started going crazy when we were dropping. And then once again, Bitcoin preceded this whole entire rally. Like, there's no way that you could, like, that, like, when it's all said and done, all of this was preceded by Bitcoin. So if you really wanted to say this came out of nowhere, bullshit. Why? Because Bitcoin, 2 weeks before you did this, Bitcoin went from 26,000 to 38,000. You see what I'm saying? Like, that is half of this move. You had another thing that led the way, and that has been the theme all year. So I would say that's the only price action that I've really been paying attention to in terms of crypto and the markets or anything price action related to crypto. $45.03. Bloom finally pumping the Snap Amazon deal. Oh, I might be up for a list at the bottom of the day. A lot of options were on there.
Yeah, I get these alerts from him buying, like junk out of the vending
There you
machine,
go.
Something else. So God only knows now that he's going to get pushing Snapchat ads. I'm going to start seeing $100 charges for, a little avocado pen or something.
Delicious.
Delicious. Mandeep Singh, also delicious and very smart. Bloomberg Senior Intelligence, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst. A closer look at shares of Snap here, up about 7% on the day. That is our stock of the hour. Meanwhile, back to the broader markets, which are holding on to the gains as we get closer to those closing bells. Doug.
Man, he said Snap is the stock of the hour. He said he's delicious. Excuse me? Romaine the Rizzler. That's it, bro. You can't stop him. Nobody's safe, bro. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe around Romaine, bro. You ain't safe, man. That's it. Now watch out. He'll get you blushing. That's it. The guys just started smiling, bro. You couldn't help but laugh. He's like, all right, you just called me delicious on live TV. Can't escape the Riz. Mm-hmm. What comfy computer share should you get? You failed last time. I got the Maxnomic. I've had this shit for years, bro. But then again, you guys have probably seen Josh is pretty reluctant to change, so I don't know if this chair is good or bad, but it's better than my other one. But this chair has been pretty solid. It's been pretty solid. I've had this for years. And then I have another one though. I also use another chair. It's a knockoff Herman Miller. So it's an ergonomic chair, but that one hit pretty good. All right, man. 13 minutes remaining. That's it. You're chilling out. Not too crazy, but a lot of gap up, a lot of movement intraday. This has been wild, man. How do you guys feel? CPI, inflation. That's it. They talk. Man, Goolsby said this is the softest landing in 100 years. My goodness. So there's a lot to take in, but we're gonna have even more tomorrow. But how you feel so far, Chad? How do you feel so far? What's the general takeaway? Oh yeah, I'm listening to myself. I gotta cue this up. What's the general takeaway? AL33 desk chair. Gee, who's flexing? Good day, sketch. You're excited. Fools go. Stock money. Showing some love, baby. Stock money. What's up, baby? Cash is king. Confusion. Oh, why the confusion? Trust in the long term. You feel great. You got a flip 300 to 5K, baby. Ooh. Soft landing it is. We're going to squeeze tomorrow. Holding 450 that nobody knows what's going on. Raul Jr. might make an appearance. The Herman Miller gaming chair. Herman Miller, they go hard, bro. LT loves it, but sentiment don't like it. Feeling normal. Feeling anxious. Took some profits, added it to Bill. HD. Restricted myself from FOMOing. HD is giving up a little bit. Again, their earnings feel good. Had a wild day. Long-term up, but I'm young and want cheaper prices. Let's do another poll. You feel like Tom Cruise? Another 3-month can kick? Okay. Feels like fake, but data was real. I don't know. Got to wait on the next set of data. The housing. I think the biggest takeaway from today is that I think the elephant in the room is this. Oh, where is it? This is the biggest elephant in the room. The fact that even the fact that today came in lower makes it even worse. But the fact that today they changed how health insurance, like literally, you don't think this is weird? Like this doesn't make you like, what the F? That literally for the last year and 3 months on the CPI, health insurance has gone down by almost 4% every month. Raul, I should have kept that put, bro. I'm an idiot. I told you, bro. That shit was... I don't even know the value actually right now. Let me check because time has decayed. And you know what they say, time keeps on. That's the elephant in the room, though, for today. If seriously, about all of it, data, fake, this, that, whatever. This is just like, what the fuck are we talking about then? If this was what we were based off of up until today. It's insanity. It's insanity. And the audacity that it was all the audacity is that it was highlighting how much insurers were paying, not the people who actually had to pay for it. That's what made it even worse. Market on close. Yeah, we had that a little earlier. 1.2. Danny came in. Yeah, Danny dropping that Microsoft news early. So even showing love to the Twitch, bro. He said, what's up? What's up? Car insurance needs to come down. Nah, y'all need to stop driving. Wait a minute. I still got to pay. This is bullshit. No, man. This is what? How the hell are high rates going to stop the insurance then? This makes no sense. Do I still have the hypercar? Oh, dude, it's not a hypercar, bro. Calm down. You're gonna get mad disappointed when I just told you it's a Prius. But I still got it, man. I'm still whipping the Prius. Is oil bullish? I mean, it depends on how you want to look at it. Oil is both screaming your recession is imminent, as well as thank God that inflation isn't going up. But last time it did this, nothing materialized, so it doesn't really matter. And then you pull out the chart, and ironically enough, you'll find out November 15th, 2021, oil was at the same fucking price. How is that possible? And then you go to November of 2022, 16th, oil was at the exact same fucking price. How is that possible? What in the world? It's the Twilight Zone for oil, bro. So yeah, bro, give up because I am on oil again. I'm telling you, as far as reading oil for the economy, they have snake charmed it and taken over, bro. Because I don't think it tells us anything at this point. Literally, it's literally in the damn middle, and it's the exact same price 2 years in a row. I'm not even saying like, oh, it's this like average price. Like no, like look at the damn price, November 18th. 2021 and then November 18th 2022 you're within dollars of, you know what I'm saying, like, so there it is. But yeah, That's just so I don't. It's very hard to tell, and I think trying to play it, you'll get swings here and there, but it's very, very hard to get an economic read on that now. Josh, welcome to the cult. Welcome, man. Welcome. Call me Josh. You could call me Chad. I go by Chad too. That's okay. I know we were talking about that today, but you could call me Chad. Why is Google flushing? Hold up. Google getting reds into the low. Treasury 5 yield, a 25 basis point decline in a single day. Top tick, Josh. Yes. A good day of top ticks today, so I'll take it. I will take it. And then even then, tomorrow morning, that will be fun. IWM holding up. We haven't had a run-up like this in a while. Well, it doesn't scream recession, though. It's much higher. It doesn't need, but maybe it doesn't need to be. It was just up a while ago. That's the thing. Just right yesterday, I feel like a month ago now, a month and a half ago, oil went from 60 to 95. We were about to break out through 100, and then sure enough, we're right here where we are now. So it's hard to say if it's low or not. Like the rate of change has done a lot in both directions. Won back to 7.25, better than 7.3. Again, the dollar dropped heavy today, and then Google keeps flushing. I don't know if Microsoft still is, but Google just gave up a lot. So like we kind of saw here, even Apple, remember this little rally here, it was tech stocks kind of waking up there. So watch out for that. But for the most part, Google and a couple of other ones, even Microsoft, they are coming right back down. Netflix doing the same. I think big tech gave you this little boost here, but then now they kind of gave up with 5 minutes left. That's literally the final 5 in your 10 minutes. So we'll see. Not much time left, but Chad, you know what's about to happen, right? You know what's gonna happen. I'm sorry, guys, but we got to get ready to. We gotta bring this home. We have to bring this home now, and the new guy is going to come on. So I hope you had a wonderful day today already, but I want to make sure that day stays good. So when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your warning to mute your speakers because it will get extremely loud. How loud? So loud that people have reported bleeding eardrums, dormant BBB coming back to life, as well as other itchies. They get like itches by it. Like it's weird. And as well as general annoyance. Some people just genuinely get annoyed. It's like, that's very annoying to some people. So we want to make sure that you are okay and protected from all that. I want you to be in good health, spirits, and hopefully that you have a long term as well. So when I say earmuffs, that is your sign to mute your speakers. And if you do enjoy all of that, feel free to turn it up and, have a great time. So the key word is earmuffs. That's our safe word, okay? I don't want to say it like that, but it is. It is our safe word. Earmuffs, that means you should know what's happening right now, okay? So just be safe, be easy, and just, be good, man. The day is about to end right now. So are you guys ready for it? All right. It's almost here. It's almost here, my friend. Almost here. Don't worry. It's okay. All right, here it is. Earmuffs. Earmuffs, ladies and gentlemen. Earmuffs. 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 All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description, that's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover. Around 4 p.m. Pacific time, then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 76 degrees and partly cloudy unless you just bought any calls at any point of the day except the latter half, because the CPI is down and Joe Biden is very excited. So we also have other good news because we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required until the election. So all we ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chatadonia. I can't believe I should have held it, but I think it actually was great timing on there. And speaking of timing, you have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. This is your moment right now. You have more data. Do you believe the rally? Is Powell done? Are we going to have day two? Is this overbought? Is it held up? Is it propped up? What's going on? You got to make up your mind. Shares, options, futures. You got a couple of earnings, even Target retail sales in the morning. Don't forget about any of that. But now you have less than 10 seconds remaining. Oh my gosh. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. We did it. A wild day, bro. 5.4 on the Russell. Are you kidding me? I need a good game right now in the chat, baby. That's 7 hours in the books. Let's go. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. News, plays, infos, good personalities, good vibes. Chose not to attack a random chat for just chatting. You know what I'm saying? Oh, my God. God bless you, baby. Good game. That's how you play. 7 hours. All the members, non-members, stream alerts. It don't matter. Did you come with the vibes? Are you dropping a GG now? Are you dropping a GG now, bro? Huh? Are you dropping a GG now? Huh? Come on. Let's go, baby. Stop it. Stop it. Best chat. War chat. What are you saying? Drop a GG. Let's go. Let's go. It's bigger than you. It's bigger than rap. It's a GG. Oh, man. I see you too, Twitch. I hope you know he's stronger as one. Everybody holding it down. They dropping plays. They got the info, man. They did good work, baby. That's what I'm talking about. How you play, bro? Good game. I'll see you in the morning. Good game. Good game. Good game. GG, bro. GG. Good game. GG, bro. I need me to rap. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Yeah, Chad. I love you. But this daylight savings still, you gotta give me 2 weeks now, man. I'm hungry as shit right now. U.S. renews a 100-day waiver for Iraq to pay Iran. That's it. That's your day, bro. I love you. Thank you for being here. God bless you, man. God bless you. Shout out all the chats, man. Seriously. Thank you for your time. I love you. Enjoy the rest of your day. Go read the books. I'll see you in the morning. That's it.
I love my congressman trade. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them must say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros in 8-0. None of their borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together. Strategically releasing
don't worry, you got more opportunities. It's the damn end of the year, bro. The world going crazy. You in the game, though. That's it. Long term.
We ain't gon' fight about shit, especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fight about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student loan froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But maintenance cinema froze. I'm getting faded. I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passion bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test break. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just change my name to Stalin. Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. How about fresher did a bread truck? How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. So I think they mad, my fault. Talking about inflation, I caused. Dumping our oil turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
All right, man. I love you. That's it. I gotta go, bro. I'm hungry. It's been a wild day, an exhausting day of green, exhausting week of everybody. That's of everybody. This has been a wild rally so far. We got like you have maybe some F-350, but listen, I want to show you something else. But I still want to tell you thank you for being here, for real, man. And I hope all of you doing good. I hope you could have a smile on your face, man. But for real, if y'all have been showing love to each other, allowing a good environment, man, for real discussion and being involved and really being a part of it, man. It's always fun, good and bad, you know. Sometimes a little friction, but either way, bro, I love you all. I hope you have been enjoying it. And I hope you're ready for next year as well, too, man. And I hope you get that long term. Above all else, save that 10% and be at peace, my brother. Okay, we got to read that proverb. But go outside, bro. Go. That's it. Go wake up and drive. You have the rest of the day. You could give it 110%, my brother. Amen. But here's the deal. Are you ready? You ready? Go outside, bro. Go walk a little bit. You ready for this? Someone said go outside. I want you to see. This is a real-life commercial. This is from 1995. 1995. You ready, buddy? You're going to love this. Watch this. Ready? Watch.
First, there were video games. Then came virtual reality. Simulated lifelike perspective that makes you feel like you're there. But now
yeah,
there's
Zuckerberg.
something that blows virtual reality completely away. Actual reality. Feel the weight of the ball because you're actually holding the ball. Feel the wind as you move because you're actually outside. Feel the high fives because you're actually there. Nickelodeon wants you to tune into the most advanced system ever created. Yourself. Actual reality. Nothing else comes close.
Isn't that weird?
Sure, virtual reality has cool special effects, but Nickelodeon wants you to check out this special cool effect. Actual reality. Taste it.
Isn't that wild? Oh, you running with the Lord as you hanging with the suckers.
And she gon'
here we
be
go.
on, so it ain't much for me to justify for the Lord, or is you hanging with the suckers? You hear me? Hey, is you riding for the Lord, or is you hanging with the sucker side? I know what I be on, so it ain't much for me to justify. The Bible is my weapon. I done went and got it customized. All praise to the Most High. Over here, he getting glorified. I left the word alone, cause I see sin is what they normalize. Living in revelation. We ain't going back to normal times. The Lord is all I need. I'm the branches and he is the vine. I'm 10 toes down. I done went and got my faith in line. Whoever would've thought that I'd be living this lifestyle. I'm praised up, baby. I'm not a punk, so please pipe down.
Some of y'all holy people, y'all need to relax. I see you got holy people that throwing up signs. Like, what are y'all doing? Calm down. Okay, y'all throwing like finger to the sky. Y'all be like, oh yeah, word to Paul, man, Jesus. What? I'm like, what's calm down? Calm down, bro. I would see. I don't know. They turn up though. They turn up at the church, bro. Have you seen people? I've seen the Christian turn ups, bro. I've seen them. I seen it on TikTok. I said, wow, that does look. I said I was proud. I was proud, baby. I was proud. So it's good, man. It's good, bro. It's good. But listen, that video was from 1995. Reality. Virtual reality to going outside. Ain't that crazy? Man. But Chad, I love you. You have a wonderful day. That's all you have for me. I hope you have a good one. I'll get you on the watch list tonight. And then in the morning, God willing, tomorrow, again, I'm not going to be live early, but you will have market moving events pretty early. And then we'll go from there. But for the most part, I hope you have a great rest of your day. I hope you make the most of the time you got, get a good night rest, and I should be able to see you, and if not, in the morning, we'll go from there. But thank you again, and go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs. I'm reading it in King James. I keep telling you on New Living, but you could read both of them, honestly. But read Proverbs every day. You got to do 2 a days now for November if you still want to finish it. You know what I'm saying? Run it up. Hey, Seagull, run it up. Oh, I see ride it anyways. But read that, Richest Man in Babylon, and then The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, baby. Why that faith, hope, and love don't go out of style. And, bro, why the labor. All labor will return a profit, man. You know that? You know that? Why are we even thinking about it? And why are we still riding? Right? Why are we still riding with the Lord? Okay, that's it. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. I couldn't hold it back. I couldn't hold it back. I said, why you riding? That's it. It's good. You riding with them. So, Chad, have a wonderful day. I'll see you guys tonight and in the morning, God willing, and peace. Hey, Josh, how do you do that? Let me try. Peace. How do you do that? Hey, you sound like an opera singer, huh? Fuck it. Inflation's low now. What do you guys say now, huh? Transitory what? Exactly. Eat on this, Build Back Better. That's what I say. Y'all doubted me. I brought that shit down. Fuck you, Josh, talking shit. Huh? Josh talking a little, what are you, fucking MAGA Republican? What the fuck's wrong with you, Josh? Look at what I did. Come on, pull up that fucking CPI chart. Yeah, what now, huh? Yeah, it was hot for a little bit. Fuck yeah, everything was hot. Yeah, what about now? Boom. Got him. What about oil? Boom, got him. What the fuck? You can't fucking, you're not slipping. You ain't gonna, nothing, nobody's not. He's not gonna slip by me. Okay, have a good day. Anyways, I'm leaving. Good morning. Bye. Exactly. Now, what are you? Now, there's Joshua. Hold on, Joshua. Are you a MAGA Republican? Yeah, let's get to the bottom of this, Joshua. Did you think it was transitory? No. Is it incorrect or correct, Joshua, that you believed it was? Did you think it was transitory? No, you did not. Exactly. Okay. So then you're a MAGA Republican. I reclaim my time. I yield back. Exactly. I'll see you in the morning. We'll see what the data does. It's all manipulated anyways. I yield back, reclaim. Have a wonderful evening. Bye-bye.